All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Trading Bitcoin with your host, Tone Vays, coming to you live on this Monday, November 30th, the last day of November, coming to you from the amazing Dubai, where I was supposed to be at this month for an event called AIM Summit, Alternative Investment Summit, which is not a Bitcoin event, but I like to speak at the Alternative Investment Summit. It is an incredible event, and unfortunately, the one this November was obviously canceled. Okay, so little throwback on the thumbnail. I'll be like, once we have 4 additional thumbnails, background images, I'll tweet those out as well. We already have Singapore. I have Dubai right here. I believe we have Hong Kong coming up next. And then there'll be one more special one for the all-time high stream, which we may be doing potentially even later today. All right, let's go to the screen share and see what's going on. Today is the last day of the month. I'm very curious how the month is going to close. It appears that the month is going to close at a new monthly all-time high, and it's not even going to be close. So tonight's close is pretty important. It's pretty important in the most critical way. Here's how this month's close is important. The most critical part of tonight's close is going to be the shortness of the upwards wick or shadow. If we look back, and this is going to be an interesting stream tomorrow, so I don't want to spend too much time on this. I do want to go to the lower level time frames. Look at what happens. The shorter the shadow at the top of the monthly candle, the more confidence you have that things are going to keep going higher. Look at last month. Last month had no shadow, and I was very bullish going into the current month. Here we have the month of July, no shadow, very bullish. Here as well, no shadow. We went higher, but we didn't hold. These are the candles where you want to be concerned. The candles at the top that have a shadow. Candle at the top that has a shadow. Also, in my Telegram group for MRI users, which again, you can only be in if you have access to the MRI, which is still on sale, by the way. I haven't taken the sale off yet. Nanya posted a really cool chart. I'm just going to grab it. I can't freaking grab it. I'll just grab his tweet. He does great work. I thought this was a nice, clean chart. I really like them because they're nice and clean charts. So we had 3 months in a row back in 2017 that had third 4-digit month. So we had 3 4-digit gains, and they were all over $2,000 each. We had also 3 4-digit gains in a row. Only 2 of them were over 2,000. And here we go again. So we just had 2 months of 4-digit gains. One was 3,000 and one was over 5,000. That's current month. And then here we go. Next month coming up. Let's see what happens though. So October, November, and next month, let's see what happens. I highly doubt we're gonna open from today to tomorrow onto a 20% gap. So realistically, this candle should open exactly where this candle closes. It's just how Bitcoin works in the 24-hour market. But it's but other than that, great chart, man. So there you go. Shout out. And so I am curious how that's gonna go. Okay, weekly chart. I do want to get to the short-term time frames. So the weekly chart gave us an MRI top last month. To get back in. GBTC just opened 5 minutes ago. Obviously, I'm on a live stream. I'm not trading. All right, I think I'm back. All right, we're back, guys. Yeah, I lost internet there for a minute, but we are back on track. All right, let's go back to screen share. All right, yeah, I'll go back to the weekly. I'm on the weekly now. So look, weekly gave us a high last week. This week is the end of extension B. But you guys that have watched me enough know that this is usually the candle I don't go long on. I don't like to go long on candles that follow MRI tops. However, since this candle is 7 days long and Monday is getting started and we're breaking my bullish line, I would have loved to see this line break tomorrow, not today. I would have loved to have gotten back into GBTC because I didn't have a chance. GBTC has only been open 6 minutes. And obviously, I'm not trading it right now because I'm sitting here on a live stream. But I will probably enter back into the market at some point today. And this doesn't mean we can't top. The candle following the MRI top candle is also a common candle for a top. That's why I never trade this candle to the upside if that's an MRI top. I'll trade it to the downside, but never to the upside. Though never, I shouldn't use that word because I'm about to trade it now to the upside. Now, keep in mind, next month is also going to be an MRI top, but the month is now going to be 30 days, well, 31 in December. And we can swing up into 30,000 and then still pull back to 20,000 by end of month. So anything can happen. At the moment, I've become very short-term bullish, and that's the difference. I am not bullish on a weekly scale, not yet, and I am not bullish on a monthly scale, not yet. But I understand FOMO, and now I am bearish on a daily scale. In fact, I'm bullish. I'm very bullish on a daily scale because we are breaking this pink line. And I don't believe in double tops. And I'm looking at how these candles look. And it's unfortunate that because I trade GBTC, I never got a chance. I haven't gotten a chance to get in. This was, a long holiday weekend. But I don't mind getting in. I'd rather be late than wrong. So I am going to get back into GBTC, but this might only be a short swing trade. I might not stay in this trade into Monday. I may consider taking profit Friday. I may consider taking profit next week because while I am now short-term bullish, I am a little concerned on the weekly scale, but I'm more concerned on the monthly scale. But I can also envision a month similar to this month. I'm actually curious how the Heikin-Ashi candles close. I'm really curious how the Heikin-Ashi candles end the month because as we close the month at the all-time high, it's going to be interesting how this candle closes. So I can certainly envision next month to swing us as high as 25 or 30,000, but then pull back into January. But I don't want to miss it. I don't want to miss out on a move to 25K. And crap, I think we're about to start doing the all-time high stream. So I may end this. I may text Jimmy, and we may go live again. Speaking of Jimmy, I'm really going to text him now. New all-time high stream later today. We might be doing an all-time high stream later today. And well, what do we have to break for the all-time high? That's the line, right? No, that's not the line. What's our all-time high? 19,666. Okay, we're close. We're freaking close. We're at 19,393. So we're 200 and $50 away. That's nothing. Nah, not in this environment. So yeah, we may be doing that stream. Yeah, there was clearly a Black Friday sale. Did I expect it to be a little bit bigger of a dip? I did. Here was the area that I would have liked to buy it at, maybe even lower than that. But I was certainly looking for 15. So is this good or bad that we never even broke below 16K? Well, short term is good. Long term, it's good. But intermediate term, it's not good. Because intermediate term, we still have that 14K opened. And unless we break above 25, the 14K is going to be a concern. If we go as high as 30,000, the 14K is no longer a concern. If we get into the vicinity of 30,000, I will only be looking for a pullback to 20. But if we top in the vicinity of 25, I will still be looking for a pullback to 14, not 20. I don't think 20 would be enough. I think it would have to fall a little bit below that, but it's possible that a pullback to 20 becomes enough. I am very bullish right now on the daily scale and probably on a sub-daily scale. If we look at the 4-hour chart, let's go to the 4-hour chart. The 4-hour chart, I had my resistance line right there on the 4-hour and 1 hour. The break of that resistance line certainly accelerated the market. Now, look at the 4-hour chart. Here we are in 1 hour. There will be an MRI top candle. So right now is probably not the best time to rush in. I will potentially wait. I trust my indicators. When did the MRI tell you to buy using the 4-hour chart? Well, it told you in a couple of areas. So if you're a trader of the MRI, and thanks to the sale on Black Friday, a lot more people are now using the MRI for their trading. So one area that signaled a bullish entry, according to the MRI, is this green star right there. But it's not only the green star. It was a green star in combination of breaking the prior swing high. Now, you could have, I probably would not have entered on the star candle. I probably would have entered on the following candle that is breaking the top of that candle with a star, because we have just broken out above a consolidated zone. I love trading the breakout. So that's one area of, this should probably be green, not purple. That's the one area of, where the MRI is useful in your bullish trade. Now, what do you think the next area is? Well, it's exactly the same thing. It's this candle right here with its green star on top of that candle. But once again, it is more than just a candle with a green star. Trading is not that easy. Why do I like this candle? Well, right here, you have an MRI sell. That means I am not buying it here. As much as I love the breakout above this blue line, which I marked as a resistance line, I would not buy on this candle. I never buy on the first candle after the MRI top, unless it's in the opposite direction. I'm willing to take the short on this candle if it crashes. But if this candle goes up, that's not a bullish trade for me, okay? Not with my style, not with the MRI. At least that's not how I trade it. You're welcome to trade it a different way. Now, the following candle never traded above this candle. So once again, I don't have a clean, proper MRI entry. The following candle doesn't trade above its prior candle. So I don't have a clean entry, but this candle checks all boxes. That's why it has a green star, because it is breaking above the prior candle's high. It's also above the first candle's close, the MRI candle's close, but they all were. But it's also breaking this risk line right there, or breakout line as I refer to it. It's breaking the breakout line, which is important. So there are multiple things lining up. So this is the candle that took place last night, New York time, from 1500 up to 1900. I thought this was using even hours. Why did this become using odd hours? This used to be even hour candles, and maybe it's because of like daylight savings time, which is a giant global inefficiency that needs to be eliminated. So this is where you could have been notified on, well, not literally, but this is where you should have paid attention to a potential bullish trade. This is not where you enter the bullish trade. This is where you consider entering the bullish trade if you were trading the 4-hour time scale, and this is where you got in because it's a short-term trade. So right now, based on a 4-hour chart, is not the best time to enter the trade. But if I'm using the daily candles as my guide, I have plenty of room right here to potentially go higher into the next MRI top, which unfortunately would come on the week after an MRI weekly top, which is terrible timing, but it will come inside a monthly MRI top on both Heikin-Ashi and traditional candles. But at this point, I am more bullish than bearish. We're going to take a look at the 1-hour chart as well. And I'm going to see if the MRI was useful right here. Let's see if there's a green star on one of these candles here. It would be awesome if it's this candle or this candle that gives me a green star in the MRI, because this is the good one. So same reason. So this was my resistance line that wasn't respected at all. But now it becomes a breakout line. All right, so the green star actually came a lot earlier, and then it just happened again. Though this feels a little bit, that's why. Oh man, you missed it by the smallest of fractions. So unfortunately, this candle here did not close higher than that candle, and it did not reset the counts. It's very, very close. If I use a different exchange, things could have looked differently. So the MRI told you to get back in right here on this candle as it was breaking the MRI tops high, but then right here, it could have hit your stop loss. And then, so the 1-hour chart would not have been very well timed with the MRI. And we are about to break the all-time high. Geez, I may have to set up another stream. We are there. We just broke it. We just broke the new all-time highs by about 60 cents. Holy shit. So we just hit 19666.66, which I believe is about 60 cents higher than the prior all-time high. So that's it. Happened while I was on this stream. Jeez, that's a bit historic. Yep, we broke it by 66 cents. That's a lot of sixes. No conspiracy theories, please. Right there, we got it. We got it. Hey, I'll probably set up another stream. I'm going to invite a bunch of people. We should do an all-time high stream. This is awesome. I just broke 1,200 live viewers. Or maybe I'll just invite people to this stream. Shit. Let me get the link. I'll invite people. Let me grab the invite link. Hold on. Where is the invite link? I don't know how to find it because I'm in, there it is. Because I'm in the stream, so it makes it hard to find. All right, so invite. Oh, there it is. Okay. Copy invite link. All right, cool. I'll change the title later, I guess. All right, I'll post it there. Who else? I don't know. Maybe Joe Saz is around. Let's text him. I should probably tell people if they want to join live. Because otherwise, if I don't tell them it's a live stream, they might just jump on like naked or something. I don't know. I hope not. All right. Who else can we invite? You want to join the live stream? I'll invite Socrates. I don't know. I'll invite a bunch of people. Maybe Max Kaiser is awake. Maybe Novogratz is awake. Let me text Novogratz. I've like messaged all these people in different mediums. All right, guys, I'm inviting people. I'm going to cut the screen share. Oh, no, I guess we're looking at the short term. There it is. I'll see who joins. See who joins. All right. Who else can we invite?
Hey.
All right, who just joined?
Joe.
Hey, Joe.
What's up, man?
How you doing? You awake?
Yeah, I'm awake. I've pretty much been that way for a long time.
All right, I'm like inviting people. We are on a 10-minute MRI, second consecutive top. You know what? Why don't I give you the floor while I invite a bunch of people? Show trader, are you in any trades? Take the floor while I invite people to join the stream.
Sounds good. Do you have screen share enabled?
Enabled? I don't. Hold on.
Well, let me. All right. So this is a pretty nasty grind up. I think we've now broken. I think we're officially broken like the all-time high on at least one American exchange, spot exchange.
We have on I mean, I usually look at Bitstamp.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm not even gonna use people's names. I'm just gonna copy and paste this to everybody.
Okay, so you said screen share was up?
Yeah, screen share is up.
All right, I'll jump on do this. All right, so I'm a little interested in how this 9 is going to play out because it's clearly not acting. It's not really acting like a 1 to 4 candle pullback right now. In fact, we've gone ahead and seems to have cleared the all-time high US dollar tether pair on Binance, maybe just dollars shy or something. But yeah, this thing looks like it's on a tear. I mean, it's absolutely insane. Well, happy all-time high, I guess. You know, is that kind of where we start things? I'm happy to see that. Was I in any trades? I have been trading like crazy, and I did get stopped out. And I was leaning short yesterday due to the CME gap. Excuse me, that would be over here. I was leaning short yesterday due to the CME gap, but so I'm a little sad that I didn't get the gap, you know, a wick down or some crazy action to the downside. You know, we've seen so many CME gaps filling lately, even little ones, you know, relatively large ones. And this is a gap that I'm probably going to keep my eye on for a long time because it's very similar in nature to the gap that we had back over here. Between the close of the high during that bull run and the wick that didn't make it all the way. So we had a gap that lasted us all the way from June 26th of 2019 all the way until, I mean, closed it on 2020 November. So I'm going to be interested in this gap. It's a huge gap. It's like a really weird, it's kind of abnormally large to me. So I'm going to be paying attention to this. I do think that Bitcoin, you know, can have a clean cup and handle on a macro spectrum here. There is a little bit of kind of weirdness in the middle, but there's really no perfect way to classically chart anything in Bitcoin. It really just kind of stretches you in both ends, even in a triangle. It'll pop out of the upside for a while and make you hang in limbo for a couple days. So I'm very interested in this all-time high. It's not really breaking out violently. I am getting a cluster of signals. Right now, my tradable signals are pretty much repeatedly getting stopped out. These past three closest to the candles have been stopped out. If you took the trade, you would have been stopped out at 19,459. So right now, I'm not taking any trades. This is stacking heavily in favor of the bears, but I mean, it's not time for me to reposition right now. I think it's time to see, give this a breather, see if we consolidate, see if we can break out through this. But the main thing to me is that Bitcoin has been managing to break through a lot of these levels on repeat. An example would be over here. Just not long ago, just a week or so ago, we had some constant resistance showing up in the order book, pretty heavy stacks, pulling back into some amazing trades repeatedly until finally the bulls grinded the resistance up and at least knock those sellers out of the market. Now, one thing to note, we did round off, we did create a lot of resistance, we did break down, create support, played that game back and forth, which was a very great time. But right now it has me a little curious. We're pushing up pretty hard, but I don't see that FOMO breakout. I don't see the absolute, rush to get gold mine now that it's broken the all-time high. That was something we've been speculating on for I think maybe even years now. Analysts, what's going to happen when Bitcoin finally reaches the all-time high. So right now, I think it's kind of like this weekly candle to me was an indecision candle, and this is pretty much the decision, I feel like, but it has a sense of hesitancy. So I'm just gonna be a hodler for a second here. If I get some opportunities, I'm gonna trade, but right now I think the best thing to do is probably let the market do the work for you. I just don't want to FOMO buy in long. I don't want to say I called the cup and handle top short to 16K again or something. I think anything's possible right now, and we have way too many external variables globally, nationally, internationally, that could really paint a picture to the upside, to the downside, and I'm just kind of sitting in the middle. I just want to I can, if the market's going to be bullish, why don't I let the market do some work for me, which is something a lot of people don't really realize. You can seriously just sit back and let the market do the work for you, and that's perfectly okay. You don't have to be long. So yeah, that's pretty much my outlook in a nutshell. I feel like I just got through a lot of stuff pretty quickly there, but I'm not going to be trading as much as I love trading my signals. I'm not going to be trading them right now. I don't think that we're just going to get to the all-time high and top out in cup and handle. I think the market's going to take time to decide. That could take days. That could take, probably more on the days side. But yeah, I don't want to try to make the trade of the year on this play right now.
Yeah, I actually just posted the Zoom link in my Telegram group. You know how many people are in there.
Oh shit.
So let's see who's gonna show up. You know what? Screw it, man. Anyone that, because I know everyone in there actually likes me. So I don't want to post like the Zoom link on Twitter or anything like that, like randomly, nor in this live chat. But yeah, let's see who joins. Let's see what happens. Let me. You got off screen share, right?
Yeah, I jumped off.
Let me go back to screen share. As you can see, the 10-minute second consecutive MRI top right there. We broke 19.8. We didn't get to 20. Yep, we broke 19,800. We're pulling back a little bit now. This means nothing. We still have 24 seconds to go, and this candle can certainly close bullish. But like I mentioned on the 4-hour candle, this is not the time for me to FOMO in. I'm not really in a rush to jump in I'm not really in a rush to jump into any trades on the 4 hour. All right, we got a couple of guys joining us. We're gonna be, well, unless the celebrities start coming in. Let me just message Max Kaiser. That's like the one person I meant to. I'm gonna. Is this? Yep. I'm gonna message Max. I'm gonna message Stacy because Stacy is in charge, not Max. Boom. All right, maybe they'll join. All right, cool. Hey, we got a bunch of people. None of them have their cameras on. I'm gonna cut the screen share now, and we're gonna chat for a minute. If anything interesting is happening in the charts, I'll put the screen share back on. But I am still on screen share. We'll get to everyone in a minute. And here is the 4-hour chart. And with the 4-hour chart, like I said, there'll be an MRI top next candle, and I would be there it is. So we're probably going to be streaming here for at least another hour as everyone joins us. All right, we got like 5 people join us. You guys got your mics on. I don't know who's got cameras or not. You guys don't have cameras, and I set this up as a meeting and not as a webinar because I didn't expect us to break the all-time high when I started the stream. I wish I set it up as a webinar because then people can raise hands. So since you guys joined, I'm assuming you want to say something, and we're gonna I guess let the ladies go first. Elizabeth, are you with us? All right. Mike's probably not working. All right, let's go with Art. Art, are you with us? Okay. Anyone say something? Let's see whose mics are working. See, people think it's easy. People think it's easy to just join a Zoom session and be part of a live stream. It's not. We have like 4 additional people on, but I can't hear any of them. So if you guys get your mics up and working, we can talk to you. All right, Joe. Man, waiting for a few other people. I guess we're gonna go back to the charts. Yeah, so you don't have longs or shorts right now, so you're not FOMOing in long on your short-term trading either. Or did I? What happened to audio? What happened to
Oh,
mic?
no. That all right. I'm not touching this. I'm not touching this. So
Okay,
I'm just letting this thing ride. What it's like anything happen, we got the breakout and now we can go higher, Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
Well, we got the breakout, but I think we are going to go higher, but I think upside here, well, I'm trying not to use the word upside here is limited. The upside here is somewhat limited.
Anything happen, we got the breakout and now we can go higher.
Eddie, you got to mute the, thank you. But I guess somebody's mic is working, so we'll get you in a minute. But what was I going to say? The upside is, when I say the upside is limited, I don't mean it's limited to like $500. I think the upside is limited to up to 30,000, which is a lot, which is why I don't want to miss this rally. But the upside is somewhat limited because we do have to pull back down to at least 20,000 after getting to that $30,000 spot. And if we top around 25, I think we're going to pull. I think we have a high chance of still pulling back to the 14 area. If we break 25, I will then only look for a pullback to 20. But I'm not expecting 100K at this 20K breakout. I'm expecting a top pre-50 and a significant one pre-50. Now, had we corrected from this $20,000 area significantly, then the next time we broke 20, we could have gone straight to 100.
Bless you.
Thank you. All right, somebody's mic is working. Eddie, if you want to unmute, you're also welcome to turn on your camera, but then the world will see you. And feel free to say something. Tell us about your Bitcoin journey. Because we're going to have a lot of random people on. Though they may not be able to hear us.
Yeah, that's kind of funny, man. It's, you know, for us, I guess muscle memory to get on the fly. You know, like I can do this stuff blindfolded in the dark.
But you would think that considering everyone like uses Zoom nowadays for their like meetings and chatting with their family, that this shouldn't be an issue. The fact that I'm live shouldn't make any difference at all. But hey, guys, if you're not able to speak or hear us within the Zoom, probably no reason for you to hang around, because that Zoom list of people is probably going to get huge, considering a huge number of people now have access to get in. If no one is actually interacting with us in the next 10 minutes, I'll probably post this link in the YouTube chat. Like anyone will be able to join us. Like, you know, screw it. I don't care. It's not like anyone can hack me. Zoom isn't that bad yet. Hey, Dan Held said he might jump in. That'd be cool. All right, cool. I got you, Eddie. All right. Atone Vays joined the stream. That's interesting, but he's got no microphone. So he's not going to be able to bother us. He's got a camera, though. All right. Am I still on screen share? I'm not on screen share. All right, let's go back to screen share then. All right. Here's that 4-hour chart. We are literally sitting above the all-time high right now as we speak. Yeah, the 10-minute top. The 10-minute top on the MRI came and went, and I become bullish on a 10-minute scale in 3 minutes at the break of the current candle's high. That's how I generally trade, though it's a little FOMO-y right now. It's too bad I didn't get a chance to get back into GBTC properly today. I'll wait for, I mean, maybe I'll get in later today. I don't think this is gonna like keep continuing. I think any minute we can pull back like $500-600, which is very likely. I'll get into GBTC then. That's the challenge with trading GBTC. It's closed on the weekends. But this is also why we have HODL positions. All right, we got people from like Thailand that may join. So texting me right now is a bad idea because I'm trying to run a live stream.
We did it.
All right, who we got? Let me got. Yeah, I mean we are breaking. I mean, there's no point of showing the screen. Let's see who we got on the stream. All right, Marcel. Hey buddy,
Tom.
how are you? Damn, that's a
party
serious
on. We did it.
So I remember you. We met on what was it, Switzerland and the blockchain cruise. How are you, man?
Exactly. Yeah. I'm fine, doing great, excited. See the prices going that way. From your trading course, learned a lot, so made good money as well.
Excellent. All right, we got motorists joining us. We got Chad's just joined. Cool.
I just joined because I wanted to see the thumbnail that Rusty made for the all-time high.
Yeah.
Shit.
Where is it?
Thanks for. I gotta change my thumbnail, guys. All right, I'm changing the view to speaker view, so this way I'm on a big screen. Oh man, because this caught me by surprise. I didn't think we would literally break the all-time high while I started the stream, because we went up like $500-600 while I was on the stream. Let me change my thumbnail. Actually, I have to. I wonder if it's downloaded already. Hold on. Oh, this
Motorist, how you doing, bro?
Doing well. Who's that, Ched's?
Hey, Chads. Boom. This
What's
is it.
going on,
This is
man?
it. This is the one no one has. This is my this
What's
is
up?
the thumbnail for the all-time high. I think everyone's gonna
Awesome.
want that one. Everyone's gonna want me to tweet out this one. I'll tweet this out.
Yo, where's the moon? Tone, where's the moon? That's the Earth. We should see the moon, bro.
I'm on the moon.
Oh, okay.
That's the
Yeah, we are.
I'm on the moon looking at the Earth. That's the all-time high thumbnail.
Unbelievable.
All right, man. Chaz, what are you looking at? Are you in full FOMO mode, man? Are you
Dude,
market?
it's euphoria, man. It's like it's interesting. I said a couple things. It was interesting. What was it? A couple days ago, I put out a tweet and I said, Bitcoin's made it when 16.5K seems bearish, right?
I think you even said that yesterday to me.
Yeah, man. So it's so quickly. People who hadn't loaded and missed like the 14K break. They wanted it to be a big bear rejection. They wanted 12, 13K. And all it did was pull back a little bit, like 10, 15%. And here we are, right back knocking on the door, a new all-time high. I'm really excited. I don't know if I'm FOMOing, but I am excited as I can be. I would tell you that much.
Oh yeah, no, this is great. And everyone that watches my channel, I expected a little bit more of a pullback. We didn't get it. So wait, is the Leah here? Is that the real Leah? Can we get confirmation that that's real Leah? All right, I'm gonna make her a moderator.
Yeah, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say it's the real one. I just assume they're all real.
So hey, Leah, you have the link. Join us. Yeah, I'm with you. And right now, I'm not on screen share. If I go back to screen share, you guys can see one of my green stars popped up, and that's it. I'm bullish right now on a 10-minute scale. We are bullish on the 1-hour scale. Hour scale, however, is telling us we're a little bit toppy. The daily scale is great. I'm bullish across the board. I think we can go to 25,000 over the next few weeks, but I still think that we're going up very fast and very hard, and we all know how that ends.
What about that? Wasn't there a TD9 in the weekly tone? I was on with Saz last night, and are we kind of invalidating that?
Not yet. See, you can't really invalidate it until next week, and this week just started. So it's one of those unfortunate situations. You can't, at least I don't, and it's rare, but it happens. Like for example, here, it's not the candle that follows the MRI top. It's the candle that follows that candle. So this bullish candle invalidates this to be a top, and now you are in the long trades for the next one. Same thing here. It's not the candle after, it's the candle after that. And usually they're not straight up. Usually they always pull back, like here we are. This time, because I've seen it too many times where this candle tops you out and then you take a big nosedive. And if I go, I am screen sharing, yeah.
GBTC, we are on a weekly 9, aren't we?
Like here's what happened. Like if you think that this got invalidated by the next candle, and this is a monthly candle, you got yourself into a shit ton of trouble. So a lot of people still make fun of me for saying that I did call the top in Bitcoin in 2017 at around 7,500. I became a bull like after that at like 9-10, but at that point, I was a nervous bull. I wasn't, an optimistic bull. I was a very nervous bull, and we topped the candle after. This is how I like to see them broken. Like the candle, the MRI top candle, then we take a little break, and then this is an orderly move above both of these candles, and this is my perfect buy zone following an MRI top when it doesn't turn the market. This one had the same problem as we're having now. The candle after a big move with an MRI top was a very bullish candle, but look what happened for the next 3 months. You could have certainly waited, avoided this, and easily got back in over here when you're breaking this area, and now you're getting in at $660. And I was very bullish all throughout 2017 until $7,500 area. So sure, that's an entire doubling of the price, which might make someone look stupid, but at the same time, I was wrong by about 3 weeks worth of time for the next 2 years. So I was right on that. This is a top. So anyway, it's a weird dynamic when it comes to trading. All right, I've chatted up enough. Let me go to the lower level time frame, and then I'm going to cut the screen share again. GBTC is popping this morning, but look, GBTC has not broken its all-time high. And this is where you need to understand how the GBTC premium is working. 1 hour chart, new high again. 10-minute chart, we're still sitting at a new high. All right, I'm going to cut the screen share. We're going to see if anyone else joins us. Anyone else want to say hi? We got a bunch of people in here. None of them have their cameras on. Maybe if they turn their mics on. Marcel, where are you these days, man?
I'm still in Switzerland.
You're still in Switzerland. All right, cool. Are you full-time trading or not yet?
No, not yet.
All right. Motorist, where are you?
Yeah, it's a little early here out west, so I was in bed, and I didn't even know you were live, Tone, because I was still in bed. And then when I got up, I checked my brokerage account because well, the markets are open. It's Monday. The markets are open. I was like, let me check my GBTC position on my brokerage account. And I saw it was up 25%. In 1 day, and I was like, and then on the inside the brokerage it said all-time high, and I was like, whoa, all-time. So that's when I texted you. I didn't even know you were live. I texted you. I'm like, I think some people are reporting an all-time high, and you're like, yeah. It's like
no one knows I'm live because I'm shadow banned by YouTube, so they don't notify anyone that I'm live. Probably because of my political views on COVID and the election.
Here's an all-time high.
Hey, now that we have like over 2,000 people watching, probably a good time for me to get my political views and COVID views out there. I didn't even have my I usually drink tea. I don't drink too much coffee, and my teapot broke. I'm waiting for Amazon to deliver it. I got a message that it was 10 stops away. But I still have to go and pick it up. But I'm gonna go get a drink of something. I don't know. Take the floor, guys. Talk about Bitcoin. Talk about oh yeah. Hey, we're gonna do an epic stream for Bitcoin's birthday. I'm gonna actually preset that one because I know what day that is. Maybe we'll go for a record. Maybe we'll do if I set it up right and I have like 100+ people that commit to joining. Maybe we'll stay on for 24 hours. We'll start at, literally the entire day for the 3rd, as long as it's the 3rd of January somewhere in the world. Maybe we'll try to keep a 24-hour live stream going. I don't know where Jimmy is at. I texted Jimmy. Anyway.
I'm going to say something real quick. I'm going to ask everyone who's here, did anyone buy the dip last couple of days?
I traded it.
Yeah, I've been trading.
Yeah.
Yeah, leverage trading it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I don't really trade. I don't do leverage trading.
Yeah.
But I do buy dips. I DCA. I buy dips, and I definitely bought this dip, so I'm very happy about that.
Good work, brother.
Yeah, that was a good dip to buy for sure. What a solid place to land. 16K is like a really stable place. Like it's not 14. 14 I feel like would have been a little cleaner, but 16K is still a dip, still a clean buy. Happy to hear that, Patrick.
Thank you. And I was watching you yesterday. I didn't watch you live. I caught it later, like after your stream had ended. I watched it because I was trying to learn about the CME gap, because Tone Vays always says he doesn't care about the CME gap, but everyone else seems to care about it. I'm not 100% sure I even understand I kind of know what it is, but do you want to explain real briefly, Joe or Chad's, what the CME gap is and whether it's important or not?
Yeah, it's just Chad's. It's really easy, so I'll just say the basics, and then you fill in your thoughts after.
Hey Joe, before you do, I went over there to get a tea or a coffee, and then I realized it's all-time high, and it's got to be 5 p.m. somewhere, so we're going straight for the tequila.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'll be right back.
So a CME gap is basically just because the CME, the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, has trading hours. So the trading hours are 9 to 5 type of stuff, pre and post market trading, and so they take weekends off. And so while Bitcoin is continuing at weekends and holidays, so while Bitcoin is continuing to do its price action, it can end on a Friday evening on the CME at price X, and Bitcoin does whatever it does over the weekend, and then it opens up on Monday, or technically Sunday night, at a different price. The CME will have a gap between candles. So instead of having like an open or a close of a candle and an open right there of the next candle, up and down, whatever, you have a gap, like a little space, just an empty hollow space. And there's an anomaly there that says that basically these gaps fill. No one really has a specific answer why. I don't think there really is one, other than most likely a self-fulfilling prophecy. But that's all a gap is. It's a gap in time where Bitcoin has continued to trade. It didn't trade on the CME, and then it slept with the gap in. And there's just historically something like 80 or so percent of them fill, or 90. It's like a ridiculously high number of gaps that fill. And this gap is very significant, being that it's so large. So that's why I'm looking at this one with two eyes. This gap is very interesting to me. It's like a $1,000 plus gap. I would say it looks important, but it might not be important, for a long time. We've had gaps that were, pretty large in size take like a year to fill. So
aren't you looking at the gaps on a daily basis, or?
Yes,
on a daily basis there is no gap.
No, hold on. I have many gaps on the daily.
Yeah, there's the one at 9.7 or something, but the one from the weekend is on the daily. We didn't create the gap.
Yeah, hold on. I'm going to share right now. We're on the Bitcoin CME futures. Here is the gap.
Hey, Tone. Cheers.
Hey, cheers, man.
Oh, cheers.
Yeah, no, that's a big gap, man. But like I said, I don't really care about that gap. That gap could potentially be there forever. And
it could,
if you depend, like other gaps have been there forever.
Yeah, this is a gap that lasted a long time, Patrick. This is kind of the one that I'm referencing it to.
Okay.
This high went all the way, like this gap, and it was also a high. It pretty much went untested for, a year.
That's different, though. I don't know if I call that a gap. That's a different thing. But the gap.
But it is a gap. It's a gap, like every gap. I just leave no stone unturned. That's all. I'm not a professional. I just leave no stone unturned.
Yeah. The gap, it's probably annoying if you go to the right a little bit. If you move it over a little bit, a little more.
To the left.
Or that way. Yeah. That gap. Nope. Too much. Right there. Leave it there. The gap and zoom in. Okay. Nope. Move it to your left. Nope, the other way. That one.
That gap right there.
Like July, the July one. That's a shitty one.
This one.
That one. The big empty space that never got filled. It got filled halfway. It got filled halfway, but it never got filled. So if you
this was the lowest.
Right. So have fun waiting for 10,000 again. It'll take a while.
Oh yeah, and just to mention, I'm no pro, I'm no expert, but there is 20 or so or 30, whatever the percentage of gaps is that don't fill. These are probably all of them. I don't think Bitcoin. I'm not holding my breath for $3,000 gaps to fill at this point in time. So
that was you think about gaps are not all equal. Like a breakaway gap, when you gap up above a key resistance, that really doesn't fill as often as, say, like a common gap or what's called a runaway gap that occurs, or a measuring gap that occurs in the middle of a move.
Right. Agreed.
Yeah, these so Patrick, does that satisfy you?
Yep. And it's I mean, I don't really care about the CME gap, but I mean, hold on. Yeah, I have GBTC, so when I see the price pumping, I know it's gonna the GBTC price is gonna gap up. So that's kind of how I look at it. What's up, Zezo?
But this
Zezo.
Zezo, tudo bem aí?
Tudo ótimo. What a beautiful day, huh?
Boa tarde.
Saúde.
Boa tarde.
Tô tomando a cachaça.
The CME gap is no different than the GBTC gap. We have a giant GBTC gap from Friday up until today. And I don't know if this gap will ever be filled.
I think it's too big to not get filled, at least in part, but I think it'll get filled. I think it'll get filled all the way, personally.
I mean, what's happening right now from Friday to Monday is literally the definition of what Chaz just said as a breakaway gap, because we did just break key resistance of the prior all-time high. So there's a high, there's a more chances than not, this gap will never ever get filled. Though then again, if a real ETF comes out and GBTC's premium gets destroyed, way more likely to fill eventually. Hey, a motorist, can you keep an eye on the live chat? I saw a good question, at least one. I'm going to read it. Tone, do you think we are going up too fast so a mini bear market might come? Not yet. I don't think we're going up too fast. We're not going up as fast as we did in the first half of 2019. We are going up a little bit faster than we did in 2019, but relatively speaking, first of all, it's been a year and a half since then. There is more Bitcoin in circulation. The overall value of Bitcoin is higher. So going up slightly faster at this point in time, different macro environment, institutional investors coming in, we're not yet going up too fast. But if we start, but if we move past 25,000 by end of week, and then we're hitting 30,000 by end of month, then yes, that would certainly put it in the category of moving up too fast.
I got a question from Matt Zielinski. He was asking about MSTR. I looked at MSTR also this morning when I checked my brokerage. It's also up pretty big too.
All right. Anything else? Anybody? Hey, Zazo, I don't know. I don't want to dox people where they live. I don't know if you want to say where you are.
No problem. I'm in Netherlands.
All right. How is it over there, man? Is it cold there yet?
Actually, I just arrived. I was in a trip. I literally arrived and took a shower. I turned the computer. It was like wow, all-time high. And that's my question for you guys. Where were you the last time we were in 20,000?
Oh, good question. So let's go. I'll go last. Let's go around the room. Who do you remember where you were when we broke 19,000?
Who go first?
Yes, I'll go first. I remember, because I remember this. I was in Queens. I was in an office smaller than this, and in a much older building. And I was like, what, I was wearing a nice overcoat, walking the streets, buying my wife some diamond earrings at the time, balling out, doing stupid shit. I was that's what I was doing. I was staying up late a lot and trading, and that is my memory of 20K last time.
It was a little different for me. I was going through chemotherapy, and I was just chilling, and I had just been diagnosed with cancer, and I was chilling in bed, and thankfully for Bitcoin, it kept me distracted from thinking about the cancer. It was all about that 20K. So it was everything for me back then.
Wow.
Oh, glad you feel better. By the way, Chad, you were wearing those masks before they became cool. Just want to make that clear.
You don't want to see my face, bro. I know you've seen me. You know it's not that pretty. Trust me.
All right, Marcel, how about you, man? We met on which cruise did we meet on? 2018 one or 2019 one?
2018, I think, wasn't the one in the Mets where you had the debate with Roger.
Yeah, that was the 2018 one. Where were you at the all-time high?
I think I was on holidays in Brazil.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
I need to. I'm planning to go to Brazil. It's one of the few countries that understands how to manage COVID, which means no masks and no urine samples to get on airplanes. So I plan to go to Brazil probably February. Maybe I'll hit Carnival. We'll see.
Yeah, I plan to go in April.
Is it in April this year?
No, Carnival is February, I think. But I'm planning to go in April.
Oh, sorry. It's not April. Sorry, it's February or March. So Carnival, it follows. I think it's like it follows like a lunar calendar or something. It follows like Ash Wednesday. It's the so it's different every year. But yeah. And who's left? Zazo.
Oh, man, I was in Czech Republic because I began to really study about Bitcoin, and I decided that before I buy, I have to learn as much I could. And Bitcoin was $1,000. When I finished to study, I finally went to buy. It was 20. So I was a little bit shocked. I was like, I didn't buy it. It was like that actually when I saw you the first time, and but I could not believe, like, oh my God, I thought that I was never going to be able to see a cheap Bitcoin again. And for years, I thought that we're never going to see 20,000 again. It's kind of really amazed me how 20,000 sounds normal now.
Yeah.
Actually, I had my Xapo card by then, and I spent like 2 Bitcoins on the holidays in Brazil. So now, nowadays, it's a bit of an expensive holiday.
So at the time when we hit all-time high before, I was working at Verizon in New Hampshire, and I was getting calls from my coworkers at Verizon and from my friends from back home in LA, were texting me, asking me about Bitcoin, whether they should buy Bitcoin. And my answer was listen to Tone Vays. I was recommending Tone Vays' YouTube channel to my friends. I'm like, listen to Tone Vays because he'll because I didn't want them to FOMO in. I didn't want them to FOMO in at the all-time high. I told everyone, I was like, buy some and then keep some money in case on the side in case it dips. I don't know if they took my advice or not, but I definitely was sending your YouTube channel to a lot of my friends to start watching them. I don't know if they did or not, but at the time I was training a new employee. So I was like in charge of training a new employee named Andrew. And I was half the time I was explaining to him how to do the job at Verizon, and half the time I was talking to him about Bitcoin. So maybe I didn't do as great a job of training him, but hopefully Andrew listened to me and bought some Bitcoin at some point.
All right, well, I'm changing the thumbnail for this, but the thumbnail involves Jimmy's song, so he better get his ass into the stream at some point. But I was in Colombia. I don't remember if it was Bogota, Colombia, or Medellin, Colombia. And because I don't remember which city in Colombia it was, clearly I was having a good time. But that's the country I was in. I do prefer Medellin, Colombia to Bogota, Colombia. Another city I plan to go back to fairly soon if I'm allowed to go back. Had a lot of fun there.
Never been.
Why are we not drinking? No, we are drinking.
Oh yeah.
We're fully drinking.
Shit, should I light a fucking cigar? Oh man, I got some in here. Tone,
if I would have a cigar, I would like one as well.
I don't know why I didn't think of a cigar like a long time ago. This is unacceptable.
Joe hooked me up with a very nice set of cigars and a humidor.
It was you know, I'm not the only one that started off as a Tone Vays fanboy, you know, or you guys aren't. Tone definitely is someone that I looked up to in 2017, and someone who was fortunate enough to become good friends with. So it was kind of my gift of appreciation for all the years.
Yeah, equally. I was a shitcoiner before I met Tone or Tone's videos.
Tone definitely helped ease that transition. I was too. I was a shitcoiner. I had no idea what was going on in this space.
Oh, I seen too. Yeah,
so Zazo. So here's the thing. Right?
Is that Zazo right there?
Yeah.
Yo, Zazo. A, you look different. B, what's up, man? Love you, dog.
I love you, man.
Skipping a bit.
It's so funny. So for like the last 4 or 5 days. So Zazo, you've been around for a while now. I mean, you've been following me for probably 3 years at least. You've been volunteering at my workshops. I mean, we've interacted a lot, probably as much as like anyone else on my team-ish. And just this week, you're messaging me nonstop because it finally clicked what garbage Ethereum is. So years, like guys, but it's not easy. Like this is why, like Zazo has been texting me, is like he's finally understanding how proof of stake works, or more like why proof of stake doesn't work.
Exactly.
And it doesn't, it's not simple to understand. And like Zazo was like, Tone, oh my God, so does this mean this, and this? And holy shit, it also means this, and this? And I'm like, yes, Zazo, this is what I've been trying to explain for 5 years. But it takes people multiple years until it like starts to click. Like it's no different than you hear about Bitcoin and then it takes you a year or two to finally buy your first Bitcoin. And that entire time is like you're trying to process what is going on. It's no different with Ethereum, but in the opposite direction.
Yeah, sure.
Like, it takes like years to understand why it's a piece of shit. And once you understand that, everything else in the shitcoin space all of a sudden becomes totally understandable to you.
Yeah, and the thing is that I don't have a knowledge in coding, but I didn't need that to understand how bad if is, and it's kind of scary because if you take if, the whole pile of the shitcoins fall apart. It's just like a domino effect. So it's a
yeah.
I knew it was bad, but then I understood why.
Well, like your messages are like kind of funny because like now that you've realized finally what a piece of shit Ethereum is, you're like, oh my God, how do we explain this to people? And the problem is it's very, very difficult.
Yeah.
It's very difficult.
Did we try to contact Ugly?
Ugly, I'll message Ugly.
Yeah.
All right. I'll message Juan Gold too because he's like Ugly's proxy. All right, just tell me who I should message to try to get on here. Everyone seems to be either lazy or glued to their screen, complaining they didn't buy enough Bitcoin when they had the chance, which is everybody.
Leah?
I've texted Leah. I'll do it again for a personal invitation. Ugly will join us in 30.
Mm. My God, 19,000.
Zuko. What about Zuko? Giacomo.
Which Zuko? Giacomo? Yeah.
Giacomo. Sucks bucks.
All right. There's the Giacomo.
Hey, Tone, I see someone in the chat. Can I recommend someone for a moderator?
Sure. Who you got?
Bitcoin for Girls.
Oh, yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah, you know her. I think you know her personally.
No, I do know
her. Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, I stepped away for a second. I just got some tequila. I'm sure Tone doesn't approve this tequila, but because I added salt. I added salt and lime to it, so I'm sure that's a
I'm
huge.
not very familiar with it. I don't add salt. I usually add lime, but I don't have any limes. I know Max Kaiser. They're filming Max and Stacy. Oh shit.
Willy woo.
Willie, Max and Stacy are filming right now their show, so they can't join, unfortunately.
Willie's there?
How are you?
Hello.
I know, Willie, you're slacking, man. I haven't gotten your newsletter in over a week. What's going on?
I'm writing it right now. It's like, a lot of work to put in these newsletters. What are you guys doing? Celebrating all-time high?
Yep.
Yeah. What were you doing last time we were above 19,000?
Oh, gee. I don't know. When was that? I don't know. Stuff. Give me a date.
Oh, December. Second week of December, 2017.
Oh, you mean that? 2017. Gee, that was I think I'd just been to New York and I spoke at Consensus Invest, the special one that they did for the Wall Street guys. It was the first public talk I ever gave. And I think I came back to Bali and gave a sort of repeat of the talk. And I remember the room was just packed, you know, this little meetup. You can usually gauge like how many people are in the room, or you can gauge the price action by how many people in the room. So yeah, that was a crazy time.
Hey guys, we actually just dropped like $1,000.
No way.
Oh no,
I was waiting for
not that much.
Little wick.
This whole thing's overextended, eh? It's overextended.
It's a little.
Don't, Willie.
So I'd be really surprised if this is the rip to all-time highs. I think we're going into a chop solidation. We've still got weeks to burn before we can go up further. So I don't know. I don't consider this the big celebration to the launch to the next moon season. I think we just got to wait a little bit longer.
I mean, I think this can push it a little higher and then a pullback. I mean, FOMO is going to set in, but we did just drop pretty heavily.
This is going to go to 1,000 guys.
$100.
1,000. It's got $1,000, okay?
Yeah, you know,
Whoa, wait.
it fell about 700. We fell 700 in the last hour.
Okay, now I have to drink more.
But we're back. We're back to halfway. I mean, there's definitely volatility here. Look, I expected a slightly bigger pullback. I think you expected a slightly bigger pullback as well, Willie, right?
Yeah, I was bidding very strongly in the 16 to 15 zone. I think people were bidding on 14 or even 13. You know, nothing's out of the question, but just so much fundamental buying and new users coming in, it would make it really hard to get into that 30%.
So, but Willie, you think that we're gonna slow our roll a little bit here and consolidate for a month or two, or 3?
No, I'm thinking 1 to 3 weeks. I think we'll break into all-time highs into January, but like on chain, you know, things are just overheated, and we need a reset. And you know, if we don't reset, the structure looks like fourth quarter of 2017. You know, it just keeps going and it goes into mania without resetting. And you know, it's not impossible, but I'm just saying that it's unlikely. I haven't seen it before, you know, but given the amount of, you know, what was it, Rob Powell's just saying he's selling gold and he's going to buy more. We just had another announcement, like $500 million going to be bought by some fund. I'm like, everything's going crazy bullish, and it's almost like mania season for hedge funds.
Yeah, clearly.
So, you know, the public in general, it's not in that mania phase. It's just mania for hedge funds, and you know, they're big piles of cash. So maybe it breaks on-chain structure into something I've never seen before. But until, you know, I mean, yeah, I base everything on historical back traces, what we're normally used to seeing, and if we go up from here, it's just, you know, unprecedented in the structure I've seen in all of the 12 years of history we've had. You know, we've had on-chain structural history for longer than we've had price action. So, yeah, I think we have to reset. 3 weeks would do it. Even 1 week might do it if it pulls back hard enough.
So people asked me to take a look at Bitcoin on Kraken, because is it XBT on Kraken? Is it
Bitcoin on crack?
XBT. I think it's XBT on Kraken. Because apparently they had a large wick, but I don't see it. It's probably weekly, 1 hour. Whoa, look at that.
Yeah. Wow, that was a liquidity failure. Is someone are they gonna do a Coinbase thing and refund people money?
Maybe. That's not good.
What is that, bro?
Wow, down to 16.7.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's
I mean, other exchanges didn't have that. So see, here's what you don't know. You don't know how much executed at that wick. Like if only like, you know, $1,000 worth of Bitcoin executed at that wick, then it doesn't really matter. They could just, refund it or honor it. But if it was a massive trade, then they have a problem. But
throw it into like a 5-minute chart and pull up your volume bars and see how much volume was at the bottom. A 10-minute was a wick too. That's a lot of volume. Got a 1-minute wick? Are you on the you got the 1 second. Well, we can do the 1 minute. Whoa, that was fast. Just close.
Yeah. No, it was a bad print, man. Can I go lower? Can I do 5 second?
That's like a killer bullish reversal candle.
Yeah, so here's wow, so there was volume. So this is a 5 second look.
And what is that? 200 what? Is that that's 200 Bitcoins at the bars on those 5 second?
I have absolutely no idea.
400 Bitcoins?
Could be, yeah.
Oh yeah. That's a fair amount of Bitcoins. That's measured in commodity volume, right? It's like
yeah, that sounds about right. That's not good. That's not a good sign for Kraken.
No, liquidity failure. Fat finger.
Been seeing a lot of those, by the way. A lot of fat finger buys and sells lately. Just flashes on the 1 minute where you just get a gigantic wick, 0.5% or some shit.
Yeah, I don't think the 1 second chart is gonna work. So
no, one minute. I'm just saying I've been noticing a lot of fat fingers.
Shit, that 1 second chart was working.
The 1 second does work on TradingView. I was just saying for the purpose of identifying fat finger buyers, you can see them. You've been seeing them a lot lately. A couple sellers, but more buyers.
I reckon this whole move upwards, I'm just looking at it now, I reckon it's just a bull trap. Hey, I've seen it before where the run up gets overextended. It just keeps going up and up and up without any sort of retest of prior highs, and then it explodes. I just think this is a bull trap. If you look at the volume, it's not enough volume. It's like the OBV looks like crap. The price is too high for the amount of volume that was traded.
Well, I've been noticing sellers have been pulling liquidity. I did see a couple big walls yesterday while I was live. We did see them, like I think it was 18,500. That got blown. It got hit. In fact, we looked at it down to the second. The entire wall was removed before it even got hit. So when it did hit that, it still triggered all the stops just with no liquidity. So the volume's been. I'm with Willie on this one. It's a little funky, but we got to play the market. The cards were dealt right.
So you're saying there were like sell walls that pulled last minute without being hit?
Like yeah, I looked at them on the 5 second chart. They pulled like at least 20 seconds before the price actually hit that target. And this has been happening since probably around 13, 14, maybe even 12K. Been noticing that sellers that I originally thought were probably sleepers, probably stuck in the book, probably left their order there and walked away for a year. All those dudes, ladies, came back to their computer and they started pulling orders. It's been like every wall, let's say it's $1,000 Bitcoin sell wall, only about 20% of it is legitimate sleeper. The rest of it moves dynamically, which is very unusual.
There's a lot of these walls that when they pull like that right on time, they're usually I think algorithmically traded or controlled. Yeah, I mean, if you're a well trader, you generally have pretty sophisticated algorithms and you're trading derivatives and spot markets because you need to control the spot price to be able to control the index that's the derivatives are based on. And then it gives you more control to farm coins if you're going to win the trade.
I'm sorry, were you speaking to me?
Just general comment about these walls pulling. A lot of it can be just whale traders or sophisticated algorithms that that just want to shepherd price around, right? And you want to shepherd the spot price around, and then affect the index price on the derivative exchanges where you have your major positions.
I would agree with you and side with the fact that it's probably mostly robotic because it is very sensitive. If you look at order books like 0.5 a 50-cent aggregation or something, and you see all the orders just flashing, the second a derivatives exchange moves or a spot exchange moves versus a derivatives exchange moves, then you see the autonomous nature of all these orders shifting. It can't be that many people at a time moving their orders by 50 cents, and whatnot. So I'm definitely with you there. And the other one I call scared sellers or scared buyers, people that are at their computer, but trip out, when price gets close to their order, they say, oh, I don't want to short this anymore. It's going to go up from here, second guessing themselves. So, but I think the majority is robotic. It looks robotic to me in the trade history and the order book. It has a very robotic look and feel to it.
Having said that, we're starting to get a swing back to more organic spot price dominance, and the amount of whipsaw we've been seeing in price, maybe like last year, it's starting to decay a lot, even early parts of this year, and you'll see that in the volatility dropping a bit, and we're seeing less sort of screwing around with price from derivative traders. That's a good sign.
I got a question for Willie in a minute, but hey, Doug, how are you, buddy? Gotta unmute.
Is that Doug Polk that was playing poker the other day?
No, different Doug Scribner. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we got you. No, Doug Polk hates me now. He thinks my views on the presidency are not in his will.
Got political. Oh, shit.
Yeah, I just wanted, coming to you live from my mother's basement somewhere in Minnesota.
like every true Bitcoiner, man.
Yeah, bathrobe, because why bother getting dressed on a day like today? I've got my amaretto for my coffee. Oh, so
shit.
Nice. Well, my coffee machine and teapot broke, so we're going straight to the tequila.
He bought that Bitcoin mug from what's his name? From Bruce Fenton's son.
Fenton, yeah, he still owes me one. Actually, I still don't have one, but he owes me one.
They're hard to come by. I bought like 12 of them for family members. My sister broke one. I could have killed her, up in the crypto cabin. But yeah, anyway, thanks for having me on, Tone. You were asking, what did you guys do during the last all-time high? And well, it was near Christmas. So we were all out in Montana with my sister and her family. And I had made paper wallets for everybody, right? And I'm watching the price go higher and higher and higher. And I'm realizing how cheap I am, because like, oh my God, I got to add more to these paper wallets, because how much is my net worth now? And how much did I just give them? It's like some crappy little amount. So that's Montana.
What was I going to say? So when you say where were you during the last all-time high, that's kind of like a trick question, because technically the last all-time high happened in 2016, not 2017, when we broke 1,300. And because that's when we had the first all-time high, and then it just kept going higher and higher and higher. So where were you at the last top is the right question. But we do have a question about the last time we broke all-time high, and I'm going to let Willie answer first. Willie, how is the current break of the three-year past all-time high different from the last break of the 3-year past all-time high? So how are we? How is the environment different today than in 2016 or early 2017 when we broke 1,300? And I'm gonna get
so the environment you're talking about, like fundamentally. Let me. Let's have a look.
From a price perspective, from what to expect in the near future perspective. And yeah, for those curious.
So we're talking, let's compare like 2017 all-time high to the December. They're both in December, by the way. We have a habit of striking all-time high in Decembers. The first all-time high, that was really when things were traded on Mt. Gox. Something like 80-90% of all trade happened on one later to be found out quite scammy exchange, and we actually found out later that that run, that last run from around what was it, $150 roughly to 1,200. That was all scammy. That was inorganic buying action by this bot called WillyBot, not my doing, that would buy $50,000 of Bitcoin, you know, priced at a few $100s per Bitcoin every what? I think it was 10 minutes. It just kept doing this and it ran the price up. And you could see that on chain that that run wasn't as organic as the prior run that because it was double pump in that year. The first pump was organic, the second pump was not. And you know, and then we had that big explosion when Mt. Gox collapsed. 1/8 of the coins were on the exchange at the time. 1/8 of all supply, that is. And so that was quite different from the 2017 run where when we struck that, we had some immense amount of fundamental buying pressure that happened when Bitcoin finally got onto the Wall Street Journal, and you know, the Winklevoss ETF came in, and we got like some real exposure from you know, savvy investors. And by the fourth quarter of 2017, you know, price went from 10,000 to 20,000, and it was mania. It was absolute crazy buying, and it was fundamentally organic buying until the buyers ran out at $20,000, and that 2-week span was nuts. And I think a lot of people were picking 10,000 was the top. We had a lot of alts, we had a lot of Ethereum, you know, that blow off top happened, alts kept running, but the whole world had kind of woken up to Bitcoin, where it was still sort of fringe in the prior all-time high. And this time that was just sort of warming up and touching that sort of zone of the 2017 high, it's still, you know, everyone knows about it, but the new thing here now is that the largest pools of money in the world are waking up to it. I have no doubts we're going to have another retail run near the end of probably this coming 2021. And I'll probably bring in those people that know about Bitcoin, didn't buy on the last 2017 run. They know about it now again, and now they have easy access. They don't have to learn about all the hard stuff that you want to learn about when you want to be sovereign over your coins. They'll probably be able to buy it from, you know, PayPal or their bank account. Actually, a lot of banks are starting to open up to Bitcoin.
I have a question about that, Willie. Maybe you can take this because Raul recently tweeted about how, you know, KYC AML regulation. It's going to come. It's coming to Bitcoin, and it's good, and it's going to, you know, make you all rich. And then I believe it was Mr. Hodl. Mr. Hodl said that what Raul Paul doesn't understand is that many of the coins have never touched KYC, and there's a whole ecosystem of coins. I'm kind of paraphrasing that have just never gone through the KYC system, and most of the coins have never touched KYC. Do you have an opinion on that? Is there any way to check that?
You know, yeah, I mean, like there's immense number of coins that were, you know, sort of accessed and accumulated in those early years, you know, around 2012 and earlier, significant amounts. I've never done a study of it. So I don't have any hard data to talk into it, just from, you know, anecdotal evidence from, you know, talking to whales. You know, there's a lot of hidden money out there. You know, there was a study done just recently that showed like out of the 2% of coins that are have been through mixers and dark anonymous, 95% of that is dark, like the whales. Oh, sorry, 95% are whales. So I mean, that is one metric that I read about. So you could say 2% of the coin supply is anonymous. That seems a bit lower than I would have guessed. So, and then if you take the, sheer numbers, there's like for every user that we can see on the blockchain, there's 4 users that are fully doxed on the exchanges. So it kind of flies in the face of what people are saying is there's a lot of dark money out there. There's a lot of users, at least, that are fully visible, and then maybe 2% that's dark. That seems a little bit low in my reckoning, but that's what the numbers I have.
All right, well, we got some people that joined us. Everyone knows Jimmy Song. Jimmy, welcome. I had a problem getting in touch with you this morning. I'm sure you've been busy. We also have Rob Campbell and my man Jason right there. I'm gonna give Jason the floor because I've actually known him longer than any of you guys. No offense. Him and I go back a long way. First time ever on this show. How you doing, man?
What's going on, peoples? What's going on? Doing good, man. Just over here relaxing. About to start the normal work real quick. Hopefully everybody's doing good over there. This thing is killing it. So, trying to get in and see what's happening.
All right. Yeah, Jay is one of my few old college buddies that got interested in Bitcoin after I couldn't shut up about it. I'm sure you guys have maybe one of those each. Because there aren't many.
Yeah, no, I wish I would have listened to Tone. People. So that's one of the keys. Tone's got some awesome insight into many things, and this is definitely one of them.
Yeah, Jay is one of the few people that remembers the DJ Tone days on the college radio station. So now we're going a long way back.
I remember DJ Tone from Anarchapulco when you had the great haircut. Back in those days, man. Tone Vays. No, Tone Loke. Well, he wasn't a DJ, was he? But
the famous Tone haircut or a different Tone haircut?
The only Tone haircut. Right? He doesn't hair anymore.
Oh man. So wait. We're gonna take a little short trip down memory lane here. So Doug, do you remember? So I was at the first 3 Anarchapulcos, and then I haven't gone to the next 3. So I was there in, I think it was 2015, 16, and 17. But then I skipped 18, 19, and 20. So it was the second Anarchapulco. The first one was, small. It wasn't anything. But the second one, so during the second Anarchapulco, the price of Bitcoin was about $300 or $400. And if you remember, like the after party, because you were there in all of them as well, right?
I didn't go to the first one, but that's when I met you, was the second one. And
right. So it was the second, the second and third, but it was specifically the second one because the price of Bitcoin was way cheaper. So the second one, the price of Bitcoin was like $400. And there is that after party that we do right off the beach. There is like an open deck and it's right on the beach. But right next to this party is this bungee jump into a pool where the water, you're not supposed to hit the pool, by the way. So the pool basically has water that they haven't replaced since probably 2002. So it's like a bacteria-filled swamp. But you're not going into the water. The bungee keeps you above the water. That pool is there just in case, at least you get like a bunch of infections, but you don't die. And some people were bungee jumping, and this one guy, and I know who it was, he offered me 1 Bitcoin to bungee jump off that thing. And to this day, I regret not doing it because Bitcoin was like $400. And I will always remember that, holy shit, all I had to do was bungee jump. And that's a $20,000 Bitcoin right here.
Yeah, I don't remember that, but I was at the second one. I can't remember if I think I was doing all the video work. So I was probably setting up for the next, show with that rap artist, So I didn't get to that infested pool. But with our immune systems, you probably would have had COVID immunity after you jumped into that forever anyway. So those are good times. That's when I first met you and a lot of the folks there. Juan Galt, I think I met there for the first time. Berwick.
Yeah, no, you meet a lot of people there, but I just couldn't associate with that conference too much. But I will say there was one guy, and of course it had to be a shitcoiner, this big MLM guy, big into Ethereum and all the other scams. And he purposely told those guys at the bungee, he's like, hey, I want to hit the water. And they told them, I mean, they didn't speak good English, but they were like, no, you don't want to hit that water, man. Like, he's like, no, I want to go in the water. And they're like, all right, customer's always right. So they like set the bungee so that his head hit the water. He was in a hospital for a week, like both eye infections, ear infections. Like, it wasn't a joke. I mean, you literally going into a cesspool of bacteria. Anyway, but it was just funny how I'll always remember the fact that someone was willing to pay me 1 Bitcoin to go bungee jump.
Hey, speaking of memory lane, Tone, New York Bitcoin Center. I think I've told you the story before. I was there when the price of Bitcoin was 300 or maybe even 100 or something. And you were auctioning, you were doing that, what do they call it? That button tree thing where you know,
I was on a soapbox. I was standing on a box yelling out bid-ask spreads.
Right, and I was there, and I had no idea what I was doing. I had been acquiring Bitcoin for a while, and I was there for my day job. Coincidentally, I don't know how that worked out well, but I go, hey, I want to sell a full Bitcoin. And you go, okay, what do you want to sell it for? And I said, if it's 300, I don't know, 305. And Tone said something to me I'll never forget. He goes, don't be ridiculous. And I had no idea what that meant. Did that mean I was selling it for too high, or? I was a noob, very much so.
Yeah, those are fun days. Yeah, I used to run the physical exchange at the New York Bitcoin Center. All right, we got Jimmy and Rob. Jimmy, you've been patiently waiting. Jimmy, tell us your thoughts, and then we're going to get over to Rob.
No, I literally just woke up, and then I see a message from you saying, we got to do the all-time high show. I'm like, what the fuck happened? So I went over, looked at it, and it looks like, I wouldn't say this is all-time high yet, because it was like 19,999 on Gemini back in 2017. So I think it's a little premature. It's right around 19.5 right now. So I am looking at this closely, obviously.
We hit 19,860.
Uh-huh. But I mean, it did get to 19,999 on Gemini back in 2017. So I think that should really be the one.
I was using Bitstamp. We broke it on Bitstamp.
We did break it on Bitstamp, but I don't know. There were a lot of exchanges back in 2017.
I think we're gonna break it. We're gonna break it. We're gonna sit here on this stream until we break it.
Yeah. So I think we all know what this means. Basically, anytime Bitcoin hits like a long time all-time high, like, you know, this has held for something like 3 years. We know that it goes into a hyper bull cycle or something like that. This has happened every single time where it breaks a previous all-time high and then it goes up several, about an order of magnitude, something like that. So very excited about it, obviously, but yeah, we'll see exactly how this plays out. Very interesting that it happened like over the middle of the night. I suspect that there's a lot of Asia buying and things like that. But as far as my thoughts on today, you know, we've been expecting this for a while. So I mean, it's cool, but it's like wake me up when it's 100K.
Yeah. Well, speaking of 100K, Joe Saz just DM'd me on the side because Joe Saz and I had a little, it's not a bet, but it's going to be a bet. And he thought that the bet would start if we broke 20K, but to my memory, the bet would start when we broke 100K. And the bet is going to be who had better hair 20 years ago, right? So who had better hair, me or Joe Saz, back in our heyday? I don't have a lot of pictures from then. Photography was not very popular back then. That's how low it was. Now no cell phones. I have my picture. I have my old driver's license, which is a classic way to know what kind of hair you had. So I will show my very first driver's license photo when I was, I believe, 17 or 18. And Joe Saz will bring his picture, and we're going to do it when Bitcoin hits 100K. Who had better hair pre 20 years old.
Hey, can I get in on this? I mean, like, I don't really have hair right now, so can I get in?
Yeah, that sounds good, man. We're gonna put, there could actually be one more. So if we find another a fourth member of the Bald Brotherhood, Julia, if we find a fourth member of the Bald Brotherhood, we can post the 4 pictures on Twitter with a 4 people Twitter poll as to who had the best hair pre 20 years old, and we'll see what Twitter decides.
Yeah, I think that would be fun.
Damn.
Hey, Jules, how are you?
We are good. I was confused about the invite, and then I realized Bitcoin's going back up again. So thanks for reminding me.
And happy belated birthday.
Thank you.
Since it was
Julia was there at an Acapulco too.
Yeah, that's where well, Julia and I.
Well, Johnny was too, wasn't he? He's right there too.
The 2017 one.
So was Johnny.
You were there for the first one too. I remember. That's where I met Roger Ver and Peter Todd for the first time.
I dragged Johnny along for one of them.
Yeah, you dragged him into the 2017 one. I remember.
I don't like going out in public anymore.
Yeah.
Hey, like you keep posting about the geese in your backyard. Did that randomly show up, or you actually like brought them in?
Oh, they are my babies.
But did you like raise them? Like
Yeah, we got them off some guy on Craigslist, and I thought they'd be like chickens, but they're more like dogs. They're like the pit bulls of poultry. Oh, we raised them, and now the male attacks all the men, especially after a workout. He's like, he smells the testosterone and just goes at them because he thinks they're gonna steal his lady.
Oh, yeah.
They're brother and sister, by the way. They're very progressive geese.
I gotta get Jay into the conversation because him and I were in college together. Remember the geese walking around our campus, man? Those things were aggressive as fuck.
Yeah, I do remember those things. Those things were ridiculous.
Oh yeah, geese are really mean. Don't get any geese.
Yeah, no. We had an experiment. All we're trying to do is go to Scudder Hall or whatever, back to our dorms. And these geese, I mean, you had to jump over these things, go around them. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, you had to like change your you're going from like the dorm to the cafeteria, and if the geese are blocking like the bridge over the pond, you're like, shit, I gotta find another way to get to the dorm because they're gonna freaking attack you.
Hell yeah!
You change the honey badger thing to geese instead. They're way more scary.
And going back to Tone's hair, man, I remember that hair, so it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting. We'll say that.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be good. And by the way, my hair, like when I got to college, I already cut my hair because my hair was way longer before I got to the university.
Hold on. Jimmy, do you think you stand a chance in this competition? Or
well, I don't think people are used to seeing me with hair, so I have a puncher's chance, I think.
I'm busting out like my best shot, dog. I'm talking the Joe Prime hair days. So I'm gonna win.
Fine with hair though, Jimmy. You're not. You don't stand a chance. You looked really okay with it. Yeah. You didn't look goofy or anything.
All right, hey guys.
All right. Oh, okay. Can we make it up until 25? Because I have I have pictures from 20 to 25.
Oh no, you can get up to 25. That's fine.
All right. Then I have a puncher's chance. We'll see.
But when we're gonna do it though? Like, are we waiting till one Bitcoin 100K? What's the price point when we do this?
Well, I think we need to get paid before we show these embarrassing photos. So
shit.
No. It's gonna So we'll have to come up with the criteria to that kicks off this little contest. Hey, I want to get Rob in here. He's been patiently waiting, hanging out. Rob, you attended several of my workshops, and I believe you really enjoyed the options one. You wanted to jump on here. Hope your trading is going well, man. Because I opened up this stream to like my entire Telegram group, so anyone can join.
All right, yeah, I'll share with some of my friends that know you well. I just made that one time in August of 2017, and Bitcoin was about 7,000. and I'm grateful. I remember you saying about all the altcoins, weren't legit. So there was one of them I kind of believed in. Won't mention it, but it was kind of like a BitConnect, and a lot of people. It grew pretty big until about 6 months ago. I was surprised some of my friends. That's when I started with my family getting in, and my boss's family. We had weekly meetings, and they were all excited, cashing all their Bitcoin into the altcoins. And now, some of them who listened stayed with it, with Bitcoin, and now they're all, excited getting back in, or what they had, even though they regret some of it was lost, they know that it'll be there for the long run. And another thing with the other main things, your financial sanity, those groups, it's great. I hope your trading groups or new, workshops are leading people into that to work together. And some other people I just mentioned recently talking about gold, maybe shooting up higher before Bitcoin. And it's good to be hedged on things, but always be careful in risk management. You're the only one. There's very few ugly old goat I've learned from about just covering your ass. And so yeah, and the other gold guy a few days ago on Palmscast, Dan Tapero, I think you pronounce his name. He likes Bitcoin. Mentioned about Michael Saylor putting in like 600 million in Bitcoin. So things look like they could be stabilizing and coming along for everybody. So thanks, Tom. Appreciate everybody.
Oh, no, you're welcome, man. Absolutely welcome. Yeah, we still have, we broke 2,000 people on this live stream. We're down to about 1,500 now. So definitely thanks for joining us. Who we got? We got someone else joining us right now.
Mike Novogratz.
Mike.
Hello.
Oh shit. How are you, man? Hey, try to turn your phone sideways. I want to see more. Everyone's going to be curious about your background.
Hey, he can get to the competition too.
Oh, Mike, you want to be in on this competition? We get to show
Mike.
our photos with hair from before we were 25.
Oh, I think I can crush you guys on the photos below 25.
I don't know. We got Tone and Joe in on this. So
both Joe and I think that, like, I had hair before 25. I had some serious hair. So we've been waiting, and Jimmy is in. So we've been waiting for the fourth member of the Bold Brotherhood to join us in a competition of who had the best hair when we were under 25. I'm assuming Mike's still with us.
I'm with you. I'm just looking for my picture. I'm not. Oh yeah.
Oh, no, don't show it. No, Mike, don't show it.
Not yet. We want to do that later. We want to do that later.
Don't show it. We're waiting. We're gonna do it when Bitcoin hits 100 grand. Or we can make the number lower. We can set it when Bitcoin hits 25 grand. We can then put a...
Yeah, I don't have enough patience. 25 grand is good for me.
25. When Bitcoin hits 25, we're going to do a Twitter poll. Which of us four had the best hair when we were under 25 years old?
We should have a little side bet.
Oh yeah, no, we will.
Well, I also want to do. We got two bald guys with glasses, so that now we have a team competition.
I think you need to have a judge, a panel of judges, preferably female, but female Bitcoiners judging the hair.
The Twitter poll females only is actually not a bad idea.
No, we're gonna do like Mike.
Julia's already like biased against me. She's like, you don't stand a chance.
I guess Julia's
gonna vote for the goofiest hair, though. It's gonna be the reverse. So
it's no, we unlike our current election, we really tried to have a fair election for the scammies, and it was 25% Twitter votes, 25% conference attendee votes. 33% Twitter votes, 33% conference attendees, and 33% conference speakers. That's how we broke down the votes. So we'll find a fair judging system. But yeah, somehow limiting it to females would be...
So where are you, by the way? What room is that?
Where am I? I'm on the moon. Where else would you be? Here, let me make it full screen here. For the audience, where else would you be when Bitcoin hits all-time high than the moon?
I've got my song all geared up to play, and I've got to get a tattoo, a moon tattoo when it hits all-time highs,
Well,
which is hopefully today. I'll be
Well,
out in
if you're
Brooklyn.
really folding, then you're in your mom's basement.
It depends. It depends on what you treat as all-time high. I think when it breaks 20K, it's all.
I'm calling 20K all-time high.
Right. So it broke all-time high on Bitstamp, which is the exchange that I mostly use for my price. It apparently did not break all-time high on itBit, currently Paxos. But once we break 20K, it's all-time high everywhere. So I want to try to keep the stream going until we break 20K. Let's see if we're successful on that. It's not like I have anything else to do today.
Damn. Speaking of that, I gotta go, bro. Good seeing you again, man. Enjoy.
Well, Jay, you should have listened to your old college buddy Moore and bought some more Bitcoin earlier, so you wouldn't have a day job.
Yeah, no. I wish.
Some of us still have to work.
yeah, that's me. Unfortunately,
Mike, you're the last person that should be saying that on this stream. Last person, absolute last person.
That's probably fair. Probably fair.
All right, have a good one. Enjoy.
All right, man. Later.
All right.
Ugly, you joined us. How are you, man?
We're doing great here.
Is everybody ready to go?
Yeah, no, we're doing absolutely fantastic. I made my accomplishment. I don't know if you remember, but after the first unconfiscatable, I started publishing all my trades with 2 Bitcoin. It was under $3,500, and it was under 7,000. And today that accounts over 1.5. So not too shabby, guys. You can do it. You can do it without much downturn either. So we had a few little downturns, but it's trade the equity and not the charts. That's what I teach.
All right. We got other people joining us as well.
Just a real quick thought. I just spent a week with Ugly Old Goat in Baja, California, Mexico, and for being someone who's a septuagenarian, Ugly Old Goat, and he goes off roading, he goes snorkeling, he goes fishing, he doesn't get tired. And somebody I'm in my 40s, and I have trouble keeping up with him.
Yeah, I mean, that's a trip. I think we tested. Everybody that went on that trip got tested. We all got tested. You start thinking, you know what? If you're going out there in the desert,
I just spent a week with
20 miles out, you better be prepared.
All right. Hey, we got Andrew joining us as well. Hey, Mike, how much time you got for us, man? We want to get your take on the price of Bitcoin. Oh, shit. Oh, Mike, Andrew, we'll get you in a second. Mike, so it's so funny. Like, my parents who, they speak English, but I'm being nice to my parents. But because we're immigrants. I mean, I was an immigrant to this country. So my parents are not anywhere near speakers. And my family finally starting to understand what the hell I do with my life the last 5 years since I quit Wall Street. And like last week, my dad sends me this article with title, some billionaire thinks that Bitcoin is going to 300,000. I look at the article and it's you. I'm like, yes, Dad, that's a friend of mine.
Listen, we're going to take out 20,000. And when I originally thought about, Bitcoin as a digital gold, 10% of gold was an interesting target, right? We were at 2%. We're now 3%. 10% of gold gets you to roughly 60K. And so that's kind of my next 12 to 18 month target. But I was talking to Bill Miller, who's, one of the world's great investors of all time, who loves Bitcoin. And I didn't realize Bill is the single largest owner of Amazon, whose last name is not Bezos. And he was talking about, he made this decision in 2004, just to hodl, just to let it compound. And it shocks him now just what it's worth. And so his kind of analog to that was, we're going to get to 10% of gold, and then you're going to be like, well, why isn't it 25% of gold? And he said, we'll look back, and I don't know if it's in 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, and it'll be worth. And when Miller said that, it just sounded like the truth. I was like, and this is coming from a guy that's made billions in Amazon. And I kind of feel the same way, that this is a story about adoption, and adoption is hitting a new velocity. You guys read, I'm sure, the Guggenheim article. There are 3 or 4 other monster shops like that I know that are hunting in the space. Haven't pulled the trigger yet. And, we're going to hit this. There's just no supply at one point, right? And so I think it could accelerate faster than I originally thought. There are certainly some worries around, if it goes too fast, the regulators get more nervous. I spent a lot of the weekend on the phone with people around the regulatory environment, post the Brian Armstrong tweet. And that's something that the community at one point has to sort out, right? How do you have what every regulator and bank CEO worries about is, I don't want Tone Vays or Novogratz or anybody else to be able to send $50 million worth of Bitcoin to North Korea. And so we've argued that the hosted, unhosted wallet thing can get solved technologically, and let's make sure there's a problem first, right? And so, but that, I think, needs to be a collaborative conversation with regulators, because all these institutions that are coming into the Bitcoin space that are going to drive the price up are still regulated entities. And so I think that's going to continue to give us some volatility, but I don't think it's a real pessimistic thing. Anyway, that's my spin. I decided about 5 months ago to be a hodler for the first time in my life. In 2017, I was a wildly active trader. I thought we were in a speculative bubble in 2017. I sold a ton of stuff, and got hammered, of course, on Twitter for not being a hodler. I feel different this time because of the quality of accounts coming in and the numbers. And so I'm not trading my Bitcoin position. I'm trading some of my other coins around, but the Bitcoin position I'm actually growing. I bought a bunch more on that pullback to 16.6. I bought calls, I bought Bitcoin. And so I'm kind of max confidence. Maybe that should scare you guys.
Hey, Mike, we're having a lot of comments about your iPhone 6. A lot of people are very happy that you have it, and some people are confused. But hey, listen, nobody wants to spend their sats right now. You hold on to everything. We're in a bull market.
Maybe I better get a new iPhone. You're right. Jesus.
All right. Hey, I wanted to get Andrew in here. Andrew, you're
the iPhone 6 was the last one that had the headphone jack, though, so don't necessarily need to, Mike.
I don't want to dox where you're from, so I'll let you do that. But yeah, our paths crossed, and hope you guys are having a good time over on your island.
Hey, Tone, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I think you can, right? No, just thanks for inviting me on the stream. I just want to say I've been following Tone since 2017, February, March, I think religiously. And just want to say thanks for everything. And I'm super happy to be on the stream at the moment with all of you.
All right, awesome. And I'll hopefully I'll be seeing you again, because unfortunately we had to cancel our conference. But when we're back, I'll definitely see you over there.
For sure. I can't wait.
All right, guys, what's going on with the price? We were flirting with 20K. We pulled back a little bit, and now we're going back up. I'm gonna go back to screen share real quick. Wooly Woo is kind of sort of still with us, and here's the 1 hour chart. We had a bad hour last hour. We are back. We are 30 minutes away from having a brand new hourly close, all-time high. I actually wonder, on the hourly scale, on a 1 hour scale, you know what? Because the day is not going to end for another 8 hours. So we're going to use the hourly scale. We're going to use the go-to feature, which I can't seem to find. Is this it? Yeah, that's the go-to feature. Let me refresh this chart real quick. I want to take us back to 2017, and I want to see if we are dealing with a brand new all-time high close, at least on Bitstamp. So let's change the year to 2017. It was December back then. Will it take us there?
Hey, Tone, I gotta check out for another meeting, but if I'll try to come back if you hit the all-time highs.
Oh yeah, look, we'll stay on as long as people are having fun. I'll keep the live stream going. So just jump back anytime. Check on YouTube if we're still live. But other than that, let's say goodbye to Mike.
Bye, Mike.
Good luck, guys. Thanks.
All right, I want to go back to screen share. I'm curious. I'm really curious if we are dealing with a brand new all-time high close on the hourly scale. We have to go to December. This is February, so we got to go back. This is early 2018. That was the secondary high. Here is the all-time high. All right, come on. This is why I bought a computer with 32 RAM, which I need to increase. What's going on here? Maybe it's not letting me go all the way back there. Interesting. Oh boy. I guess I'm at the limit.
Trading view. I think you need to upgrade your servers, man. Everyone's probably looking at this graph, Tone. That's probably why. What's
no, I'm on the hourly scale. Maybe if I go to the 4-hour scale, we can use the 4-hour scale. It's okay. So on a 4-hour scale, I just want to make sure what year I'm in. I'm in 2020. Okay. So on a 4-hour scale, we can go back to 2017. The 1-hour scale wasn't working, but we can look at the 4-hour scale. So here's a 4-hour scale. I want to see what the highest close on a 4-hour chart was. Holy shit. This was not planned. The all-time close on a 4-hour chart happened on the MRI top.
Nice.
What are the chances of that? So the all-time high, well, the all-time high close didn't, but the all-time high took place on a 4-hour MRI. I had no freaking idea. The all-time high close on a 4-hour chart was 19,546. So we can assume the 1-hour version would have been probably potentially higher than that, but not by much, actually. There was very little time to go higher. So that's it. So 19.5 is our highest close on a 1-hour or 4-hour, and the last 4-hour closed at 19.3, and the current 4-hour is at 19.5. So we are right there, and
we're on an MRI top. So
right, and the 4-hour is on a MRI top again, which means the stream may go for a long time to break 20,000. No, look, I want to see an hourly close above 19.5, and I want to see an intra-hour print above 20,000. If we have a single trade above 20,000 and an hourly close above 19.5, that guarantees all-time high across all exchanges, I believe.
I think so. I think that's what we're looking for. So I wouldn't quite celebrate yet. There's a lot of premature fireworks going on Twitter, but I mean it's off by a few minutes or something like that. It's not a big deal.
We're there, but and this is where I want ugly steak. I don't think it's gonna be like it was in early 2017. And that's because in early 2017, when we were breaking all-time high, we were breaking all-time high from a much bigger consolidation, and after a much more painful bear market. And I think this time we're breaking all-time high in a slightly more extended environment, which limits our upside relative percentage-wise significantly relative to the entire year of 2017. Ugly, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, the way I tell people, this is the time you cut back the risk. I mean, people know that at one time when we were at lower levels, I had on a substantial position, and now I have a very small position. You know, we played shuffleboard, and I call it 10 off. We took in 10 Bitcoin off, and now I'm just trading with a, you know, a very small fraction of what I was trading with. That's the key, guys. You got to take stuff off the table, and no, we don't know where the market's going. Incidentally, Tone, I saw your Thanksgiving Day rant, and if anybody hasn't seen that, I highly recommend it. Took a while for you to get into it, but once you got into your rant, man, you hit some hard, good stuff.
Was it Thanksgiving, the global warming rant? Like I've had a few of those. Big global.
You did a whole bunch of. We went into different things. Yeah, you went into.
COVID.
Yeah, it was really good stuff. I don't know how you do it, but it was really a great rant. I think you're going to be the new Alex Jones here.
Don't get him banned from our channel. Come on, Ugly. Come on,
Alex Tones.
Yeah, people have been calling me Alex Jones. I don't really watch his show. Oh, where's Julia? Julia, are you still with us? Julia's hosted for Alex Jones.
What?
Yeah,
well, she's gone. I think I don't see her.
Yeah, Julia's been the guest host. Like there's been a couple of episodes of Alex Jones where Alex Jones took like the half the stream off, and then Julia like hosted instead of Alex Jones his show.
I did not know that. I'll have to ask her about it next time.
Speaking of conspiracy theories, I mean, how heavy do we want this day to be? Should we keep it light? Because I have some current concerns about some regulatory things Mike was bringing up a little bit.
Oh yeah,
I'm a little worried about.
Yeah, if Mike comes back, actually, I want to talk to Mike about the Raoul Paul statements and see what Mike thinks about that.
Yeah, and then also the concept of people always saying, we need, like Mike said, regulatory guidance, and I just worry about colored coins and tainted coins and all these.
All these financial planners are regulated, and I don't see any of them that have recommended dollar cost averaging Bitcoin since 2013 or 17 or anything along the way. And in fact, if they did, they would probably lose their license. So that's what I think of regulation, guys. I wrote an article as how I made $1 million putting my Social Security check into Bitcoin. And it's real simple. If I started Bitcoin you can start from the peak, and you put in $1,000 a month since January 2014. Your retirement now is over $1 million, and you haven't put in but maybe $40,000, something like that. So you know what? If you think regulations is a good thing, then go follow those guys on how to manage your Social Security now, because they're shuffling the deck chairs on that Titanic, and they don't have a clue what's really going on there.
Hey, Ugly, there's a question for you in the chat. What's your opinion on the current contango now in Bitcoin?
I reduce your risk, guys. I actually sold. As you know, my position right now, I'm got just a little bit of Bitcoin long, and I'm been selling the shit out of Ethereum. So that's but you know what? Bitcoin's going to teach all these shitcoiners a lesson. I think it's coming right around the corner. This might be it. Kind of look what's happening there. The shitcoins are not going up with this thing.
Hey, is there really big contango right now? Like I'm looking at the funding rate, and it doesn't look like there is.
It's bigger than it has been. It's widening out.
So what's so what are we looking at with contango? So if the current price of Bitcoin is let's say 19.5, 19.4, what are we? And we're going into December. So I'm sure they have the December contract and the March contract. What are we looking at on those?
Well, if you look at the, looks like you're between the December and the perp. I'm just going off of BitMEX, but it's going like it's about 19.4. Like it's about 270 premium. And then if you go from, I look at the March versus the D's, and that's only about it's not even 200. So I mean, your best. As far as contango goes, your best bargain out there right now is March and not the December. But it's wider, but you don't trade contango, guys. That's not it's not a timing mechanism. It simply tells you the fundamentals. If a market is bullish or bearish, and it's really quite neutral right now. It's not really that bearish, but it's not bullish either.
Okay. Gotcha. And Saz, question for you. What are your signals saying on the short term, bullish or bearish?
They're saying this is a top, but you know, any technicals can get broken when emotion sweeps in. So I just I'm gonna heed the words of Ugly, and I'm actually just kind of chilling right now. I'm letting the market do the work for me. If Bitcoin swings a little bit, it's not gonna be painful if I'm not in a trade, you know.
Joe, there is another question for you is, do you trade the 1 minute chart, and where you trade it if you do it?
I trade on generic-american-exchange.com, and I do because I trade something different. I trade the order book, which doesn't rely on time. It relies on a condition, and so I do trade the 1 minute, but I'm not necessarily. It's not the same thing as a 1 minute sequential 9 versus a daily sequential 9. So to me, a small time frame isn't a bad thing because it's an order book condition that I'm looking for, not a time related technical indicator.
Okay, thank you.
Which I might add, what Joe's doing is new ground, because for years you could not actually analyze order books. In fact, Tone and I are both from that school, and when I first saw what he was doing, I said, and that's not going to work. But things are different, guys. We have more data, and so he's trying to, figure out what orders are legitimate, which ones are not. And you couldn't do that before, when you had an open outcry futures exchange, but you can do it now with the data that's out there.
Hey, Ugly, that's a very good point, and I want to highlight that. And oh man, of all the people I wish was just chilling with us on the stream would be Tyler Jenks. I really, really miss him. It's like I wish he was here to witness the all-time high. The Hyperwave trolls aside, I'm sure he would absolutely be loving it. But it's interesting what Ugly just said, and what Ugly said was, Joe, looking at the order book, it's kind of crazy. It should be absolutely useless, which has always been my view. But in a way, that's our view. But at the end of the day, and this is where Ugly is going to agree, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what your trading plan is, as long as you have a plan and you trust your plan and you follow your plan. The plan itself is not as important as the ability to properly follow that plan. And for the most insane example, one of the guys that attended one of my workshops said that his neighbor is a professional trader. All he does for a living and support his family is be a professional trader. Here's his trading strategy. When the stock market opens, he randomly buys or goes long or short, but he has his stop loss and profit in place. If the stop loss gets hit, he waits a little bit, and then he randomly goes long or short again with a double down. And then if that stop loss gets hit, he does it one more time, because the probability of him doing it wrong 3 times in a row is very, very small. And he has been a very successful trader for a very long time, and he has no interest in learning anything else when it comes to trading. So the plan is very often more, and following the plan and being disciplined is very often more important than anything you can learn in trading.
Patience, discipline, and being able to execute. It sounds like he uses GOAT stops. That's what I teach. Those are my GOAT stops. You put in, if you're having the problem of getting stopped out all the time, just put on a half or a third or fourth in position, and then buy some more when it hits your stop. And you do, I scale in and scale out, and I get, when I blow out, and you're going to get wrecked sometimes, but you just don't want to get ruined. It's okay to get wrecked, just don't get ruined. That's the whole key. And
Tone, is that a criticism then of technical analysis? I mean, if he can be successful with a random plan, I mean, what does that say about all the science?
It's not a criticism of technical analysis. Mm-hmm. It's more, a praise of risk management and non-emotional trading, because sometimes, you know, being a proper risk manager can make you a very successful blackjack player versus someone that you know, is able to actually know all the odds.
Mm-hmm. It's just funny. I mean, it'd be interesting to back test that strategy, which is just random. I mean, it's a plan. It's a set plan, but it has nothing to do with tentacles. It's got nothing to do with fundamentals. Yet, is he been lucky his whole career, or is there something fundamentally unfundamental about?
But his strategy is no different than dollar cost averaging that Ugly demonstrates.
Yeah, and you know what? As long as you can play the game, you will eventually get lucky. The problem is if you can't play, then there's no possibility for you to get lucky.
So if your black stack stash is like, you know, if you're doubling down or you're letting it ride every single time, chasing your first $5 bet, eventually you'll get lucky, but you got to have a bank behind you to you know, I mean,
never double down. Never double down.
It's not Nightingale. You don't want to do the Nightingale. That's fatal. You can't do that. You're outlining the Nightingale strategy, and you don't want to be doing that.
Yeah, I mean, chasing is not a good idea. But this guy seems to chase part of the way, and then he gives up when things don't go his random way. But
man, you mentioned Nightingale, Ugly, and Nightingale is a financial engineering term, very, very prevalent in financial engineering, which I studied in grad school. And the guy that invented that term, Nightingale, for the financial engineering industry, kind of regretted using that term. He didn't realize it would become that popular because it's a term from like horses. It's a term from like a horse collar that only like a horse, you can put it on the horse, but like the horse can't like take it off. And he didn't realize that this would be such a weird term in the world of finance that he never thought it would ever get popular.
Is that related to martingale or is that separate completely?
I'm not sure. Like I said, I know it as a term in financial engineering.
It's a strategy in betting where you just double down until you finally, you know, and it's supposed to have but the problem is you have to have infinite deep pockets. So it's as far as money management goes, it's a loser.
Yeah, and you just have one losing streak and you're completely wiped out. That's
exactly.
Exactly.
Right. It only takes one mistake to make sure you never trade again, and that's why risk management is so important. Hey, we have another question. I guess I'm gonna let Jimmy take the floor to kick us off on this one. If Willie hasn't fallen asleep yet, maybe he can jump in as well. And because Willie's he's there. Okay, cool. Because Willie, you've been showing those charts of Bitcoin coming off exchanges, and the question is, I'm hearing a lot about Bitcoin shortages. Lots going into cold storage. What does that mean for the price versus the last bull run? Not to mention, way more people are buying things like GBTC, which locks up Bitcoin and never releases them. In your last 2 or 3 newsletters, Willie, you've had those charts that Bitcoin is coming off exchanges. So we have people like Raoul Paul tweeting that your Bitcoin needs to be KYC'd. So there's less and less Bitcoin available out there. What does that mean? I'll let Jimmy kick it off and then we'll go to Willie.
Well, this is the big thing economically about the halving that's finally coming to fruition. There's a supply shock that happens during the halving that causes the supply to shrink, and that's what we're seeing here is that exchanges have fewer and fewer coins because of this halving, and there's just less to go around. Now, there are people that are putting it more into cold storage and so on because they're anticipating a bull market because the halving kind of happened, and it becomes a little bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy as well. But I would say that's the main thing that's happening is that there is a supply shock due to there just not being as many Bitcoins around like that are continually coming into this space. We know, for example, that GBTC has bought up more than the supply that's been created since the halvening, for example. There's also PayPal and Cash, and like there's so many players that are buying, and supply demand. We have shrinking supply and we have increasing demand. We know what kind of pressure that puts on price. So I would say that would be the main thing from an economic standpoint that we could point to.
All right, Willie, floor is yours.
Yeah, it's the supply coming from miners is right now, with this last month that we've seen, it's kind of pales in comparison to the buying pressure. Off the top of my head, it's something like 10 times higher, the buy demand than the mining. And in terms of the inventory on the spot exchanges, we've seen a 20% drop in the stocks there. And I've never seen it drop this much. In fact, it hasn't dropped this much in the history of Bitcoin. The last depletion we had that was significant that drove us into 2017 was 11% depletion in stocks. We're at double that. That last run in 2016 where we saw a lot of coins being scooped up, that only lasted 5 months, and we're at 10 months already. And this last month has just dropped off a cliff, the stocks. They're just completely dropping off a cliff. And this last sort of week where the price has fluctuated around all-time highs, we've seen that flat banding. And I don't even see that as buying has reduced. I see that as the buying is matched with people selling, but there's all these new people coming in, and what we're seeing is the new user count coming in is at all-time highs for this cycle again. But the nature of these buyers over the last sort of couple of weeks has been the smaller buyers. They're more retail orientated. As much as we've had this underlying institutional buying. So I think with that kind of signal, we're seeing more of these people that are buying and leaving on the exchanges, leaving on Coinbase because it's secure enough for them. They don't want to deal with learning the ins and outs of private key storage. So for all I know, we're actually seeing a lot more buying and holding sitting on exchanges that we're not picking up in the sort of depletion in stocks, which is actually happening. So the outlook for 2021, I mean, I'm writing my newsletter right now, and it's obscenely bullish. I've never seen a setup like this. I thought coming off the early stage of this year, we might have a price target of maybe 135,000. That was based off a model that I created a while back, and it just depends on how much timing it takes before we hit the top. And now with this amount of buying, I'm like, 250,000 is very realistic by Christmas next year. So yeah, I'm insanely
this year
bullish.
or next year?
Next year, 2021. I'm telling my friends that aren't into Bitcoins, my close ones, I'll just buy Bitcoin now. It's easy 5-10x. Sell it at Christmas next year if you don't want to hodl long term, but be in for the ride. This is a crazy ride, and I don't even know what's going to happen after.
I have maybe a newbie question for Willie. So I know that statistic of coins leaving exchanges and going into what we think is personal wallets. How do you determine that? How can you tell? Is it just by knowing the exchange wallet addresses and watching them, or what's the metric that you're measuring that you can come to this conclusion?
Personal wallets. It's not actually. We're not just saying they're personal wallets. We're just saying that because a lot of this personal wallet for small investors, they don't actually pull it off the exchange. You know, it's a 4-to-1 ratio of exchange accounts to on-chain accounts. So what you see with this depletion of stock is it's going into on-chain wallets, and we know that on-chain wallets are used by sophisticated people, and more likely that's in a colder form of storage than, you know, the least secure form, which is sitting, you know, at the counterparty risk sort of asset sitting on an exchange. So what's coinciding with this sort of, you know, hoovering up of all the coins off the exchanges is that it happened right at the turning point where the market started dumping at COVID in February of this year, February the 11th. And then when MicroStrategy came out and announced that they bought their first chunk, maybe $250 million dollars worth of Bitcoins, and then they, Michael Saylor then, you know, bought up that to 425 million. And he went on air on the Pomp Show saying, you know, it took us 6 months to go through all the compliance from the decision where we started looking into it. And if you backtrace that date to when coins started scooping off exchanges, it was then. And so I also draw this sort of parallel in the timelines of this amount of coins being scooped up, which is in the $2.5 to $3 billion worth of coins. That signals to me there's a whole lot of high net worth individuals like Michael Saylor and his cohorts that are suddenly telling each other's friends, this is a good time to buy, this is a good asset to buy.
I have a question for you. You do, I mean, you're a great fundamental analyst, which is the hardest thing in the world to do. And have you done similar studies on the shit coins on this thing? Because I think in the back of a lot of our minds, Tone's taught me a lot about fundamentals, and I definitely don't think you're going to have a volatile Bitcoin until we get rid of these shit coins. So do you have the same, I mean, any indicator that a good portion of this is going into other coins other than Bitcoin, or is this primarily a Bitcoin only move?
I think if you were to look at fundamental analysis on altcoins, it's usually kind of insider knowledge, knowing that some whale activity is going to happen. You want to pile in before the, you know, on the inside news. That's the closest, I think, to a reliable fundamental indicator you can get on altcoins. If you were to look at, you know, what I do is I look on chain for data. I look at the demand and supply that's happening on the chain. It just turns out most altcoins aren't very organic. Most of them, Ethereum's relatively okay. You can get a lot more organicness in Ethereum, but a lot of the other coins have very centralized whales controlling the coin. And so you can't really predict those moves as well, because you know, an 800-pound gorilla rolls over sideways and it crushes a whole lot of people. So it's very unreliable. And then because altcoins are in orbit around Bitcoin's price movements, Bitcoin rockets up, goes down in a fast trajectory, altcoins go down. If Bitcoins go sideways, well, you know, whales that are really savvy in crypto get bored, and then they allocate their capital out of Bitcoin into altcoins. And so you get this sort of thing that altcoins move in sort of orbit around Bitcoin. And so no matter what on-chain analysis I might do on an altcoin, which I have tried, you know, the Bitcoin planet moves one way, and whatever you're seeing on-chain doesn't matter anymore, because Bitcoin snaps it into line to what it's doing. So I don't really do a lot on altcoins these days, because you got to analyze two markets now: the on-chain structure of Bitcoin, which is highly reliable, you know, above 90%. Like my calls on Bitcoin are above 90% correct. It's about 95%, I think, that are on public record. And so that's really highly reliable. When if I were to try that with altcoins, it's gonna be, you know, closer to TA levels of reliability, which isn't really good enough.
All right, hey guys, I have a graphic of how much these institutions have bought. I don't want to say goodbye to Andrew though, if he's still with us. I know he turned his camera off. Hey man, I don't know. I'll see you at an upcoming conference, I'm sure. Thanks for some of the connections in that country of yours. But thanks for joining, man.
Thanks for having me, Tom. Really happy to be involved in this legendary day. Thanks, guys, and nice meeting you all.
All right, later, guys. So I'm gonna jump over to screen share, and this is what we're talking about right here. MicroStrategies now holds almost 40,000 Bitcoin. Mr. Novogratz, who was on the stream earlier, he's up to 16. Then we have to go all the way down. Can someone explain why the hell Block 1 has so many Bitcoin?
Oh, didn't they sell $4 billion worth of EOS and?
Oh, so they converted the ICO shitcoin right into Bitcoin?
Yeah, and they went to fiat, and they remember, was it the 6,000 band, and
there's absolutely,
so they're one of the biggest sort of crypto funds, really.
Right, but I mean, Block 1 is the EOS crap, right?
Yeah, Block 1, yeah. So
right, but there's absolutely no functional reason for them to have the Bitcoin other than trying to get rich on the ICO scam, right?
Yeah, I mean, this goes back to what was it, the dark pools of money by whales. You could consider the people behind Block 1. They're old-time whales, and it seems to me like you could, if Block 1's this great plan, if you were to buy your own ICO, you can pour a lot of funds into your legitimized company, really, that's collecting the ICO funds as essentially on the books. It's revenue, so that you can sort of move all of those dark pools of money into EOS. So this is just a theory. There's no supporting evidence that I have. I haven't really looked into it too much, but there's a lot of money that went into EOS, a lot.
All right, and obviously Grayscale has 500,000 Bitcoin in their custody, which scares me a little bit. So I'm gonna bring up the Tone Vays. This is not good scenario into the future, and if I'm assuming Jimmy is gonna probably say something. So where is Jimmy? I think we lost Jimmy. Okay, so maybe I can. I'll mention it. So here's one of my concerns. One of my concerns is that too much Bitcoin is gonna be custodian under a regulated institution. So there's multiple levels of centralization here. So we have the lowest level of centralization is a Bitcoin third-party single key custodian. So Coinbase, GBTC, something like that, okay? Now, if there is enough of them spread out around the world, I'm less concerned. But we have Coinbase, and we have GBTC, and we have Gemini. They are some of the biggest Bitcoin custodians, and they're all American. So now...
BitGo.
What'd you say?
BitGo.
BitGo. Well, yeah. BitGo is not the custodian, right? BitGo is the third-party middleman. So BitGo is actually, unless PayPal buys them.
A wallet management or address management?
I'm sure they have some wealth management. But basically, where I'm going to is I can envision a future where companies regulated by the United States government are single key custodians of 30% of all Bitcoin, assuming including Satoshi's coins, doesn't matter. And when a single government is the ultimate custodian because the government owns these companies. Like if the government makes a phone call, if the US government makes a phone call at 8 a.m. to Coinbase, Gemini, GBTC, and has people at their door, in an hour, the government could be in control of that Bitcoin the way China just took control of all the Bitcoin from Plus token. And my concern for the year 2030, it's not a concern today, but it's a concern for the year 2030, that in one afternoon, some U.S. government, U.S. Dictator takes control of 30% of all the Bitcoin, as Bitcoin is the world reserve currency, and that's a problem. Comments, thoughts?
I was
Phone's a conspiracy theorist.
Well, what about, see, the big concern I'm thinking about is if sovereign countries start to regulate mining, for example, and force all transactions to go through specially licensed mining pools, and then you can taint those coins or make it a colored coin so that only the US people can spend coins that came from the official or specially favored licensed pools. And I think China could do this too.
I don't think they can.
Yeah?
I don't think they can. I don't think they can for technological reasons. And I also don't think they can for commerce reasons.
There's ways around it, certainly. But if they start doing an Operation Choke Point where, oh, sorry, you can't buy that TV from Best Buy with that Bitcoin because you got it from a pool that is in China or Canada or Mexico.
Doug, and this is what I mean. I don't think they can for economic reasons, because we're on the verge of Amazon being the biggest company in the world, and COVID is certainly helping them get there. So if the US government starts telling Amazon that a bunch of their revenue, because remember what happens in the future. We are talking about a future where Amazon is not only accepting Bitcoin, but a big chunk of Amazon's sales are through Bitcoin. And how do you tell your biggest company in the world that the money is not fungible enough? And this goes back to an actual presentation that Andreas Antonopoulos did, and I saw it in person. We happened to be speakers at the same conference. I didn't fact check him on this, but he said a while ago, like maybe 30 years ago or something, during the whole in the 80s, when apparently everyone and their mother was doing cocaine, which wasn't true, but that's what the US government thought that everybody was. It didn't help that a bunch of NBA players died from it, but or at least one famous Len Bias, which is unfortunate. But he said that there was this push by the US government to install cocaine reader machines on bills where people come into your store and they want to use like a $20, $50, or $100 bill, and you have to put it through this machine. If it came back with X amount of cocaine residue on it, the store can't accept the bill. And even the US government said eventually, when this idea got pushed too far up the chain, they said, this is fucking insane. Why do we want to destroy our own economy? Like, our dollar bills need to be fungible regardless of where they've been. So this all sounds nice and fun, but at the end of the day, is the US going to allow the market cap of Amazon drop 50% with Alibaba taking control of that? Or are they going to say, screw it, we don't give a fuck where it's been?
Well, I think there's another analogy here.
Oh, sorry. Let me let Doug answer, and then we'll go to you, Ugly.
You're assuming, so that's in fiat dollars that the U.S. government already controls. We're talking a new asset that they potentially could fear because of their lack of control of it, and saying, so Amazon, you can still use dollars and now Bitcoin, but it has to go through, pools that we have our friends have mined and we know it's from. I think your point is relevant if we were talking about US dollars, but I don't, could this be a way to break Bitcoin is what I'm worried about. You know, regulating it to the point where citizens of a country can only use coins that have been mined in that country or from specially permitted pools.
No. And the reason, yeah, and I don't think that, and maybe I'm misconstruing what everybody's saying here, but the analogy I want to take you to is the old idea of blocked funds. That used to be a big problem. I'm not familiar with that much anymore, but back in the 80s, particularly under a lot of the communist-controlled countries, people would have funds, but they were blocked. They could only be internally spent. And so there was actually a market for people that were looking for funds in the country and wanted to get out. So you're going to have, basically, you're going to have the real Bitcoin, and then you might have a localized Bitcoin. But the real Bitcoin, the ones that aren't affected, it's going to be like, they'll be at it'd be like GBTC. It might be at a 10% premium, or it could be a 200% premium over whatever the jurisdictions are or whatever they want to pull off. So I think what you're saying is real, but I don't think it's anything new. I might be wrong.
One more thing along those lines, Tone, is that don't forget that in the 90s, the US government sued Microsoft for being too big, and they're currently suing Google for being too big. So don't ever underestimate the foolishness of the US government to attack its own successful companies.
Wait.
Good point.
My point is, would it not be easy if all the governments believe that fiat money is better for them, why they would not prefer to choose a shitcoin instead of Bitcoin for them?
They would. This is why all the Ripple people think they have they're going to be billionaires because a lot of those Ripple people think that the government's going to approve of their scam. But that's a good point. There is definitely a reason for the government to approve of Ethereum or any other shitcoin because they're more compliant. And they will be more compliant because of their leader. What we do know is that there's no way the US, Russia, and China are going to actually cooperate on stopping Bitcoin. In fact, the more one country hates it, the more the other country will probably want to adapt it. So, and that's the beauty of Bitcoin.
This is what I was thinking, which would be the savings grace, in a way, would be that all these countries now would be competing with each other, stacking sats and having treasuries full of Bitcoin. But then it almost seems like, well, we'll be right back to where we are again here with countries controlling money. The separation won't happen. But, I do have hope that it's just too big and there'll be too much pushback, and countries will start, collecting and holding their own Bitcoin and mining. State-run mining farms is another idea that we kind of are seeing in some places. Kind of makes me nervous.
Iran has state mining farms.
Yeah. And Venezuela. Venezuela is now licensed as miners.
Yeah, but I believe the electricity is subsidized in both Iran and Venezuela, if I'm not mistaken.
And Paraguay.
Yeah, it's true, it is, but that's irrelevant to the discussion because it means that what if Venezuela, Paraguay, and Iran suddenly says, hey, the Bitcoin mined within our country, you can't, or it's got to stay within our country, or if someone,
But Doug, someone is going to mine that transaction. And this is why these efforts are kind of insane. Someone will eventually mine it. Now you can say, well, we're not going to accept it, but it got mined. And then they'd have to give you a refund. Otherwise, the US will just not accept Bitcoin. Also, don't forget, if this actually becomes a problem, then every single transaction is going to go through multiple levels of coin joins and join markets. This is not going to, there's a slight difference between the concept of privacy and a concept of fungibility. They're very different. Something can be fungible and not private. Something could be private, but not fungible. it's the thing with Bitcoin is all of Bitcoin's technology, it has to rise together. And this is where the shitcoiners just don't get it. They pick on one part of Bitcoin and say, well, we do this part better. Yeah, but you're useless for everything else. The reason why Bitcoin is so slow is because Bitcoin has to improve its, what do you call it, scaling, improve its fungibility, improve its privacy, all at the same time. And it has to do it at the same time because if it focuses on one, it's a detriment to the rest. And this is what people don't get. We actually have a good question from the audience, but I'll let someone comment on what I just said.
Well, one real quick point that what Doug just said is already happening in Iran. In Iran, the miners are required to sell the coins they mine to the central bank, which is both good news and bad news, in my opinion.
Yeah, technology does give me hope. Schnorr signatures, Lightning, and all these, privacy enhancing technologies. I hope they get, voted in by the nodes quickly here.
Yeah, no, Taproot's getting in. Taproot, Schnorr, they're getting in. I mean, it's not it's a nice beginner step into privacy and fungibility, and we'll get further. Okay, so we had an interesting question here. Where the hell was that? Okay, here it is. Do companies like GBTC have to hold their Bitcoin for a certain amount of time? As you can see, GBTC has over 500,000 Bitcoin. And look, I'm not an expert at GBTC, but here is the problem. Here's the problem. The question says, does GBTC have to hold Bitcoin for a certain amount of time? It's actually worse than that. From what I've read about the GBTC prospectus, not only do it's not even that they hold it for X amount of time. I don't think they can sell it. I think all of the GBTC that is held by Grayscale, it actually never gets sold. We're talking about 500,000 Bitcoin that will never see the light of day. It will never see non-KYC'd usage ever again. In fact, it's never going to leave cold storage. I could be wrong. If I had someone from GBTC on this show, they can school me. But here's my understanding of GBTC. And I have a whole podcast about this with Tyler James from like 4 years ago or something, 3 years ago. So things could have changed. I could have misunderstood it. It wasn't a lot of information back then. Here's how GBTC works. You don't actually, when you buy into GBTC, you don't buy into GBTC at all. You initially give Barry Silbert a bunch of money. Used to be $10,000 minimum. I think it's 25 now. So let's say it's $25,000 minimum. You give Grayscale $25,000 minimum, and they give you the trust, the Bitcoin investment trust, that you can't sell for a year. You are locked in for a minimum of 1 year, but the money that you give him gets converted into Bitcoin in Grayscale cold storage. After you have held it for a year, you then can get out. But to get out, they convert, once you announce, hey, I want to get out of my Bitcoin position, they convert your amount into GBTC shares on the Pink Sheet exchange. And your exit is a guy like me buying GBTC in my retirement fund. But the Bitcoin that was purchased from the original investment trust investors always remains in cold storage. So that number, 500,000 GBTC underlying the shares, it never goes down. It only has one direction. It can only go up.
that same principle can be applied, I think, to backed or back it. I call it back it, but back. As far as I know, it's not deliverable still. They say it will be, but I was curious, with Michael Saylor, it was very difficult for them. It took them months to make that purchase. If Backit was for real, they could just buy it on the Backit exchange and take delivery. But you don't get delivery of Bitcoin, you get the Backit certificate. And so it's up to a member to take that certificate and get you the Bitcoin. So, that's what we're dealing with here on another level. Once you have a deliverable exchange, the whole ball game's over, guys, because it can get squeezed.
But with the backed, I don't think they have to keep that Bitcoin. I think they can source it. So it's not like they have a perpetual increasing amount of Bitcoin like GBTC does. So, give it another few years and GBTC may have over 1 million Bitcoin in their cold storage. Because I think that number only goes up.
So this sounds like a fractional reserve. Potential shenanigans could come out of this, which is why Wyoming, I think, is leading the way and the right way to do this. It also brings up, do we trust Kelly Loeffler and these, politicians and senators who are being elected, these days? I worry that it's we think it's a Trojan horse to accept Bitcoin, and Mnuchin and those guys who used to hang around with each other at Coinbase. But I'm worried that it may be a Trojan horse to, like the CBOE said, we're going to rein in Bitcoin. But, discuss.
All right, we got Jules came back, and we got Brian on with us. Jules, hey, I mentioned that you've guest hosted for Alex Jones. Tell us how that was.
Oh, Alex is Alex. He doesn't put anything on. He is who he is. That was fun. I didn't expect to host. I was on the show and he's like, oh, I gotta go. Want to do the last hour? Like, yeah, sure do. But he, I think someone told him some bad information about Bitcoin early on and he just thinks it's like a psyop or something. He doesn't believe in it. Even though I got the store to use Bitcoin for like a year or so. They were accepting Bitcoin for a little while. But he thinks it's like some deep government thing because I think someone pretty much just trolled him and he bought it. So that's unfortunate. But yeah, also, did we technically hit the all-time high? Because I sold all my Bitcoin and I want to buy 10,000 geese.
Oh boy, how many? Nice.
One thing about Alex Jones. By the way, Julia, I saw you on Alex Jones when you did that. I watched the whole thing. It was like 4 hours long. I watched the whole thing when you were on Alex Jones. But one thing about Alex Jones is he actually had Roger Ver on maybe a year or two ago. So even when he did have like Bitcoin people on, there was people giving him bad information. So he got even confused even more when Roger Ver was on. He also incorrectly, I'm pretty sure he incorrectly said that what's that Hungarian guy again? I forget the Hungarian investor. Shoot, his name is. But anyway, he's George Soros. He thought George Soros was the one who was promoting Bitcoin, and George Soros, as far as I know, has never been a Bitcoin fan. So
I don't know when Roger was on, but the first show I ever did on Alex was a Bitcoin show, and the top comment on that show was, "Wow, I've never seen Alex shut up for so long." Because he actually felt interested and like he was absorbing what I was saying about it. And then after that, they started accepting it in the store. And then I don't know, someone told him some bad information and he just stayed away from it. So.
I got speaking of Roger Ver, Jules, you still talk to him at all?
No, he doxed me.
Really? Like how? We know your full name. What could he have done?
No, he got Jake, his little minion from China.
Oh, Jake Smith.
To take a bunch of pictures of me, of my family, off Instagram and put them in a hit piece on Johnny and I because Johnny debated him and won the debate. This was right after your debate in Anarchapulco.
Is that the hit piece with me in it and Peter Todd in it?
Everybody, they took like Matt Corella, like all of my Bitcoin friends, anyone I ever was in contact with, he put up on this blog and tried to slander us because we weren't for
It could have been a different. I know I wasn't one of those pieces.
for his alt.
Videotape that debate, by the way. That was the third Anarchapulco, I think, or maybe is it?
Yeah.
It was the third, yeah.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't like losing debates, and he decided to go after me after that, and that was kind of low. So I don't talk to him anymore.
Yeah, no, I haven't really. I was as patient as I could with Roger for years, and then eventually it's like, all right, like that's it. Like I can't be this patient anymore. All right, let's change gears here. Brian Harrington, give us a little scoop, man. Tell us a little bit about you and how you got on this channel.
For sure. Long time fan, first time caller. I appreciate the Zoom link today to just come and hang out. Yeah, I watched you and Jimmy on this YouTube channel back in the day, and that's how I learned about the freedom side of Bitcoin and not just the number go up side of Bitcoin. And so I just appreciate the freedom fighters that you have on. I appreciate the way that you're speaking out about the lockdowns, and kind of in my day-to-day now, I help run the Orange County Bitcoin meetup here in California, and we just try to really lean in heavy to the freedom aspect of this that I do not appreciate the way that our governments are treating us right now. And so I like to talk about Bitcoin, and I like to talk about the freedom that it provides. And that's the message that I enjoy sharing, and I appreciate when I hear it from everyone here too.
All right, cool. Hey, I'm about to say something potentially dangerous. So I will be in California for about 6 or 7 hours in between flights later this month. So if we're allowed to have, more than 4 people at a table, because some states aren't, DM me on Telegram. Clearly you got access because you got on the stream. So DM me and I'll shoot you details on what day later this month I'll be coming through California. I got a that lands at noon, and I got a flight later that day I'm departing at 11 p.m. or something. So I got all day to chill somewhere, not far from the airport, maybe Del Rey, maybe Santa Monica. I don't think I'll go into downtown.
I take the location scouting really seriously, and I can make it happen. So,
hey Tone, Brian might have some even more exciting news than the all-time high. I don't know if he wants to share it on the stream, but Brian, if you want to share the other exciting news you got, go ahead and say that too.
Yeah, my wife and I are bringing a new Bitcoiner into the world.
Oh,
that's really exciting. Announced that yesterday.
You need to move from California, though. You need to move immediately. Leave.
Honestly, I'm kind of stuck. I really am we debate this at almost every meetup, and I really am kind of more in a stay and fight kind of mindset, which I know is contrary to a lot of, I don't know. I don't know if I buy the regulation arbitrage of different states being any better than other states. It's something that I want to learn more about, but it's also something I want to lean into the powers of Bitcoin. And I think if you can make money from your house in Bitcoin and get paid in Bitcoin working over the internet and buy groceries on BitRefill, that's the message. That's the freedom message. And I want to hear tips from more people that are doing that. And I want to encourage people to look at, making that a reality in their life. And
stay in California because all the communists are leaving and they're taking over Colorado and Nevada and Arizona. So California can flip Republican because all the communists left.
I have
look, Tone, so maybe we'll be coming to California soon.
Look, I'm an elected Republican inside Orange County. I have my influence base, and I'm orange pilling the red people that need orange pilling. This is there's a system to it. And the Bitcoin meetup has more momentum than the Republican meetups. And that's what I'm trying to explain to people is that, look, this is freedom. There's these internet people that are finding freedom and they truly are protesting the problems and effectively neutralizing it. And that's the message I'm just trying to share.
Brian, you and I have never met, but I was in Orange County for Southern California, 15 years, Orange County, Costa Mesa for 7 of those, right off of Avocado near Triangle Square.
Yes.
And I saw a video of you recently about that. I don't think we've ever met, but I was an officer of the Libertarian Party of Orange County for the longest time. And then I was a state executive board as well for a number of years. This is all 25 years ago. But boy, am I excited to hear about my old stomping grounds, Orange County. Yeah. And you are a serious Bitcoiner. You got a lot of libertarian people there too, I would imagine. We probably know some of the same people.
100%. Like, and there's a great coffee shop right near Avocado, right near Triangle Square that has stayed open the whole time. They're great freedom fighters.
What's it called?
And go there a lot. It's called Coffee Dose.
I'm thinking of the Gypsy Den, but
yeah. And then, yeah, the chairman from the Riverside Libertarian Party drives far to come to our meetup, which means I know that there's an appetite for this. I know there's an appetite.
Berkman, is it still?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
It's Vincent, but he drives. People drive from San Diego, people drive from LA, people drive from the Inland Empire, and so I know there's an appetite for this. I know that there's more momentum, and I really want to be a voice for big tent freedom movements all coalescing together. And that's what I'm trying to do.
You're way more positive than me. I'm like, meanwhile, we're over here looking at land in the middle of nowhere, North Dakota, so we would never have to interact with anyone ever again. I am very black-pilled in the future, so thank you for brightening up my day with your positivity.
Make it Minnesota, Julia, and we'll come visit. Right? Just there's lakes up there, fish hunting. It's probably a little more expensive, a little more blue, but oh well.
I've driven
way too blue. Way too.
I drove all the way from the valley to Brian's meetup, and I really do think I've been to a few meetups here in Southern California, and I really do think Brian has the best meetup in Southern California. So it's worth it for me to drive from the valley all the way to Orange County. And Brian has been doing some great work. A lot of times we BTC maximalists, or I don't know if everyone includes themselves in that group, but we BTC maximalists, especially people like Jimmy, really stress the store of value. But Brian, and Tone has talked about this as well, Brian thinks that medium of exchange is also important. So Brian has been doing some great work going around the businesses in Orange County and getting them to accept BTC Pay Server, because he does think completing the circle, so to speak, is important, when a lot of BTC maximalists kind of don't even talk about that.
Yeah, man, because I use BTC Pay Server and it's not like simple. It's not trivial. So, man, if you're pulling that off, that's impressive.
Another question for you, Brian. Have you ever been up to Crypto Space in San Pedro?
So I just drove past that the other day. Yes, I'm interested in connecting with those guys and figuring out what's going on, because they've got a Bitcoin Cash like logo out on the front right now.
They do.
So, I'm happy to talk to them.
Yeah, I'll give you the story there. They are backed by Rogers somewhat. They deploy 10 of my company's ATMs. We have a bank grade recycler, so they like it's the whale machine ATM. It's not just one bill at a time kind of a thing. They have the BCH logo, but after about 2 years here, 99% or more of their volume on all fronts is Bitcoin, straight up BTC. So they have an understanding, and they get it, of course. And it's tough for the altcoiners to make headway and to make changes, and it's just so little used. But yeah, no, they're great people. I mean,
sweet,
fantastic.
Yeah.
Hey, Brian, you have an open invitation to come down to Ensenada, and we are family friendly, so you don't have to be afraid of bringing your baby. So we do have lots of kids running around. So
I love it. I'm definitely open to that. I want to can I drive? I want to drive into Mexico.
That's beautiful.
I've never done that before.
Absolutely, a stunning drive. You just want to get through Tijuana, and that's a little confusing.
Cool.
But the drive from Tijuana to Ensenada is absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, it's about a 4-hour drive. It's a pretty easy drive to Ugly's hacienda, Brian. So I did that drive just recently. So
sweet.
Ugly, is Juan Galt around there? Ugly, I haven't seen him yet, and he's.
Well, it's still his bedtime, I think. So I'll maybe disappear, and we'll come back where we have both of us on. But yeah, I'm trying to train him to get up with the rest of the world, but he's one of these night people primarily. So,
Juan wakes up at the crack
but he
of
does
noon.
not live with his mother. That's the great thing. Everybody else that works around me still live with their mother. I'm trying to teach them, hey, you know what? That's not cool. I mean, maybe it is to this generation, but I don't get it.
My mom is in her mid 80s, so who's going to shovel the driveway? I might as well help her. Sorry, I joke that I'm live in my mother's basement, and I do, but she's aging and needs some help, so I'm not a loser.
I was gonna say Juan wakes up at the crack of noon every day.
No. Hey guys, I'm gonna change gears a little bit here. Now we got the author of the Hyperwave book with us, Tyler Cotes, known as Socrates. Hey man, how you been? You haven't been on my stream in a while. I would love to get your take on the market. How's everything? How's life over in Colorado?
Things are going well. It's definitely a good day here in the mountains. The sun is shining and the price is moving. So I'm definitely feeling good about what this week may hold, and definitely have at least one chart that I'm very excited to share with you guys. I've been waiting for the right time, and I think that today will be it. So just very quickly, as mentioned, I don't know what happened there, co-authored the Hyperwave book with Leah Wald and the late Tyler Jenks, and there is a potential new hyperwave developing in the price of Bitcoin, as we have now approached and exceeded the prior all-time high on many exchanges. I am now seeing what could very well be the makeup for a new phase one. If we are going to go ahead and look at drawing a horizontal line above this recent price action that consolidated below the 12,000 area. That is going to give us a nice horizontal area where price didn't have one close above that level. Once it fell below, you can't have one close above the phase one. And if we say it started right here, which that is very well valid, and now we see that period between January 18 and October 2020 all was sideways action below this horizontal line. And now that we have broken out of it, the rules tell us to look for the first major correction after getting a weekly close above phase one. The first major correction that does not return to phase one, so gives us some sort of higher low, would be where you would start to go ahead and pencil in that new potential phase two line. So that's something that I have been keeping an eye out here for on the weekly chart, to see if we could get a real nice higher low on the weekly to give us that higher time frame, the right angle on something along these lines. And now after we have made this a recent move to take out the high of this red candle, I'm really starting to wonder if I should just be using a little bit of a smaller time frame to go ahead and pencil in what we would consider like a fractal. If it is not on the weekly chart, the same rules could still definitely apply. And this is something that I'm going to be paying very close attention to, will be this trend line right here, as we have found support like right here. So you get your first correction that doesn't return to this horizontal. And then this move down has found some support there and gone off to create a new high. So as long as this holds, I'm going to be treating it as a phase two of a hyperwave. Another thing that I'm finding very interesting would be what I would want to see in the best phase twos is going to be like a Livermore accumulation cylinder, which is very, very similar to a hyperwave. Anybody that is familiar with that, let me pull that up really quickly. Okay, here we go. So anybody that isn't familiar with the Livermore accumulation cylinder, you can Google it. A lot of good information, and it's again very similar to the hyperwave, where you have this phase two of this is this widening mouth, accumulation cylinder with a widening mouth. So it, instead of it being a perfectly horizontal channel, it kind of broadens to the top and to the bottom. And we are getting a little bit of that action here, where if we were to draw in a parallel line with this, it doesn't quite fit nearly as nicely as if we draw it as a more of a broadening pattern. So seeing some really, really cool stuff out of Bitcoin after we managed to make it through this 14,000 area and potentially break out of this major horizontal level. And now, as long as we can support this trend line that's right here, I'm going to be feeling very bullish and treating it as phase 2. And if this does break down, that's when I would be zooming out to the weekly to see if we could actually get a full-on weekly pattern here. And the last thing that I just wanted to show was a quick comparison to the last bubble. Maybe you guys have been looking at that already, but something I've been paying close attention to is how we have reacted after, let's see here, do that one. All right. So here, notice if we draw a fib from the high in 2013 down to the low in 2015, we found resistance at the 0.618, then supported the 382, and then shot through very near to the all-time high, and then threw back right to that 0.618 level, and that's where it really started to form some good channels and whatnot. So comparing that to this current action, seeing a lot of similarities, and that is the last thing I was kind of wanting to take a look at here, is that we did get that 0.618 resistance that we failed to support it on that first throwback, but then we started to turn it into support here. So here we've broken through, we've come up to retest the prior all-time high. So this candle right here, that was to me looking like maybe we're ready to come back down and throw back to retest the 0.618. And now that we have gone ahead and taken out that high, I'm starting to wonder if maybe that just kind of got a little front ran, and that is a big deal to me, taking out that candle. And this daily candle that we're looking at right now is looking very strong. So I am very, very interested to see how we're going to react up around here. To me, this is looking like it is really ready to take off. After that, it's continuing to find support and march forward and create new highs. So I'm going to be paying close attention to see if we're just going to make another head fake above here, just to kind of wipe out these stops before coming back down. When we get this sharp V-ish type of move up into resistance, I expect at least a pullback to give us some sort of maybe handle or just a higher low. I'd be pretty surprised if we just V'd kind of straight through here, but anything can happen, and I am not seeing many reasons to think that the bears are going to be able to hold up at least just yet. So that is what I'm looking at. Thanks for
put it back. Put a screen share back. I have like a half a dozen questions.
Oh, great. My pleasure. Okay. See here, there we go.
All right, now where do we start? Let's zoom out all the way, weekly chart.
You got it.
So one of the things that I guess is slightly debatable, but now that I have the author of the Hyperwave book here, we can settle it once and for all. Phase 7 begins in January at approximately 16,000, correct?
Yes, I would say begins right here. Yep.
So phase 7 can't go vertical, can't go upward sloping. So the moment you get a higher close than that green candle, Hyperwave's done. We agree?
Great question, and that is something that I argued. I remember talking to Tyler about this, saying that I've never seen one phase 7 exceed the high of a phase 6, and that potentially we could say the Hyperwave is done after it breaks through this high of the 5-6 bounce here. And he basically agreed. He kind of thought about it. He's like, you know what, I have never seen that either, and I think that you're right, but he didn't want to go as far as to say that the rules are now that the Hyperwave is done, but he basically agreed. And I do agree with you there that I've never seen one that breaks this high and then remains phase 7 and comes back down.
Okay, so now I have a follow-up question. Break the high what does it mean to break the high? Intra-week or on the close?
So he would always say that it was the close, except the one area where he wouldn't need a close, it would have been just a wick above the all-time high. And if he was going to say that, if he was kind of agreeing that we shouldn't get above this high either, I think he would kind of be inclined to say that we shouldn't wick above there either, but he would still hesitate to say he was so dependent on waiting for closes that I think that's what he would have been most comfortable with. Whereas me, wicking above that was plenty for me.
Right, and for me, it was actually a weekly close above the close of that week in January. So if you go to that close right there where your cursor was, if you go to the close, right, that close, that green candle close, the moment I had a weekly close above that close, that forces my phase 7 to be upward sloping. And to me, that's Hyperwave's done.
Yep, I completely agree. Absolutely. So yeah, and now I mean, it is now official with this wick above the prior all-time high. So that is something that I think you and I were both kind of thinking something similar in terms of for me, Bitcoin had to return to 1,000 before the halving. It had all the room in the world to fall to 1,000 before it halved. But if it halved and then fell to 1,000, that was just going to be a major, major problem for me. So when the halving went through, I had basically.
I think Bitcoin would have been done. I think if Bitcoin falls, I don't even think 1,000. I think if Bitcoin goes below, at this point, it's probably 3,000, but it's very close. Pretty soon, it'll be 6,000. Bitcoin below 6,000 at this point is a disaster. Like a disaster, like, holy shit, is Bitcoin going to survive disaster?
I completely agree. So yeah, that's where I was totally fine with it going to 1,000 here or here. But once we halved, I had completely abandoned that target and basically decided that if that did happen, I would have to be getting the heck out of this space. So couldn't be happier based on what we've been seeing. Is it's maintaining belief through the whole bear market and being at the point where just a one move like this in the wrong direction could change everything. That is tremendously, that causes a ton of anxiety if you're really going to be honest with yourself about where you're ready to abandon your investment or if you are. And now that we have made the move in the right direction, I am just, I could not be happier. And it is what we expected, but until it becomes reality, it's only a theory.
Right, and I'm totally with you on that because I became a bull like on March 13th, right after that big crash. And to me, it was over, and Hyperwave was never going to materialize to the downside at that point. Look, I can actually talk Hyperwave all day. I would probably save it for our own independent show, but I gotta ask, man. I can't. I mean, I know Hyperwave fairly well. I cannot draw a phase 1 at 14,000. I have a fundamental problem with all those weekly closes above 14,000 in 2017. Plus, I think having 2 years under 14,000 is literally borderline start of Hyperwave. So to me, in order to start a brand new Bitcoin Hyperwave, we would need a rejection here at 20,000 and not break 20,000 till probably 2023. You need one more year under 20,000, and then you can set your phase 1 at 20,000, and it becomes a 10-year phase 1 line.
Yep, I can completely hear what you're saying there. And this is something that we talked about in the Hyperwave group. And I remember asking Tyler specifically when we were around here, I was like, what if we fell to 1,000 and consolidated between 1,000 and 750 for 2 years? And then broke through that horizontal? Would that potentially be a phase 2? And he said, absolutely. It wouldn't really matter that we had this action beforehand. And 2 years in Bitcoin for me is plenty of a horizontal action for an asset this volatile to go nowhere for 2 years. That's building up a bunch of pressure, and that's what we need. And to even take it another step is that we strongly considered the idea that Bitcoin's phase one should be drawn something like actually this. There's a strong argument to be made that the phase one in Bitcoin was here. And the reason why I just haven't even touched this idea is because it would be in a big way, or a lot of people would just view it as me kind of backing out on Bitcoin returning to phase one. But if we do use this as our phase two, which is what some people are doing, it will connect to this. If we are looking at using,
yeah, no, if you're more careful about drawing it, you can connect it to that.
Yep. So that is an argument that could be made if I took some time there, but we could potentially say that this was phase one and that we're still in like a funky sort of phase two here. If I was able to take a minute there, and that's not something that I don't prefer this argument for a couple of reasons, but it is potentially valid in terms of you've got the action below the horizontal, then you break above, you have the correction that returns to phase one, and the first one that doesn't, you pencil it in, and then this came down and almost perfectly.
Yeah, but now you have a phase three problem.
Well, maybe not. I mean, I could definitely see that now we've got this funky phase three, and if we compare this to the Nasdaq, which
you don't think that's a little too big of an angle between 2 and 3? I think that's pushing it there.
I think that's pretty money. I mean, I don't like this interpretation because I think this is a better phase one for a couple of reasons. This, if we do it like this, it actually gives us an extra phase is the main reason. So we go 1, this would be 2, this would be 3, and then this would be 4. So the guy, Gabriel, is the person who really believes in this, and he helped with the book. And this is what I point to, is we can't have this extra phase. So I don't like this interpretation, but if we did have it, I'd be fine with this being a funky phase 3. And just very quickly, I'm going to pull up the NASDAQ just to compare, because that was the original.
Yeah, because we do have to move on from Hyperwave. I'm happy to have you on the channel again in the future, but I think some people are going to be tuning out. But I definitely want to do a Hyperwave podcast with you on my channel, just going over all the Hyperwaves, NASDAQ, Tesla, and Bitcoin.
Absolutely. Let's do that soon, and I'll turn it off screen share. But just a quick comparison to this angle, that's pretty darn reasonable to what we saw in the NASDAQ if we kind of compare that. So yeah, thanks for letting me show some charts, because I think that the Hyperwave pattern is going to become very important again, and as it hasn't been for a while now, as we've been just kind of waiting for it to decide what it's going to do in phase 7.
Yep, and I do have one more price question for you, but we're not going to need a chart for it. Also, people were concerned we only found 2 blocks in the last 2 hours, but I'm happy to report that in the last 6 minutes we have found 2 additional blocks. So Bitcoin is back on track as a time chain, like Satoshi initially called it. Okay, do you have concerns, Sooo, that we are breaking the all-time high without any significant pullback in the last 6 months? We have not had a single pullback of 30% peak to peak, 20% candle body to candle body on a daily scale. That's a little concerning to me. Whenever we break an all-time high of any asset on, after such an impressive run up, it tends to end badly. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, great question. I guess I would. It's just kind of a question for me as what ending badly would mean in terms of for me. I'm seeing a couple.
Sorry, let me define what ends badly means. I can see us going to 25,000 this year, but then dropping to the 14,000 area early next year, like we were supposed to this past week. That's what I mean by ending badly.
Yes, I could definitely see that, and yeah, so that is something to absolutely, I think, be prepared for. And yeah, I would be I would be very happy for that play out. I'd be positioned well, and I think that running up into the all-time high, yeah, there's a couple ways to look at it. The one way would be that that the market's just leaving everybody behind. That and it's I've been blown away by the pure disbelief in the market that throughout all of 2018, all of 2019, everybody would tell you that Bitcoin's worth more than 15 grand, and that's why they're still holding and not selling. And now once we're back up here, I mean, have you seen one person talk about a Lambo at the price of 18, 15, 16,000? I haven't seen one person mention a Lambo, and that the same prices that everybody was talking about, you know, how many they were going to buy a couple of years ago. So I'm really
have a slightly different answer for that.
Because Teslas are better, that's why.
Say again, Doug?
Teslas are better than Lambos. That's why.
Well, yeah, Teslas are better than Lambos, but I think you know what another reason is? Shit's getting real now. They don't want to knock on their door for even mentioning they're gonna buy a Lambo.
Okay, I like it. I like your optimism. I'm more thinking that a lot of the people just sold during the capitulation and then didn't buy back because the market just beat off. And I remember very vividly there's been like multiple times along this run up where I've had very well-defined buy zones that I would really expect the price to come back to and give me a fill, and it would just keep melting through resistance without coming back to these zones, which really makes me think that a lot of these people that held through 2018 and 2019 ended up selling somewhere below 7,000 and not getting the chance to buy back. And now they're just sitting on the sidelines, not knowing what in the heck to do. And the market is just continuing to leave them behind. One thing that's in the front of my mind from when we started the bull market in 2016, 2017, when we broke through that all-time high, we never once threw back to retest it for support. And it is very, very rare for a market to break through an all-time high and then not have a major throwback to refill that sort of gap.
Right, but that's different, right? But like that's the back test back to 20,000. We're going to be talking about that sometime next year. But all prior breaks of the prior all-time high were not done at the end of an extension. So, you consolidate and pull back. We had two 30% pullbacks in the 3 months leading up to the break of the last all-time high, which is 1,300. And the prior all-time high at $30. I mean, we were stuck at that $10 area, which is in the vicinity of the $30 area, maybe not by percentage, but by reasonable means of investment. We were certainly there for a year. And then we took off. And after we took off, we came back pretty close. We went from $10,000 to $10 to $250 fairly quickly. But then there was a crash to $45, which is pretty damn close to the prior all-time high of 30 from years ago. So this one feels a little bit different. And I think the institutional investors have a lot to do with it. All right, last thought, Saw, and then we'll get everybody else in here because you and I are dominating the combo.
Yeah, appreciate it. And so, yeah, I guess I don't have a strong opinion. I think either kind of 50-50. But if you're asking me if I'm worried, I'm not really worried at all. And I am seeing this as significantly different than any other time before for a couple of reasons. First of all is that we, after this halving, we did that amidst the U.S. government printing a ton of money. So we've never had that halving sort of happen right when the government is printing money. And also we've got gold at an all-time high. We've never once had Bitcoin in a gold bull market. And not only that, we've got the sophistication of the market going through the roof. Like 2 years ago, everybody's talking about what's the next Bitcoin and Litecoin so much faster, and nobody really understood it at all. Whereas now everybody's talking about electronic gold and their store of value, and people are really buying into the value proposition of Bitcoin opposed to blockchain or trying to get rich quick. And like you said, we've got institutional money moving in. We've got people like Peter Thiel buying Bitcoin to invest in the long term. We've got companies putting Bitcoin on their books instead of holding all US dollar. They're putting some of it in Bitcoin. This is so much different than what happened last time, to where the health of the market to me is as healthy as could possibly be, with or without a major pullback.
All right. Oh, sorry. That was on me. I was texting people. All right. Man, I got, I mean, I'll have more questions for you on trading wise, but Willie, Ugly, if you guys been listening to what we've been saying, floor is yours. Ugly, go, Willie.
I don't have much more to say, except this is to me, it's a cautionary time. It's just, you want to, I have witnessed recently a lot of people that sold their Bitcoin against, my advice, and now they're looking to buy it back. And so you've got that hanging over the market. Also, it's very difficult to, usually, no matter where you buy Bitcoin, there's a test of fire. And you have to go through that test of fire. Hodling's not easy, guys. It's hard. It's really hard. And it takes a tremendous amount of discipline, and putting off your wants of today and looking ahead for tomorrow. The other thing I think that I think is in the kind of back of my mind right now is there is a lot of I know my website, I think you had a lot of Black Friday sales in Bitcoin. Now, at these levels, most of us, we'll hodl some, but we also have overhead we have to pay. And so it is, as Bitcoin is being used in transactions, that's really not bullish. And I learned that from Tone. You start, if we're moving this stuff to make purchases over these Black Friday Bitcoin deals, there's a good chance that we're going to have, a substantial correction. Is just because there's going to be, I know I'm evening out for the year. I've got bills to pay, credit cards due, and doing Christmas buying. So I do think that those who are savvy hodlers are selling in here at least a portion, and I don't think, if you, particularly the more you get on a Bitcoin standard where you actually have an income in Bitcoin, you may not sell all of what you're bringing in, but I know, anything that I'm doing right now, I'm selling, to meet expenses, I'm selling 80 to 90% of any, Bitcoin sales I have right now, because I've got dollar expenses.
Tate, here's a discussion we haven't had in a while. I know, I'm not sure if Tone likes this or not. I don't really care. But what about the idea of that many people are doing, which is putting your Bitcoin up for collateral, borrowing against it, cash. That's not a taxable event. Living on that cash for a while, let the price of Bitcoin go up, and then maybe sell smaller amounts or pay it back if you can.
You need to learn what hedging is about. That's what you're talking about, really. And just as the markets are made for commercial users, okay, if you're a hodler, you say, well, you be your own bank. Well, guys, if you're serious about that, if you're going to be your own bank, you need to start acting like a banker. And that's how you hedge. I actually just posted, I think on Twitter a little while ago, a very timely article about it's a primer on hedging. If you have a hodl, you need to learn to hedge. Because that's how you do it. And whereas you might lose on your hedge, your total net worth is going up measured in dollars. So hedging is a very important thing, because you're no longer just a speculator. You are now a commercial user. And that's what being on the Bitcoin standard is all about.
Right. But I mean, if selling your precious Bitcoin, which is anathema to me, have you done this before? The interest rates are kind of high, but if the price goes up higher than the interest rate, you're just fine.
That's what futures markets are made for. And you can actually sell your Bitcoin for premium because there's such a demand now for it. And that's why your contango is out wide. So yes, if you're going to sell, I'm not selling spot. I'm sell spot because I need the cap. But if I'm hedging, you use the futures market to hedge.
But instead of selling for any reason, just doing a loan, you know,
Yeah.
collateralized
Hey,
loan.
let me comment on that. Let me comment on that real quick, Doug, because I had this discussion with someone, and a lot of times, like, it's hard to explain these ideas. And whenever someone tries to explain to me, well, Tone, you can just like use your Bitcoin as collateral and you can do something useful with it. And my view has always been, I don't want to leave my Bitcoin as collateral for two reasons. One, someone else may have access to those keys, and now I open myself up to external and internal hacking. Problem number one. Also open myself up to a flash crash. We just saw one on Kraken earlier today. You were on the stream at the time, right? When I was pulling it up, where the price dropped $3,000 in 1 minute. But the other issue is, okay, so fine. So what about some of these other services where you remain the custodian? It's a multi-sig. Well, that removes my concern of an external hack a lot harder. So I could get a peace of mind, but there's still the liquidation problem. If there's a flash crash, this is what happened to all the Ethereum crazies with the MakerDAI stuff. But after spending like an hour and a half in a conversation with someone that, I don't know if I should name him, but he's still an anonymous. So Hodl and I, Mr. Hodl, well, like I'm friends with some of the trolls. I really like Mr. Hodl. Talk about someone that's probably like, if there was anyone saw the Mike Tyson fight the other day, by the way, it was if you saw 2 days ago, if you saw my tweet on it, and I'm like the moment the fight ended, I'm like, unless the Democrats are judging, Mike Tyson won, and it was a draw. But it was obvious that Mike Tyson won that fight. But you know, this concept of like pound for pound fighters or pound for pound, you know, like stuff. So Mr. Hodl is probably pound for pound best Bitcoin advisor that makes no freaking money. Like you really want to like, and it's not like he just showed up. I mean, he's been doing it since like 2012 or 2013. And he's like, I don't think he's almost ever been wrong. And I'm sure he has been, but he'll never admit it. But he's almost always right. So I had a long conversation with him. And this is where it finally clicked. And as much as I hate using your Bitcoin for loans, here's a case where it actually makes sense. Let's say you are sitting on a few $100,000 worth of Bitcoin, which you have no intention of selling. And you don't want to risk that Bitcoin as collateral either. Okay? My bad, guys. And you don't want to risk it as collateral. And let's say you want to, well, you'll probably need more than a few $100,000, but let's say your wife is forcing you to buy a nicer house because you can only live in a cardboard box holding your Bitcoin for so long. Exactly, right. You can only live in your mom's basement for so long, Doug. Eventually, you're going to need a house. And so let's say you have $400,000 or $500,000 worth of Bitcoin and you want to buy a $150,000 house. Not doable in New York or San Francisco, very doable in Minnesota, where Doug is. And so what do? If you go out and sell $150,000 worth of Bitcoin, you have a tax situation, especially if you bought that Bitcoin 4 or 5 years ago. So here is a legal workaround, but I'm not a tax or a financial advisor. If you put up that Bitcoin as collateral, hopefully I'm not a too scammy middleman on Ethereum. You put up $150,000, or you may have to put up $200,000 or $300,000 worth of Bitcoin as collateral to take out $150,000 loan in some stable shitcoin. But you use that money, you immediately cash it out. You buy the house in cash. No mortgage, no nothing. You take the entire $150,000 that is being collateralized by $300,000 worth of Bitcoin. You buy that house the same week. That same week, you immediately go to the bank and you take out a line of credit on that house, and you immediately pay back the Bitcoin loan to get full control of your Bitcoin. And now you just bought a house using your Bitcoin without a taxable event because you never sold the Bitcoin, but you now just have to pay back the home equity line that was used to pay back the Bitcoin loan. Your interest is going to be 2 or 3 percentage points higher, but who cares? You still have all your Bitcoin for the next 20 years.
Yeah, wow. So I have experience with this, not the full circle that you just described, which is brilliant, by the way. That's another twist, another angle. But, you know, and you're right.
Oh, shit, we just lost Doug. All right, you're back.
Okay, yeah. No, just saying that that's a brilliant conclusion or another twist to what you're talking about. I'll turn off my video just to see if that helps. But so I've experience in this area, and I am trusting a third party. It's absolutely true, which is always a risk. But yeah, that conclusion that you came up with, where you borrow is a really cool concept there, to pay back the Bitcoin loan. And why wouldn't you be able to get a loan against your asset? Because it's paid in full.
Right. And your risk, your Bitcoin risk, is only a week or two. And if you use a reputable Bitcoin loaning DeFi-ish project, which wouldn't really be DeFi if you actually want to be risk-free, lower your risk is very limited.
Mm-hmm. And I also think that some of the custodial solutions are getting better. You know, you can audit their cold storage and their processes. It's not risk-free, but I think they're getting better.
Well, this
is future, guys. HODL just came out with this, and theirs is non-KYC. So, and I tried it out yesterday. It's pretty good, pretty slick.
Oh, I'm sorry, what is?
HODL.
Oh, HODL. Yeah, no, I know those guys well. They have an awesome conference. So HODL, that's one of my top 4 Bitcoin conferences in the world. It's HODL, BitBlock Boom, and My2.
And I want to just bring up the biggest debate, the biggest elephant in the room. Should it be pronounced HODL or HODL? And I have a definite opinion about this one, guys.
I don't have an opinion. Go for it, Doug.
I got an opinion. I want to.
It should be HODL for this reason. The original word, hold, the long L, hold. So it should be HODL, number 1. Number 2, yeah, that's basically it. But it should be HODL because you're holding originally, not hodling. Hodling, what's that? And then that commercial with, you know, the actor from Game of Thrones where he's saying, hodl. That's another problem because his phrase was hold the door, not hodl the door, or hod the door, hold the door. It's hold. So he should have been saying hodl, not hodl.
So Doug, the way you say the word depends on your usage. So for example, we have a word called suspect, and we have a word called suspect, and they mean similar things, but they're slightly different. Same thing with defense, which refers to sports, versus defense, which refers to a court. To me, that's a similar thing. So hodl and hodl, it depends on how you're using it. If you're using it as a verb, it's hodl. If you're using it as an adjective, it's hodl. So for example, I hodl the coins, and this is my hodl position. So it depends on how you're using it. If it's a verb or if it's an adjective.
Explain the verb adjective again thing.
Yeah. So if you're doing something, you're hodling the coins. We hodl the coins.
Why don't I hodl the coins? I hold coins. Right now I'm
doesn't sound right.
I'm holding this, right? That's a verb, right? Okay. So
this is my hodl stack. I increased my hodl stack. I hodl the coins.
Why? Why hodl the coins? What's the difference? I mean,
I don't know. It just sounds better.
Arbitrarily making this.
Yeah, just like defense and defense.
People are referring to this as a Seinfeld bit, which we have audience that are the age of, well, I'm in between Doug and Motorist, but I think all three of us have watched Seinfeld.
You put the emphasis on the wrong syllable.
I did really like the Bitcoin budgeting questions and just that kind of advice. I definitely just as a viewer of this channel and just listen to lots of podcasts, I think definitely more Bitcoin budgeting and more kind of practical finance advice as Ugly talks about, moving towards a Bitcoin standard in your own life. I definitely think there's appetite for that, of how to move to a Bitcoin standard in your own life and all these tips and tricks.
And the fact that you can use your Bitcoins without a taxable event is huge. That's what Tone was talking about. And I don't know if there's a good way to do it now, but perhaps in the future. I think Michael Saylor talked about if you have a really good relationship with your bank, maybe you can negotiate some really, really good deal with a low percentage rate with your bank, so you don't have to go to, say, some weird website or something.
I also wonder that, there's always the advice, right, of if you're not a trader, don't watch this channel and just kind of dive into something that you don't understand, and learning these lending markets getting better and peer-to-peer lending getting better. Everyone at home is craving something to do. Everyone in Bitcoin, we want call to actions, and we want to know what to do, and we want to know how to live into the future and live into the Bitcoin standard. And so peer-to-peer lending markets kind of getting bigger, I think someone who might not be a good trader could be a good, banker, like Ugly was saying. And so you can learn kind of other skills that you could potentially do and help yourself earn an income.
Tone, can you post any of those non-custodial, non-KYC loaning platforms or custodial collateral loan platforms? Because I would be interested in looking at some of those.
I don't. Hodl is probably one of the better ones. You have, I think, Unchained Capital is another one. BlockFi is probably another one. Those are the more reputable ones. They're also, to me, reputable means you're not a shitcoiner. That immediately makes you reputable, in my book. If you are a shitcoin custodian, I'm not interested in your services, because I think you, I just don't find your morals to be in line with mine for me to use your service. So it has to be a Bitcoin only supporter, and then we can look into qualifications on what they're doing.
Yeah, I use one. They do Ethereum also, because their customers, they're just out, they're looking to make money. They're Bitcoin mini maximalists, like I call myself.
So doing Ethereum and having Ethereum integrator are two very different things, right?
Oh, I see.
So,
they're not okay.
Providing an Ethereum custodian service, and we also have a utility token that's an ERC20 as part of our service, are two very different, things from the company.
Okay, got it. Yeah.
Is there any chance we could get Pierre Richard on? Because Pierre Richard constantly talks about a carry trade and how you.
So there's 100% chance I can message Pierre Richard. There's about a 1% chance he'll come on, because he's never been on. So I can try.
Yeah, I'd like to hear his take, especially on the loan stuff, because he talks about it all the time.
Well, this is all new ground, guys, and that's the innovation is going to come from the bottom, not from the top.
Has anybody used HODL? Because I'm very curious about it. Does it make sense if I've got Bitcoin and cold storage somewhere, and it's well, hey, look, I can make X amount of money. It's non-custodial. It's some sort of a contract where there's less risk. Anyone tried it for some amounts and made some interest?
By the way, it's HODL, not HODL. It's HODL.
HODL. Yeah, anyone used them or any other of these platforms?
I went on BlockFi just to look at it, and whatever the other one was it InChain? I forget what the other one was called. And they both had similar rates and similar. I didn't like them. The first of all, the interest rate was way too high for it to be worth it for a collateralized loan. The interest rate was way too high, and the LTV was way too high. You had to put up double your Bitcoin stack for half of the loan. So if you wanted to get a $50,000 loan, you had to put up $100,000 worth of Bitcoin. So it kind of makes sense for volatility purposes, but
And maybe it's worth it. You know, I mean, there's conditions. Like if it's, you know, there could be times when it's worth it, especially if the safety is there of having a semi non-custodial situation. But yeah, I know it's kind of.
Well, a lot of it is for the tax consequences. And it's like Micah Saylor said, you know, he's saying, well, I'm never going to, you know, sell my HODL, but that doesn't mean he's not going to make it work for him. I guarantee it. And if you have a HODL, you need to figure out how to make it work.
Totally. And that's why I think that's why the like circular economy stuff started like clicking in my head more this year. Is I just started realizing like I think all the tools are available. All the tools are available, and just commerce, straight up peer-to-peer trading in Bitcoin for goods doesn't sound that weird to me anymore.
All I'm saying, you know, if we're our own banks, and I won't be here that much longer, but you guys will be, you're really the bankers of tomorrow. You need to accept that responsibility and start acting accordingly. And, you know, that's why I'm not one for building these Bitcoin citadels. I think wherever you're at.
Next year, you and I, would love to spend a little more time hanging out. I missed that opportunity with Tyler. Unfortunately, didn't spend enough time hanging out with him. So I'll probably come down to Ensenada for a month or so. I'll make the time, and we'll hang out.
Well, we're going to do a Razor tour, and so we want to kind of get it all organized so people come down here and have a good experience. But we don't want to endanger anybody. But I got my new hobby, and that's I love these off-road vehicles. It's like beats motorcycles all to pieces. And it's cool. So I relax that way, guys. That's why I relax. When it's like when you ride a motorcycle, you're so focused on what you're doing, you see everything around you, and that's what's so it's a good exercise. It's not just, and that's what you have to do, you know, in your financial life. You got to look at everything that's going on around us. The fact that you've got a Bitcoin HODL, that's a big step in the right direction. You know, now you've got a solid foundation to go anywhere you want to go.
Hey guys,
and that's the thing with the tax savings with the U.S. regulations that you have to consider these options.
Yeah.
Hey, so quick question, even though I always cover it, but I always cover it from my own perspective. We got four actually. Rob, you're a trader as well. We got four. Well, actually, Marcel, you're a trader as well. So we got a bunch of traders on, but in a very short way, and if Willie's listening, we'll kick off with him because he hasn't said anything in a while. The question is specific, and everyone knows my view on it, even though I'll repeat it. Tone, can you ask the guys and I'm trying to get some girls on this stream. I'm just not being very successful at the moment. Tone, can you ask the guys what they think Bitcoin should pull back to within reason? If Willie doesn't unmute in a minute, we'll go to Socrates. Oh, Willie unmuted.
You're like asking the no price target guy. I suppose I could share some screens here.
Yeah, please.
How do I do this? Share screen. And let's go to
share application. Try not to dox your monitor.
Where's the application? Gosh, I got so many up. I think I'm just gonna. Oh, here's Safari. Let's do that one. Share it. Let me know if you see a screen full of.
We do.
Yeah. Okay. So full of charts. Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
So, all right. So let's go to price models. Actually, I'll go to this. I'll go to this one. Okay, this is a chart of I'm calling this. See this green line here? That green line is a valuation metric based on the amount of coins moving in volume between investors. because the volume that goes through the blockchain, it's volume that's moving between investors, and it turns out that the market cap really tracks that quite closely. So you can use it as a metric to get an idea of where other investors are fundamentally going to support the price. And you can see that, in the last bull cycle, wherever it's hit this green line, it provides very strong support, because that's the zone in which buyers tend to come in strongly and buy on spot exchanges. And you see in COVID, we kind of slashed right through it. And if you were to look on chain, very few people actually sold. They held their coins through it. It was just a derivative squeeze as everything got liquidated and it bounced right back. And every time we've approached this zone where it touches the green line or comes close to it, it's like suspension springs and it pushes it off. And if you remember the sort of zone of chop we had here, and people were really fixated against this whole idea that Bitcoin was a failed safe haven, and it tracked the S&P 500 very closely. I was saying that this whole thing was going to decouple, and it was going to decouple based on this influx of adopters coming in, which you could see quite clearly. Like you could have asked the exchanges, they would have told you they're seeing more customers arrive than ever before. You could have looked on chain to see the clusters of wallets arriving. And so you could see the sort of S adoption just ripping upwards. And I was saying that eventually these guys that were trading the correlation with the S&P, wherever they short, if they were to short up against this area where the spot buyers were very strong, they'd get completely bounced off. And that's what we did here. And this is the first time where the S&P crashed and Bitcoin rocketed. And this was the first proper fundamental decoupling. And so I use this price here as kind of the hoverbed of price rejection of any bearish moves. And right now, that's just broached $12,000, and you can see the price history is around $500, maybe even $1,000 above that zone where we're getting the suspension springs bouncing it. So that would put us around 13,000 as a fundamental floor. It's insanely bullish right now, so I don't know if we'll hit that. And we've got, if you zoom in there, these bands of support here, this is like 15,000. That's very strong. I mean, I was stacking bids in the 16 to 15 in my long positions. I unloaded up here because it started to look a bit sketchy. And this is daily close, so only a few of them got hit. And yeah, so I'm thinking that we get a lot of chop up and down here. I don't think we'll necessarily break below 15, 16. Like we've already explored this region and it rejected. But having said that, I'll take us to a glass node chart and just see what we're looking at here. Is this what I'm looking at? Got a whole bunch of charts. You can see adjusted SOPR. So, as you guys have been celebrating this all-time high, which we haven't quite broached, I was legitimately quite bearish. And I wouldn't say bearish, I just say I didn't think we'd break it and move. That's mainly because of this chart and a couple of others. This is SOPR, spent output price ratio, I think it's called, profit ratio, yeah. And so essentially what this is showing is that whenever coins move from one investor to the others, it's looking at the investor that sold and to see how much profit they're in. And it takes within the hour or within the day, all of those coin movements, and it's looking at the outgoing sellers' profit. And so whenever you get a strong run up, obviously as they sell their coins, they're in strong profit. And at certain levels of profit, you don't tend to break much higher. Eventually people sell. And we're in this very high region that's very close to the 14K zone that we had middle of like last year, you know. And if you compare this to the 2017 cycle, it's actually right in the middle of like third quarter of 2017, where price was ripping upwards. Right before the mania took us right to the peak and went this high, but we're in the zone here. And the actual all-time high zone that was when we broke the 1200, or we tested it, sorry, I say tested it, didn't break it, is here, right? It's right here. And this is the kind of SOPA we got. We got into this zone here. Wasn't that over stretched, and it bounced back. And you tend to have to bounce back down and reset SOPA before you're ready to run up again. And this is because when it gets overheated and when this starts dropping, it means the price is dropping, and people sell. And usually you need to expend all of the profit, guys, and they end up stopping their sales at a certain point where if these guys are in a loss, they will no longer, in a bull market, you'd be a fool to sell at a loss. So generally this whole thing goes to zero before those sellers stop taking profit, and they'll hold their coins. And so we bounced up again. And this is the zone we're in right now. We've just had this ridiculous run up over nearly doubling Bitcoin's value. And we're right in the zone where anyone selling coins right now is in huge profit. And we need this to well, I think we need this to reset back down to here, right? You know, there is precedence for it to go continually higher, but that precedence is only set in the last cycle where we entered this essentially the mania cycle of the bull market. And we're not in a mania cycle right now. We're in a like pre-all-time high sort of zone, and it's kind of still a little bit stealthy in its bull market. It's the hedge fund managers that are buying in. It's the CEOs of publicly traded companies that are buying in. So I don't see us going much higher than this. I think we've got a lot of chop to go between the highs that we've forged right now are above 19,500 down to the 15, maybe 16, 15. I think we just need to retrace a bit, and that'll be enough to bring the SOPA down. It might take 1 week, it might take 3 weeks. And if you look back at the prior chart I showed you, which is again the this market price, this is the organic valuation, you run the ratio of that and you get this purple line, which shows you the premium that we're trading coins above what might be an organic floor that traders, long-term holders would support. And you can see again, wherever we get high-ish, it comes back down a little bit like SOPA. And we're still up here and we need to come back down. And there it is again, that's this zone here. This is the all-time high of the last cycle, and it touched there again. So yeah, in answer to the question, I think maybe like 15,000 might be a really lower band to touch. I think we'd be really lucky if we get 14,000. I think fundamentally.
Well, we just touched 16, which is almost like 15. So do you still see that in the near future?
I think it's hard because we've seen such a strong bounce back up. I think this bounce back up is very suspicious. I'm of the opinion it's a bull trap. Like see if I can pull.
I'm with you. I'm of total opinion it's a bull trap, but I also think FOMO is about to set in, taking us to 23 plus before the pullback.
Yeah, well, see, look at this drop. Look at all these red candles in here. These red candles, it's huge volume. You can see the OBV, the unbalanced volume, which is taking into account the volume as the price drops, took us down to here. And then all of this run up, look how flat this OBV climb is while the price was a much higher trajectory, because there was shit all volume in there. And then suddenly we broke this trend line and we had a punch upwards in volume. But still, it's way below the volumes, the OBV where we were at the prior highs. So I don't really buy this, and I don't think we've got enough gas to go to 25,000. I mean, look at these exhaustion. Well, we look at these TD9s on that time frame. TD9 on the where is it? Oh, sorry, on the chart. This is a TD9 forming right now on the 4 hour, and I hardly ever see it punch through a TD9 there and then move up against another 4 hour TD9 and then another. Usually the second one catches it. Given that we're overextended on this run and we're on a TD9, it's near its exhaustion. Technically it's exhausted, and then fundamentally it's near an exhaustion. It's so far above this floor price that, and on SOPR as well, which I showed earlier. And then on top of that, you can look at the premiums, like the premiums here. Suddenly, the derivative exchanges are way above the spot exchanges, which is never a great sign. It's very hard to go much higher in this kind of zone. Admittedly, that can change quickly. But like, I'll pull up, let's have a look at this. This is Glass Nodes. So we're seeing open interest start to climb again. So the number of contracts that derivative traders are holding are now coming back. They got squeezed out. This was the collapse here. At this point, everyone was unreasonably long, and they got liquidated. And you see this drastic collapse in long positions, essentially positions, but it's going down, and the longs being liquidated, and it's dropping, and they're climbing back up. And we're starting to see people get long again. Let's have a look at this. Let's see if that's going to come back. All right. Yeah, see that blue line there going in there. This is the funding rates for a long position across all of the derivative exchanges. This data is by Glassnode, and so people going long again, and it's very hard for the price to climb up against like positive funding. So yeah, I think we're going to come back a bit. It's not at the point where we're going to squeeze. There's the amount of contracts in position aren't high enough to squeeze traders out. Yeah, so yeah, I think we're going to chop a bit. Yeah, I don't think 25,000 can be reached on this run. I might be wrong, but on-chain says it's going to be really hard to go there. On-chain actually fundamentally says we had a lot of take profit, and it's mildly bearish, but given there's a mix of bullish and bearish metrics coming in, and together I kind of think it's a sideways, and given the volatility we've seen, it's got to chop and consolidate a bit, maybe 3 weeks. I'll pull up this chart. This chart is actually Glassnode's very cool clustering of wallets that it sees across all addresses. It looks at the forensics and says, oh, those bunch of addresses belong to one person, because we can see the interconnect between the transactions. And you can see also we're very, like, this is very bullish. This is like, see, this is like, on this day here, we had 13,500 new users jump into the blockchain, essentially use the on-chain wallet. And that's over and above the people leaving, zeroing out their wallet. So 15,000 people per day, it peaked out there while we're in this sort of, what was it, the $13,000 band. And that was a call I made here on my newsletter that we were going a lot higher, super bullish. And we're in this very high zone here of new users coming in, except this data here is only available on my account because I know exactly what it's doing. Is like, as you see a whole bunch of addresses fill up the coin, you don't see how they cluster and relate back to the old one, so it's abnormally high. But this sort of spikes enough to tell me that there are a lot of new users coming on board. It's not actually that high. It's probably much lower down here. You'll see that sort of start to collapse as these wallets start to interact with other addresses. So that's a bullish thing. And in terms of flows in and out of the exchanges, through this entire run, you see this flows negative. You want to see that when it's bullish. You want to see coins being scooped up off the exchanges. And we're in a neutral band, very neutral. We had a bit of bullishness here. It didn't push the price up too much. I think it was up against resistance of all-time highs. And then we had this collapse. And now it's actually been net positive over the last week. Not a lot compared to previous weeks, but I don't see this being very bullish compared to the prior months we had. Look at the amount of volume being scooped up there, and it doesn't look like it's got gas to go to 25,000. And lastly, let's have a look at the rainbow chart. I'll just open that up in a new window. I think it's here and it's loading. So this is the chart that a lot of people are looking at right now to measure the inventory stock on spot exchanges. It's not perfect. Turn off BitMEX for a start because it's not a spot exchange. Binance, for example, is part futures, part spot. So we haven't got a good read of how that breaks down. But all in all, this is how it looks. And you can see everything's dropped off a cliff here in inventory stock, which is massively bullish. We're in a flat zone here, which I'll try and get a zoom in on. But so we're in a flat zone here where the inventory is staying level. And I don't necessarily think that's a stop to it. It might be. The last time we had this happen again, I talked about it earlier, was this zone between where my mouse is, and you can see it's not very. Yeah, okay. You can see how like inventory dropped here, and then right on the all-time high, which is right about here, about there. Inventory started to increase again, but that inventory drop was a completion of reaccumulation. That's enough to drive the bull market for the following year. And I think a lot of this inventory increase has been from like smaller retail players coming in, buying coins, being noobs, and leaving their coins on the exchanges. And we may be approaching that again now. We've got the same sort of test of all-time high up here. And it looks like the inventory is going sideways. Can't tell because it does sort of this sort of sideways bit before it drops again. If it drops again, it's just insane. It's just insanely bullish. But we've had a crazy drop already, and it's enough to fuel all of 2021's bull season. So yeah, that's a quick rundown on the on-chain stuff.
All right, awesome. Thanks for all that info, Willie. I don't know if you want to drop screen share at this point. I think Simon Dixon has joined us. Is he? There he is.
I'm going to jump off, by the way. Hey, Simon.
That's a real background, right? Not like my moon one, right?
It's too cool.
Oh, right. No, this is my, I'm having a studio built out, so I'm in the dining room at the moment.
All right, awesome. I mean, we're talking about price of Bitcoin. How are you, man? Tell us about your excitement of the potential break of the new all-time high, to create a new all-time high. On some exchanges it happened, on some it didn't. And where were you in December of 2017 when we broke 19K last time?
Oh, Jesus. December 2017 when we broke, I can't remember. Where was that? That was just after the ICO craze. That was crazy. 2017, where was I? Can't remember.
Oh, good. Man. So what's going on in your world?
Yeah, sorry, I've been real busy today and didn't even notice that we hit the all-time high. So the first I knew was when you messaged me. So yeah, just jumping in. But I think this is still the halving effect. You tend to get, 6 months after halving, you tend to get the effect of halving. Everyone, more and more people realizing about digital scarcity. Not really commenting on the short-term technical stuff. I'll leave that to you guys. But yeah, it's I guess this I always get a bit nervous when it goes up this fast. I don't like to see it go up this fast, but that's just Bitcoin. It always does. I guess the new highs always brings new people to talk about it. And where are you guys seeing this next then? So I think you guys are seeing this continuing or a correction.
We're kind of in agreement. Like, I think the FOMO can definitely take us higher up to 25. But in reality, I know that we're a little overextended. Willie is actually a little more bearish than me at the moment, thinking that we're really pushing the envelope here, and the pullback last week was not sufficient enough. I believe that, but it's this is not how I wanted to break 19,000, to be honest with you. I wanted a bigger pullback, more consolidation. I didn't want to see a break of 19,000 till the end of Q1 next year, because if we broke 20,000 at the end of Q1 next year, I would have been very bullish all the way into 30, maybe even 40, maybe even 50. But we're so overextended getting here. Upside is really limited. But just like in 2017, I thought that 7,500 was the ultimate top. We just got up 10x in a year, and I thought 7,500 in 2017 and on November 7th was the big top. We pulled back, we broke it again mid-November, and I'm like, well, the days are numbered. I was right, the days were numbered. We only had 3 more weeks of upside, but it took us to 20,000. So it's time-wise, we are very numbered, but before a legitimate slowdown. But price-wise, it's hard to judge the price right now. It's easier to judge time.
Yeah. Well, I think, the economic story is there. So, people are concerned about, looking for alternative asset classes in the current environment. The new demand definitely seems to be there. Like I'm seeing a lot of people asking about Bitcoin, not really on the retail side, but more on the institutional investor side. And the corporate side as well. So we're seeing more and more of that. So it seems like we have hit a new demand. You know, with a new billionaire every couple of weeks coming out and saying, right, I'm ready to put my name to it. They were probably in before and they were probably doing that, but there's definitely been a sentiment change in terms of who's willing to put their reputation on the line to talk about Bitcoin. It seemed like the Paul Tudor Jones thing was a point of inflection towards traditional hedge fund managers thinking that there's something, there's willing to put their reputation online, I guess. So the economic story is there, the demand story is there, the fundamentals of Bitcoin in terms of the halving effect coming in always happens several months after the halving. But yeah, I guess it's up to you guys to do the whole short-term trading thing and whether there's real demand there, whether it's hitting exchanges. I think, you know, a lot of stuff is happening OTC. I think that there's a lot of interest, and then you've got the GBTC, you know, they're every single week they're adding another 25,000 Bitcoins of institutional Bitcoins in there that are going to be locked up for a long time. So I just think a lot of the Bitcoins that are coming in, a lot of the money that's coming in are people that are just going to hold these things and is sucking out supply.
Yeah, no, good point. I do want to get back to the shorter-ish term of like what's going on with Bitcoin, a pullback. But we have a good general question. We'll let you kick off the answer, Simon, since you just joined, and then I would love to get Jimmy Song's take. And it's a general question. Comes from Greg. If everyone thinks this is going to hit 6 digits, meaning 100K plus, why would anyone sell? History is giving people a lot of confidence. Simon, go.
Yeah, well, that's true. And in hindsight, people have a lot of confidence. But when you're actually hitting new all-time highs, I've seen it throughout Bitcoin, you know, when it hit $1, when it hit $10, when it hits $100, when it hits 1,000, people have a deep fear that, you know, they want to lock in some profits if they haven't fully bought into the vision and mission. And so you always have people that are kind of a bit with something so crazy to believe in as Bitcoin. You get a lot of nervousness from people as they jump on board. And there's still a lot of people that will be on board right now that just think it's a get rich quick scheme, a currency just for drug dealers, a Ponzi scheme or a scam. And so they try and get out as soon as they can to somebody that's actually bought into the true economic case and believe in it. But it's the reason people sell is fear, because they think that they could be wrong.
Jimmy, you want to follow up?
Yeah, I mean, this is, I think what Simon said is absolutely correct. There's a psychology about this that, you know, like you look at Homo economicus or something like that, like a completely rational person. If they believed everything that they did, then they would act a certain way. But as we know with trading, people are not completely rational. And in fact, that's why you get all the profits that you do as a trader, is that there are emotional sort of biases that we all have that come into all of this. People start getting nervous when there's like a 5x gain and they're like, what if I lose all this? What if I was wrong? And they start doubting themselves. So there are certain sort of human psychological things that come into play once you get to a certain multiple. Now, is this going to happen in this next bull market? I mean, probably, but there's also the fact that a lot of these are going to be institutional managers. Are they more liable to this sort of thing or less liable? I don't know. That's a really good question for me. And I would love to hear from, say, a Mike Novogratz, like how he thinks about this sort of thing, right? Like, because I don't know, like, is institutional FOMO worse than retail FOMO? Are institutional hands as strong as retail hands or as weak as retail hands? We don't really know. And that's something that I think we'll start finding out in this next cycle, is just how different or similar the psychology of a bull market is on these people, because that's not really information we have yet.
Can I jump on that? Can I jump on that?
Yeah, go for it, Joe, and then we'll get Ugly's take in there. He's had a longer life than everybody else, so I'd love to get his take on why people would sell if it's going to 100K. Joe, go.
Well, my quick thing would be, as I understand it, funds and stuff like that, they can't really just dump bags in mass. They kind of have to adhere to some protocols. They can't really cause, I could be completely wrong. Maybe it works for some and not others. But that would be my understanding. Is I don't think institutional would be able to just rip the market. But that's my 2 cents.
All right, Ugly. What about you? If everyone thinks it's going to 100K, why would anyone sell?
Well, you don't sell. I'm never short. It's just a matter of how long I am, and sometimes you want to be flat. Maybe you want to hedge some of your hodl. But I think one difference, I remember where I was in December of 2017, and I was with you having lunch at a restaurant. And I remember it was absolutely crazy. Your phone was ringing off the wall that people wanted to buy Bitcoin, and you're asking me, what do? I don't want to sell it to them here, but this is the price, and I got to, and they wanted, and so you had to make a solid commit. You sure you want it here? Because
by the way, the Bitcoin transaction fee back then was $100 because the mempool was clogged as hell. Because of the wars on scaling were just taking place. So that was the week I had to pay $100 transaction to get to do a transaction. That was the only time I paid that much for a transaction fee. And look at us now. It's 3 years later. Bitcoin is way more popular, and the transaction fees are $1 or $2 at most versus $100 the last time we were at this price.
And when we were at this price before, at least I'm not seeing people coming to me, well, where do I buy the Bitcoin? They're waiting for the break. It's not that urgency. There was so much urgency back there in December 2017 that people just wanted it now and they didn't care about the price. You don't see that now this time. So, it is a little bit different situation. And, my outlook, I don't know where this 14,000 figure comes up. That's the same figure I have, but I have a completely different reasons. I got a partial fill on December futures at, I think, 14,020. So whenever I do that and I only get a partial, I always sell it because there's a 99% chance it's going to go back down there. So I'm kind of looking somewhere. It doesn't mean we can't go to 25 or 30,000 first, but I am looking for a break below 14,000. And you know what? I don't want to suffer through it. So that's why I don't have much. I have a very small speculative long. In fact, I'm short the shit coins against my longs because I feel a lot more comfortable being long Bitcoin and short Ethereum than the other way around. So that's where I'm doing my thing. Hey, and you get good funding on some of these shit coins now. They pay. I didn't realize it. The guys did some studies on my trading, but 10% of my profits come from market making and funding. I had no clue till they discovered that, which is just, it amazed me.
All right, what about you, Socrates? What are your thoughts on this? You're still living in the same apartment, and I think wearing the same hoodie for as long as I've known you. So what makes someone sell at any point?
Well, I can even go a step further here and share what I've been starting here for the bull market this year. Now cutting my own hair because I feel like every haircut I can put.
Really? Is it legal there? Is it legal in your state to go get a haircut?
It is, but the time that it was not allowed, it made me realize, heck, I could do this for myself and just put that money into Bitcoin. Every couple of months now, I'm putting my $20 haircut into my hodl stash. So I'm certainly of the opinion that we're going to 6 figures and not planning on selling significantly before then. And I do have strong opinions about why people would. As a former financial advisor, I got pretty good experience of people freaking out about price going up or going down. And something that I came to realize is that the people that make the most money are the ones that understand the investment the best. And there's a lot of people that think that sure, Bitcoin could go to 100,000, but they don't really understand why the value should be there. And the ones that really are understanding this space the best are going to be the ones that are just absolutely not going to sell under 100,000. Whereas the ones that maybe have a little bit of enough of an understanding to buy in and to not sell the dips potentially, but they don't really buy into the long-term idea of returning to a sound money standard, and they're not really thinking in the long term, it's going to be a lot harder for them to hold on. And the other thing that I talk to a lot of the people that I talk to about this stuff, my friends and family, is the importance of having a time target opposed to a price target. Most people that get into this are thinking that if Bitcoin gets to X price, then I will have X money and I'm gonna sell and be rich. Whereas in my opinion, the people that are really going to do the best are gonna be the ones that are using a time target opposed to a price target. And for me, I'm really not thinking nearly as much about 100,000 Bitcoin as I am thinking about 18 months from now and the historical cycles of the 18 to 24 month bull runs that we have seen after the halvings. And like Tone mentioned, that in a couple weeks, price can go from 7 to 20. So if you are out there thinking about just obsessing about Bitcoin getting to a certain price, once it gets there, and if you are able to sell, it's probably going to blow right through and you're going to be left on the sidelines wondering what the heck to do. So I think that the best way to take advantage of this is to make sure that you understand what you're investing in as much as possible, and then to look at a time horizon opposed to a price target. When I first bought Bitcoin, I said that I was going to hold on for 5 years minimum, no matter what happens. If it goes to zero, then I lose everything. And if it goes to $1 million in a year, I'm holding on for 5 years. And that was my initial investment, my initial hodl. And that's something that I think is very, very, very important for people to clarify. I'm wanting to challenge everybody out there who considers themselves a hodler. A lot of people out there on Twitter talk about being a hodler. And my question is, are you really? What are you hodling for? Are you hodling for 100K, or are you hodling until you're 50 or 60, or until you can pass it along and to maybe as an inheritance to your offspring? So what is hodling really? To me, if you're hodling with less than a 10-year time horizon, you're not a hodler at all. You're a speculator. So if you are in this and you understand why you're in this, and you are in it with a time target and a long enough time horizon, and I don't see any reason why you would ever sell under 6 figures. Whereas if you're not coming in this with the right time target or the right understanding of why you're in it, then I don't see how you're going to be able to hold through these big numbers that I'm expecting myself.
All right.
Yeah, I think a lot of that comes from a lot of people, because Bitcoin is, they see it as money as well as an investment, or they see it as something different. A lot of people never actually separate their investable funds from their spendable funds. And so really, a lot of people are thinking, well, some people, if they come from, I got to hold all my money in Bitcoin, then they try and use it for their everyday living expenses. And then they're just looking for the right price to try and cash in to cover their expenses. So it's really a problematic thing trying to, you can have your Bitcoin for your expenses, but combining it with your investable Bitcoin and really psychologically separating those two things is the only really way of managing it, because otherwise you're just at the mercy of the price for when rent comes due or whatever it is. And I've seen a lot of people over the last decade, that have been there for the whole way, but then they didn't want to sell their Bitcoin, but they had to meet rent because they were combining these two things and not seeing them as separate.
That is a great point, and I'm glad that you said that, because I think that is probably the #1 reason why people won't be able to hold on, is because they're either overexposed or they do not have a sufficient savings account. And I think that it is very, very critical to have emergency funds, rainy day funds, 6 to 12 months in living expenses set aside in cash, and something that, for me, something that is not exposed to any sort of volatility or fractional reserve system. And then if you have a sufficient savings account, and then you're able to then kind of hold through some of the volatility and not have to sell when you need to. But the other thing is when people get overexposed, if you invest too much and you have too much of your net worth invested, when the price goes up, it's going to be as hard to hold through that as when it goes down, because you're going to be looking at making too much money in too little time, and people just can't handle that psychologically. So really, I think that probably the number one key to being able to take advantage of this over the long term is not overexposing. As soon as you overexpose, then you are going to start losing sleep no matter where the price goes. And there's just no way that you're going to be able to maintain that sort of psychology for the next year. So I think that that is very, very important to separate the investment and the spending funds and to not overexpose.
Yeah, Socrates, he hit that on the nail on the head, because I mean, I literally can tell you the number of a number of people that were just due to some life circumstance, they rode Bitcoin all the way up to 20,000, never lined up, never did anything. They held it and they added to it. They did everything right, but when they needed the money, they had to sell. I mean, it wasn't a choice, and so they had to sell it. You know, at 5,000 or 4,000 or even 3,500, they've never been able to get back in. And I just, I've done the same thing. I talked to, because I tell people that, and hodling's hard, guys. It's hard. It's hard. It's hard to hodl, but you got to learn how to do it.
And hey, people sell for all kinds of reasons. Sometimes you want to, get off the moon and change your living circumstance. Hey, Marcel, man, you've been quiet. You've been on the stream for a while. We got Jimmy, we got Ugly, we got Socrates. You've been watching my channel for years.
I'm used only to watch, not to talk,
You gotta have questions for some of these guys, man.
I'm watching every video of yours, and as well of Joe and Cruz, or how you spell it, Socrates. Oh, I'm fine. I'm listening.
Brian.
Honored to be on the chat on the stream for once.
Brian, Rob, if you guys got questions for our fellow panelists here, go for it.
Commenting on the budgeting discussion. Look, personal finance is hard, and then personal finance in two currencies is now doubly as hard. And so I just think the more hearing how other people have done it, and the more people that have done it for multiple years in a row, they've been able to create freedom in their life off of this. I think we need more talk. I said it earlier. We need more talk about personal finance, more talk about how to separate. I think even just the way that Simon just said, having spending Bitcoin and investable Bitcoin, I think people can talk. You can start to think about your Bitcoin in a checking account and a savings account analogy the same way your dollars work too. And that's another way that you can kind of start to lean into Bitcoin standard in your own life. So that's something, like, my wife and I made this Excel sheet that kind of, it like tracks our net worth and tracks our income in both currencies. And it's constantly kind of showing us a different view of it. And so I couldn't find that anywhere else. And so we kind of just had to build our own Excel sheet.
That's a great point. It actually makes me think of a reason why I would myself sell Bitcoin under 100,000, and something that I think Ugly Old Goat's a great example of is the idea of diversifying and building from the increase in Bitcoin, the appreciation in Bitcoin over the years. And if you get a really good business opportunity, let's say you get an opportunity to start a business that maybe it's in Bitcoin or maybe it's not, and you get the opportunity to sell some, and you can only do that if you sell Bitcoin to then start that business. That is something that I would absolutely be very open to myself if I was in a position where the price of Bitcoin is what it is today or even less. And I think that I could sell some of that to start a business and then make more money than I would need, make enough money to then invest from that business after, a year or more, and then having the ability to buy more Bitcoin over the next couple years, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, could be very worth it to sell some Bitcoin on the way up, and then diversify by starting a business and then investing that disposable income into Bitcoin over the years to come. So that could be a reason.
I would also start to try to rebrand it in my head from selling. Like again, like at our meetup bar, like our bartenders take their tips in Bitcoin now because we're teaching them how to move on to the Bitcoin standard too. And so being able to, tip them in Bitcoin, it like, that's still me realizing value off of like being early and having a great investment, but then it's building, like that's so fulfilling, building the HODL stack and building getting them off zero and having another person be able to experience the freedom that I've experienced. Like that's like incredibly fulfilling. So I think if we just start to kind of rebrand this thing from selling to, using it in circular economy is another way that like you can still realize value from it.
I still tip in Bitcoin wherever I can. Brian's absolutely right. It's expensive a little bit for fees, but people, when I first started doing this, less than 50% of people heard of Bitcoin. We want to tip them. Now it's more than 99% almost, especially the younger.
You can use the Lightning Network and there's no fees.
I downloaded the Strike wallet and I have.
Strike.
I gotta say, I'm with Doug. Like some of us that learned about Bitcoin in that like years before Lightning was a concept. It's hard for us to get on Lightning, man. It is like, unless you are a straight up technology geek or join Bitcoin in the world of high fees, it's really hard to give up what what you're comfortable with and join the Lightning Network. So I think Doug's in the same boat as me. It is like, I'm not going to do it until fees are $50 a coin again.
Yeah, I just started to use Strike, and so that's Jack Mahler's thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, and I pulled funds in from my bank account, which is a KYC event.
Dangerous thing to do.
Right, exactly. And there was a fee attached to it that I didn't quite understand, and then I sent from what I thought was Lightning to a regular Bitcoin address, and there seemed to be a really high fee for that too. So do you have to go Lightning to Lightning in order to have no fee kind of stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, Lightning to Lightning to have no fee. And then maybe here's a better option for you guys more than Strike then. Maybe using like bolts or like a non-custodial on-chain to Lightning, and you do pay a fee because you're paying like it's kind of two currencies. And I think that does trip people up a little bit. So you pay a fee going from on-chain to Lightning, but then you have that Lightning checking account. And that's what I think helps. So then you have a Lightning checking account and you have your normal on-chain savings.
You can stay on Lightning. You don't have to go back into.
Yeah. But you can always move your Lightning checking account coins on chain, so to speak, and then
Okay. You can close the channel, get those Lightning Bitcoin back onto Bitcoin. But again, I don't really use it yet. Like I haven't gotten on it yet. I want to get back to something Brian said earlier about you having a spreadsheet, that your wife and yourself pay attention to, or you're spending Bitcoin versus fiat dollars. Like recently, because with these 4th of July, with these Black Friday sales, I've had a lot of interest in people wanting to be traders and people asking basic questions about I'm a beginner trader. What do you think about, like, should I get the MRI, which is more of an advanced indicator? So I'm like, no, you really want to spend your money on the risk management course and the basic TA course before you spend it. So I'm having these like conversations, and then people ask, well, how do you start? And I say, well, look, trading is a very dangerous profession. It's a professional gambler. It's a race car driver. It's a really dangerous profession. And I'm like, here's how you should start. You need to start your trading career with a paper trading account. And a paper trading account in traditional markets is fake dollars on a real exchange. And you got to treat them like real dollars. But in crypto, you can start, your trading account with a few $100 and treat it like it's $100,000. But you can start with a few $100 and you can just, trade the $100 like it's 10,000 or 100,000, whatever your future limit is. But as far as the paper trading account goes, how do you make someone that's a beginner trader, traditional market, you're trading fake dollars on a real exchange, how do you give yourself the mentality that you're trading real money? And that's always been a challenge. So here's what I wrote to this guy in an email. Do you know the best way for you to mentally treat those fake dollars like real dollars. Show your returns to your wife at the end of each week. And then if you don't do well, try to explain to her why. And you'll treat those fake dollars like real dollars real quick.
Totally. Bitcoin is just a side hobby for so many people. And I think, that's why I'm kind of passionate too about, like couples adopting it together and moving forward in the Bitcoin standard together. And that's why some of these, and what I realized with me and my wife is that when I leaned into, buying a gift card with Bitcoin for the first time, it kind of completed the circle for her. And honestly, in a weird, this sounds super Keynesian, but watching me buy a gift card with it made her trust it more as a savings technology also, because it completed the loop for her of, okay, like this isn't just and honestly, the power of meetups and meeting other Bitcoiners out in real life has also kind of helped us like complete that circle for us too, and realize that this isn't a hobby.
But Mama holler, but my wife is the spender, and she's made some of the best decisions. She says, I want this Raptor, and I'll never forget that. And she bought that Raptor at the top of the market. She held it a year and traded it. She turned, like, it cost, I don't know, 3 or 4 Bitcoin, and by the time she sold it, she sold the Bitcoin at like close to 20,000, and she got, in dollar terms, it was back at 3,500 a year later. So, I call it, buy Lambos here and sell Lambos here. I actually have a chart showing that you can, it's a crazy market, but that's what you got to do, guys. You just have to, a wife helps you, because she said they think different. My wife thinks different than I do completely. Hey, I got to go, but I'll come back. I'll try and get the goat lady on and Juan on, and we'll come back if you guys are still on. I got to go do another thing, and then, but we'll get on the other set, and I'll see if I get the goat lady on here too, and Juan. So.
All right, Ugly. Thanks for joining us, man. Always a pleasure. If we're still streaming a little bit later, come on back.
And I'll echo
what. All right. Can I throw a little bit of a wet blanket on what you guys are talking about? Because I don't think I agree.
Go for it.
All right. So I don't think you should be spending your Bitcoin. I think you should be holding your Bitcoin. And if for spending, US dollar is way more convenient. I don't think paying people in Bitcoin really does anything unless they're a merchant that happens to want to hold Bitcoin. So for paying Tone or paying me, or for paying people on this on the show, that's fine. But there have been so many merchants that quote unquote take Bitcoin. All they do is sell it right away for dollars. And it doesn't like do anything for anybody. You can buy a gift card from somebody, but if that person isn't holding Bitcoin, essentially what you're doing is you're selling your Bitcoin. You should be using your dollars instead. Now, if you're all in on Bitcoin, that's fine. Like go ahead and spend your Bitcoin in whatever manner suits you. I don't think that's necessarily the most efficient, because if you, for example, use a credit card and pay it off with the 45 days of free interest or whatever it is that you have, you're going to usually get a better return, because you get 45 more days of holding your Bitcoin, which will increase the price usually, sometimes in spectacular ways, like the last 45 days have done.
Mm-hmm.
So in a sense, I don't think that's the use case that we should really promote. And every single person that has done that, that has gone and said, oh, you know what, like you should spend it. This was what Roger Ver was talking about back in 2017. And the reason why he forked off Bitcoin Cash was because he thought not enough people were spending, and that was the key. And you can see what that's done for the Bitcoin Cash economy. It hasn't done anything. They've gotten lots of merchants to quote unquote accept Bitcoin Cash. But in fact, it hasn't done anything for them, and it's actually put a lot more sell pressure, because all those merchants, they don't want to hold BCH. All they want to do is they just want to create. They want to get dollars or yen or whatever it is that they want. So I hate to be that wet blanket guy that's saying don't do this or whatever. I can talk about it. I can talk about it too. Bitcoin purchase that I've ever made, and this includes everything from 2013, 2014, 2015. I don't spend Bitcoin unless I absolutely have to.
Oh, yeah, no,
because I like holding it.
Yeah, getting Jimmy to spend $20 in Bitcoin is even with no fee is a challenge.
I know Doug has something to say about this, but I want to hear Brian's response to.
And Rob also, because he's been pretty quiet.
So I think that completely makes sense from the personal finance side of Jimmy, like maximizing everything about like what your personal situation. Completely agree. Looking at it from the side of the business owner, when you're spending your credit card, they're paying a tax to Visa and they're paying a tax to all this stuff. So the lightning out, this is where the philosophy and Bitcoin having the moral high ground and Bitcoin being better money, like this is where fair trade money matters. And like for these businesses and like the new, just the freedom aspect of like businesses being able to do commerce, like the tools are available. And I completely agree that what gives Bitcoin its value is that people want to hold it and the store value and all that stuff. I'm not negating any of that stuff. And I think that's where Roger Ver messed up, is that he negated all that stuff. But this year, I've come to all of this really organically because I don't appreciate the way that small restaurants are being treated during these lockdowns. And I want them to undercut the credit cards and I want them to experience freedom and I want to end the Fed and move Bitcoin forward as that whole thing. And so it's not, in no way am I discounting the store value narrative. That's completely what it is. But if you're a small business in this country and you can accept cash over the internet and stop paying taxes to Visa and stop paying middlemen, I just think that's a sick, like freedom advancing thing that I enjoy talking about and enjoy.
Yeah, as a merchant, I'll take Bitcoin all day long. And you guys have seen me do this. If you've ever been at a conference with me, I will prefer Bitcoin to cash whenever I can sell my books. And in fact, I tax people whenever they want to pay in cash or PayPal or Venmo, because I'm like, you know what? I want Bitcoin and I'll give you this book for $10 in Bitcoin.
So why is talking to restaurants about doing the same thing? Because you're just nervous that
because I'm not getting any benefit as a consumer, right? If I use the credit card, they're going to charge me the exact same amount of money.
The people that pay you, but what if they're offering a discount? You just said
if they offer me a discount, it has to be sufficient for me to make it. But oftentimes they don't, and that's the point, is that they don't.
But not only
until they do, it doesn't make any sense to me. That by the way, indicates to me that they actually want to hold it, and that's something that I would actually support. But
100%.
All these businesses,
and that's why
like Expedia, Dell, and all these other ones that used to take Bitcoin,
screw all that stuff. Screw all that stuff. I'm not talking about corporations. I'm talking about in every county in the United States, there should be a Bitcoin meetup and there should be a freedom bar that takes it and is a hodler and is freedom fighting. And in every single time that those Bitcoin meetups have those freedom businesses and that freedom taco shop and that freedom whatever, that then is the social layer nodes that go across this entire country and like set people free.
Yeah, my rule on using Bitcoin to buy things is I only use it to tip those servers who know what it is, are excited to get it, and tell me they're going to hold. They understand it, they get it. So I consider this me priming the pump to an ever increasing Bitcoin price as they tell their friends, they show their friends, and then, oh, that guy's back in who drives the Tesla and tips some Bitcoin. And then they're excited, and they're usually younger people too. And so that's where I think it makes sense. I think what Brian's talking about.
So I'm going to put a little bit of a wet blanket on that too, because like this was Roger Ver's thing for a really long time, was to give people Bitcoin, right? Like, and he would give it away for free, and he still does this to today. If you see him ever, he will give you free Bitcoin Cash and say, "See, now you got some. Now, don't you want to use it?" It's like, well, if you're getting it for free, you're kind of like, is this a scam, right? Like, unless you already inherently value it.
That's it, though.
It doesn't make that, like, so, and I don't know. I've given away Bitcoin to my friends. Most of them don't buy Bitcoin on their own after that because they're like, well, I got this for free. I'll just see how it does. If it does well, then they're like, why didn't I buy it earlier? There's all this regret. And it doesn't work out that way. They're not the evangelists that you think that they might be. The people that are that actually promote Bitcoin are the ones that are already convicted about it, and they need to come to that realization on their own. It's not something that you could give them by just giving them a little bit of Bitcoin.
Yeah.
There's a whole philosophy and an understanding that needs to carry them into that realm, and that's not something that most people simply do.
But by keeping your incentive with some type of transaction, like you said, when you have some services, you offer a discount with the Bitcoin because you probably save, or you want to
Yeah,
hold it.
because I know how
and to sell your own
valuable it
products.
is. Most businesses do not,
besides you
and the convicted businesses will offer a discount, and they will offer a sufficient discount where paying for it in Bitcoin will make sense to you. For those that don't, I mean, screw them. They don't really understand Bitcoin yet, or really get the value prop, and they're probably going to sell it. I'd rather use my credit card, honestly.
I think Brian and I are talking about doing a little bit of vetting. When I'm at a restaurant, I say, do you want your tip in Bitcoin? And if their eyes open wide, then I know I'm helping the economy of the newbie who's heard of it, wanted to get into it, didn't know how easy it was. That person I tip double in Bitcoin, explain how to buy more Bitcoin, and I understand that they're going to be hodlers because they've heard of it. I agree, Jimmy, that
and I don't disagree with that, right? Like if someone is enthusiastic, but I mean, like the whole system comes through capitalism. If I'm getting as much benefit as you're getting, like in any trade, both parties have to get equal value. If I use a credit card, I'm getting the same value as if I'm using Bitcoin. That doesn't make any sense. If I'm getting a discount, the discount has to be sufficient where the inconvenience is, like the merchant has to value it that much more. So like if you're tipping someone in Bitcoin the same amount that you would on your credit card, and they don't, they appreciate it, that appreciation, is it worth to you? Maybe. But most of the time, I don't think that appreciation is worth it to me. The thing that's worth it to me is actual goods and services that I'm receiving in addition to whatever else I would get. Then I would do it, and that's how anything in any free trade society has to be. You have to provide value to actually want it, and right now that's not the case. And until that point, I don't think it makes sense to really spend it in that way.
Technically, I mean, Jimmy, look, everything you said, I agree with you. But the question was, why would someone spend it knowing that it's going to 100K? And sometimes you got to buy a very high-end cowboy hat. So there are always reasons. Or you got to pay someone to get rid of your Patriots hat. So look, there's always reasons why people sell.
Yeah, I mean, and that works if the merchant is exclusively Bitcoin, right? Like I am. If you're at an auction for one of my hats, I ain't taking fiat money. I'm not gonna take credit card. I'm not gonna take Venmo. I'm not gonna take PayPal or any of that crap, because I want Bitcoin. And that's I think how we're kind of approaching the circular economy from the wrong end, which is from the payment side. Really, it has to be on the receiving side. It's the people that want Bitcoin because they're like, you know what? I'm just gonna end up buying Bitcoin with the dollars that you're gonna give me anyway.
Yeah, no, I agree.
And that's the direction where it's way more powerful, because if you have a good or product or service that people really desperately want, they will get into Bitcoin in order to pay you in that. Right? They will purchase it. And I've had this in my courses where, people didn't have Bitcoin, and they'll be like, okay, well, I don't have the Bitcoin this minute because Coinbase says it'll take 3 to 5 days, but here's a screenshot of the Bitcoin I just bought so I could take your course. Now that's a real Bitcoin adoption. Those people are going to be like later on, oh, I paid for that course in Bitcoin. Oh wow, that was a pretty expensive course. If only I held Bitcoin, I would be a lot better off. They're going to be a lot easier to convert than the people that you just gave like $20 in Bitcoin to, which I've done many times.
I gave in, man. I had to create a business PayPal account for all of my services and videos, and I had big sales for Black Friday, and almost nobody paid in Bitcoin. And
because unless you demand it, they don't, because they need to get something for it.
I had 95% of all my sales this month are USD, like into the business bank account. Like no one wants to pay. So no.
Well, I mean, you used to do it in Bitcoin, and I mean, once in a while I would get somebody, but can I please pay you via PayPal because I'm going to bill my company and I need a receipt or whatever. I'm like, I can give you an invoice, whatever. They're like, no, I need a PayPal thing. And I'm like, okay, it's gonna cost you $500 more because I don't want to deal with this crap. And they're like, done, because my company's paying for it. I don't really care. So like, that'll happen once in a while. But to me, the big thing is, like, you need merchants that really want Bitcoin, and that's how you solve the circular economy problem. Is not with paying people that are reluctant to take it in the first place. It's to get people that really want it. And I'm sure all of you guys have products that you can sell to the market that you could demand Bitcoin for. And if it's really good, then people will walk over glass to go do it, including learning about Bitcoin and going and buying it. There's I don't know if you guys know what helminthic therapy is. Any of you guys know? If you don't know what it is, it's a form of therapy where you get these worms in your stomach, and it's supposed to help you with your allergies or Crohn's disease and a lot of autoimmune dysfunction. Unfortunately, the FDA has banned sales of these. So there's a website that I used to go to before Bitcoin where I was like, okay, should I get it? And it was like a very complicated thing because you have to go to Tijuana, and then they bring a van over, and then you have to go travel to Mexico, and then they can give you the worms, and then you could get this therapy or whatever. Now they don't have to do that. And on their website is a thing that says you have to pay us in Bitcoin because otherwise we get shut down, right? And most people that come to that website have no idea what Bitcoin is. So they have this whole fact about what is Bitcoin, where do I get it, how do I get it, how do I do this? The people that are desperate for this sort of thing, they have to pay in Bitcoin. That's a wonderful example of
restaurants. Every small business in California is now basically in a gray market. Every small business in California is basically in that same environment. And so, I agree with you. Merchants have to demand it and have to care about it. And I think the environment is right for like the philosophy and the takeover of freedom money, free speech money. They're going to start demanding it.
I guarantee you that whatever that company is, and I've never heard of them, I've never even heard of this whole concept. I bet you their tutorial on how to acquire Bitcoin is better than anything I can write.
Here, let me go find it, and then you can. I swear, that space has apparently kind of exploded because there's a lot of because they can actually sell and people are actually getting results on their allergies. So people with severe allergies, apparently it works. And I was looking into it because I have seasonal allergies and stuff. It's annoying. And
Jimmy, I'm just wondering why I would want to put Mexican worms into my system versus taking a Claritin.
Because it works without having to take it every day. So that's the idea. Also, they're inert, so they don't breathe inside your stomach.
Hey, let's welcome Jason Cyber to the show. I know Doug wanted to say something. I was going to get Doug in, and then we're going to introduce Jason, even though people of my audience knows Jason. Doug,
by the way, before you get to Jason, I just want real quickly, I just want to say that I invited, you said you wanted some ladies, and I'm really good at inviting ladies. So I invited a bunch of ladies. One of them said she can't make it, but she may try later. Aaron Nakamoto said hi. So I invited her.
Aaron. Aaron's great. All right, cool. Yeah, I know.
So she says she's busy right now, so she can't. But
and just quickly, a couple points here. Brian Harrington, are you Bit Harrington on Twitter? That's not you. Okay. And then I would want to echo what Ugly said and Brian said. Once my girlfriend was able to buy gift cards on Gift originally with Bitcoin, and she saw, wow, last week I could buy 1 Bitcoin. 3 weeks later, I could buy two gift cards. She got it. And as an introvert, has introduced her friends to this. Now that's valuable for me to encourage that and to give her friends a little bit because they, the females of the group more are shoppers. And I think that kind of works okay.
Not on Cyber Monday, which I'm actually missing because of you.
Oh, and everyone follow Brian on Twitter. He's at Brian Harrington. He's a good follow on Twitter.
Yeah, and then the last thing is, speaking of therapy, my girlfriend is a hypnotherapist. She has taken Bitcoin since 2014 on her site, and she does give a discount for it. She's had about 4 clients pay her in Bitcoin, and she has handled traders and with the anxiety, not Bitcoin, but traditional market traders. So if you guys have any anxiety and craziness and need some hypnotherapy, you let me know. I'll hook you up.
Might have to keep that in mind. And
Sounds
Tone,
awesome.
I have to jump off here. I have a meeting, but I appreciate you having me on. There was one thing I wanted to throw out to Jimmy to get his response before I leave, because I'm somebody who I spend Bitcoin primarily because I only accept Bitcoin for the reasons that you mentioned. I think I've had a number of conversations with people who they're in this space, at least one or two specifically, and they've got altcoins, but they've got no Bitcoin, and they had to go out and buy the Bitcoin just to be able to buy the product or service. So that's something that's very important to me, is to only accept Bitcoin. I think that that does do a lot, but now I am therefore spending it regularly, and I actually love spending it now thanks to Fold. It's a company I've been promoting a lot and getting nothing, like their affiliate. It just gives people that sign up get something. So it's something that I just share because I believe in it so much, and I really think that it's going to be something that, like these guys are talking about, helps people to, I don't know, bring the full circle together. But the reason why I like it so much is I get Bitcoin rewards. So I can buy anything on Amazon, anything that I want, I can get it on Amazon, and I get 4% back in Bitcoin through Fold. So I just send them, and it's through Lightning, it's instant. I send them my Bitcoin, I give my gift card, I instantly credit it to Amazon. I just always have it there waiting now, and I get 4% back every time that I shop on Amazon. Anytime I book a travel expense or something like this, I'm getting 4% back. And it is different for me because I am earning my income in Bitcoin. But even if I wasn't, I would have to wonder, maybe it'd be worth it to go ahead and buy some Bitcoin with my dollars, go through the hassle of that just to get the 4% rewards to increase my HODL. Because once Bitcoin really gets moving, that's what people really start talking about, is what am I going to do to increase my HODL? What am I going to sell? What can I do? And something like a 4% reward back through shopping on Amazon or Travelocity, places like this, I think that that is going to be a really big deal, and something that really helps people to make it tangible to people, help people realize, wow, like when I told my mom that I get 4% back in Bitcoin and I buy everything on Amazon and Bitcoin, she's like, really? Well, I don't see the Bitcoin option on there, and it made her kind of a light bulb. So I just kind of wanted to get your thoughts on a service like that that's offering rewards for shopping in Bitcoin.
Yeah, so, I mean, there's a lot of money to be made in the affiliate marketing space. I used to be in it, and I know there's a huge amount of. I mean, those all make tons of money. Any bargain site, that's how they make their money, is that they get a cut of your sales. So I think it makes sense to pay that out in Bitcoin, and that does sort of do something good for all those people that want to hold. But again, this has to. It comes down to individuals that really want Bitcoin, instead of sort of pushing it on people that are kind of ambivalent about it. That doesn't. We've seen it over the last 10 years. That doesn't really work. It's the people that are passionate about it, that want Bitcoin, that will hold Bitcoin. One holder will hold way more Bitcoin than 100 ambivalent people that maybe got $20 for free. This has been the case for a very long time.
I might not be understanding you right, or maybe I didn't explain it right, but that was the other part of this to me that's important, is when I'm shopping on Amazon, I'm sending my Bitcoin to Fold, and Fold is a company that wants to hold Bitcoin. So I'm shopping in Bitcoin.
Okay, so I'm going to push back on this a little bit. I mean, this sounds like a similar model to Purse.io.
Yep.
Fold is a company that wants to hold Bitcoin, but Fold's is still a company. And as a company, and I'm a company, and a lot of us are a company, especially when you have employees, you don't get to save all that much. Like your company assets aren't very high. You're making a little bit to keep a living, and they may have some reserves in Bitcoin, but not that much. So there's the 90% of all the Bitcoin you're sending to Fold is being sold on the open market. It's just how a company has to function. They're not going to be able to keep all of it to run the company. And this is why I don't use Fold, and I just use my Amazon credit card, which gives me 5% cash back inside Amazon, which I'm going to use in Amazon. And I just avoid the Bitcoin loop altogether in this.
I hear what you're saying, but Fold, they don't dump it. It's that same Bitcoin goes back out to people in the rewards. They have buy pressure from it. and sometimes they have to buy more to give it back to people.
Yeah, I mean, so we have it at Bank to the Future. We have to have a treasury management policy, and our goal has always been that we've got to make enough dollars to not have to sell the Bitcoin we make. But because we make both dollar and Bitcoin commission, we've managed to always meet that goal. But internally, we've had that goal that as long as we're making enough dollars to not have to sell the Bitcoin, and we can keep the Bitcoin in inventory, and then you have all the accounting issues of marking to market each year and all those stuff. So it is really, really tricky thing to manage. It took us a long time to get there. But yeah, if we were earning just in Bitcoin, then you'd have to have like team members that would be willing to actually take a salary in Bitcoin, but priced in Bitcoin, as opposed to having a dollar amount. So, and this has always been the challenge with the whole unit of account and median of exchange problem, is that if you have to spend in one currency and you earn in another, then you're at the mercy of short-term speculation, which is really, really hard. And you have to be a technical analyst just to know when the right time is to buy and sell, because you at the end of the day, you have to spend in that currency.
Or a desired employee in the developing world.
No, or I mean, like, look what Blockstream did. So they bought a ton of Bitcoin. So their policy is that they want you to be aligned with Bitcoin. So besides the stock options, what you get are Bitcoin options, basically. And they give you a certain amount of Bitcoin every year, but they buy it on the day that you're hired. And then you get the same amount of Bitcoin every year. And for some of those employees, that was like a significant amount of money that appreciated a lot, because they bought it up front. They just put it in their treasury and they said, okay, this is yours, as go make Bitcoin better, and we'll give you some amount. So in that way, it acted as a stock option. And this is the big thing, is that like the transaction pressure of buying and stuff is absolutely minimal compared to some company using Bitcoin as like a reserve asset or something. And that's way more, as we saw with Michael Saylor, right? Like, he bought $400 million in Bitcoin. How much do you think you have to sell to get $400 million of profit that you would even be able to put into Bitcoin? That would be an insane amount of transaction activity that would have to happen in order to get anywhere near that much in the same amount of buying pressure that you would get from a single company doing like creating converting their money into treasuries. Now, like, a lot of us, essentially, if you're holding, that's what we're doing in our personal lives, right? Like, we're taking dollars, and instead of using dollars as our reserve asset, we're using Bitcoin as our reserve asset. Companies doing this is a whole different ball game, and it takes it to another level. And that's I think where, like, if we really want Bitcoin adoption, that's where we should put our energy, not into hey, like, tip this guy in big. I just don't see that as a big enough deal. Like getting the bartender to convert a lot of his savings into Bitcoin, that's a big deal. Tipping him $10 for a night of drinks, I don't think that's a big deal.
It's not that big of a deal unless that bartender.
Don't grab me on.
All right, we're gonna say goodbye to Socrates.
Cheers, everyone.
See you, Socrates. Doug, go ahead.
Unless that bartender has a serious social network and starts pushing it to patrons and stuff. But Jimmy, you're right. It's not a big deal. It's much better for Michael Saylor and those guys to come in. And maybe we're beyond this grassroots expansion part that Brian and I are kind of.
No. I don't.
I'm not here for rich man get richer.
I don't mind. The thing is, what's much better for the bartender is to not get a $10 tip, but to take his savings and put it into Bitcoin. That's way better for that guy, right? Totally. And I don't know if they really get that. Oh, I got $10 in Bitcoin. Okay, all right, that's cool. Now working over the next year, maybe he has like $1,000 in Bitcoin. That's not necessary. I mean, that's good for him. Great, I'm happy about that. But he has $5,000 in savings. He puts that into Bitcoin. Now that's suddenly like $40,000. That's that's way different than receiving over a period of a year $1,000 and then maybe giving away 300 of it to his friends or something. That doesn't affect things nearly as much. And I mean, I'm not saying that this is a bad thing. I'm just saying, like, if you want a circular economy to happen, everyone's treasury reserve assets should be Bitcoin.
All right, thanks for that, Jimmy. We have Katie joining us, and haven't gotten Jason Seibert a chance to speak yet, but he's not new to interrupting anytime he wants to speak. So Jason's all good. Katie, how are you?
If I may, I've been doing very well today. I'm just.
If I
no,
may,
you're doing great, but I don't have to worry about you. If you want to say something, you'll say something. So I don't need to interrupt for you. You can do it yourself. So you're all good. Okay, someone else wanted to say something, and then we're gonna get Katie in.
No, that's just Jason's way of interrupting. If I may, and he does it so subtly and quietly, and quietly. Yet you go, oh, okay, wow.
Yeah,
And he
it
just
must be a good court lawyering trick or something like that.
If I may.
All right, Katie, give us your thoughts on Bitcoin hitting all-time highs.
Hi, good to be here, guys. Well, it's weird. I was trying to remember where I was at previous all-time high and how crazy it seemed back then. And now it's like, yeah, we're in a bull run, whatever. So we're like 20K is not the price we're here for. Like, that's not something we're unexpected or something like that. Jason, how are you? I'm just gonna talk to you since I actually kind of interrupted you, I guess.
No, it's okay. Hi, Katie. Good to see you.
Like your Helly Hansen shirt.
Yeah, I'm actually been doing a little bit of work on Gamble the last couple of days. I'm thinking about doing the Caribbean 600. So if you're not doing anything in the spring, maybe we can meet up in Antigua.
Yeah. I was in Antigua in the previous 600. I didn't sail, but I was there right the week before it all started for work.
What the hell are you guys talking about? I don't understand what you're talking about.
Jason has a sailboat.
Oh,
so
okay.
Back in 2017, just after the previous all-time high, I actually did some single-handed ocean racing, and I was sponsored by Monero. I had the Monero sailboat. And this was, Tone may remember this story, but I showed up in Newport, Rhode Island, put my boat in the water, and there was the big Monero emblem on the boat, and I had a big spinnaker there. And there was a guy on the dock helping me put the boat together that not only did he know about Monero, but he was an early adopter of Bitcoin, and he wanted to know anything and everything about what was going on. And then when I sailed into Bermuda, when I got there, there were tons of people in the financial industry at that point in time in 2017 that were very crypto curious. And so just my showing up with some form of cryptocurrency on the boat led to that kind of conversation on the dock with people in the financial world that matter. So I've made it a habit as kind of an extension of my law practice to try to promote various cryptocurrency ventures or topics when I sail. So more likely than not, when I'm in the Caribbean 600, if I do the Caribbean 600, I'll put some form of badging on the boat that starts that conversation and try to some kind of an ambassadorship, if you will. So,
I'm gonna try to compete in Muay Thai this year, and I'm already seeing my shorts with a Bitcoin sign on it. Happening, 100% happening.
Wait, where are you gonna compete in a Muay Thai tournament?
It's gonna be in Mexico probably.
Oh, okay.
I just want to say a quick hi to Katie. Katie was one of the ladies I invited. I'm glad you could join us.
Appreciate it.
Not make this a sausage fest.
Yeah, no.
I was on a stream with Katie like 4 days ago, so this is interesting.
Wait, you were in Texas?
No. It was a stream.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But yeah.
So for those
good to see you again.
Katie is I guess I can call you an expert. Is an expert at knowing how to expatriate from countries into other countries, and that's what you're consulting on, right?
Yeah, citizenship by investment is my focus right now because it's the thing that is the most interesting for Bitcoiners. I went through a couple immigrations myself, so that kind of definitely is my focus right now, and it's pretty aligned with all the things self-sovereignty wise. So I'm doing it.
Is it Is it possible for Americans to get out of America and actually execute that? Without Puerto Rico, is it just, or is it
without paying the exit tax? Is it possible to not pay the exit tax?
Yeah, pretty much no. There are a couple options. If you decide to stay U.S. citizen and just live in a different country, you can exempt your income for like $110,000 a year. Second option is stop talking to terrorists, and that's about it. And the third option would be renounce your U.S. citizenship, and that way you would have to pay 40% exit tax. So definitely start preparing a few years in advance. They will go over the last 5 years of your IRS filings again. Make sure that everything was correctly. So like I always advise people to, if you think that one day you might consider renouncing your U.S. citizenship, like start preparing now. Find a freedom-minded accountant and tell him that like maybe in 3-4 years you will want to renounce.
Oh wait, but the 40% exit tax only applies to 2 million net worth and above. If you're under 2 million net worth, is there still a giant percent exit tax, or it only applies to 2 million of net worth?
I don't think I ever worked with people with less than that net worth, but I'm pretty sure yes, it's always 40% exit tax.
It's always 40%. Okay.
Yeah.
So run up all your credit card debt, so you have a negative net worth, and then renounce your citizenship, so you have a net worth of 0.
Does that work?
Yeah. Jason is like,
Jason is shaking his head.
And so
it's been a while since I did a I'm Not Your Lawyer show, Barstool Law and Barstool Topics. And Jimmy, that would absolutely be something that somebody would say in a bar, and then 3 years later down the line, they'd have a huge legal bill because they followed that advice. So I'd strongly encourage people not to do what Jimmy says.
IANAL. I am not a lawyer, so please don't listen to me on anything that is legal. Yeah.
And so does the exit tax apply to all of your assets, or is it like, would you have to mark all your Bitcoin to market and everything?
Let's get Roger on the show. He did this.
Yeah, he did that. Actually, he had a story about it. When he was renouncing his citizenship, the person, the office clerk asked him, like, do you want to pay for renunciation in Bitcoin? Like, do you want to pay for a government fee in Bitcoin? He's like, what? Can I really do that? And I'm like, no, I'm just cheating with you. So, well, every asset they know of.
Got you. Yeah, I mean, it was so much easier for me to do it from England. You just have to like meet a bunch of criteria, and you're no longer a taxpayer in England, and that's
Same
it.
with Canada and Australia. Canada and Australia don't have citizenship-based taxation, so they can become non-tax resident of their country, which is like quite easy. But in the States, yeah, it's not cool.
But Canada has a big exit tax, right?
Say again?
Canada has a big exit tax, right? Or am I wrong?
Well, you don't have to renounce your citizenship. You just become a non-tax resident. So pretty much if you have real estate.
Right. There's no reason to get rid of your Canadian passport. If you're not going to live in Canada, you're not going to pay Canada any taxes. So
also, it's extremely difficult to renounce your Canadian citizenship. You actually have to go into a consulate and like sign papers in front of like an embassy official or something like that, in front of like multiple witnesses. They make it extremely difficult to renounce your Canadian citizenship.
Can I just say something about what Roger did? It's another thing to be upset with Roger about the fact that he paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to the U.S. government. I mean, I'm sure he could have probably done it a better way where he didn't have to pay off the mafia. I think that's just another thing to be upset with him about. If he had waited a few years, or if he had done it a better way.
I don't think we need another reason to.
Yeah, I mean, to defend Roger, he was imprisoned by the government for doing something that lots of people were doing, selling on eBay and stuff. It's a ridiculous story. You know, he's fallen out of our fold, but I appreciate a lot that Roger has done. Wish he would come back in.
I appreciate Roger for what he's done for Solid Break, but other than that, yeah.
all the nuances of how to do, like the fact that you have to hire a consultant and the fact that Katie like makes a lot of money helping people navigate all the complex rules is what makes me like not to beat the dead horse of like the circular economy stuff, but that's what makes it so interesting to me of if a small business in the United States can, you're right, like get orange pilled, believe in the mission, believe in the philosophy, and then convert their small business to just fully Bitcoin. But isn't that cool? Like making a Bitcoin only income and exiting in place inside the United States. Like, I think that's a cool story that I hope more people, talk about.
If we could avoid taxes, that would be one way in which everyone would get into Bitcoin.
But so can't.
But I don't know if that's going to be looked upon very well by the U.S. government.
But is Bitcoin powerful enough to do that? Like, I think it is, right? Aren't all the tools available today that if you want to convert your business inside the United States to a Bitcoin only, and like, that's the thing of like, this isn't talked about enough on YouTube or on podcasts or on any of that. And I honestly think it should be. Like, I think it should be more.
I think you would get targeted right away by people, and you would get into a lot of trouble. There's a reason why people don't have videos on, how to avoid, or like it'd be like putting out a video on how to go get drugs from the darknet or how to purchase child pornography. It's not something that people would necessarily.
I don't think protesting a government that has not treated businesses well this year is not in any way related to buying child pornography. I fully
no. But I mean, like it would be at that level because you're essentially. Like YouTube would probably take it down first of all because you're telling them how to cheat your taxes or something like that. That's not something that kind of information is generally not going to be. It could be popular, but it's not going to be kosher for most companies, and it's not going to get out very easily, if that makes sense.
It's somewhat underground industry, like everything, pretty much everything. They don't want us to be sovereign. They want us to rely on them in any way possible. So anything self-sovereignty wise is ending up being kind of underground, and you have to dig deep to actually find information. I actually found a lot of like underground books that are pretty much like PDF file of 80 pages that only spread it through like Telegram chats that you get it from your friend, etc. So I think that's pretty cool, and it goes over a lot of this kind of information. I would love to contribute to one of these books at some point.
Yeah. Right, Katie, you should write your book. You should write a book. Yeah.
Well, since you're in the
I'm
space,
doing it.
Like, what are you seeing? What are you hearing with the whole election thing? I'm trying to avoid COVID and politics and global warming topics on this particular stream, but this is where we're about to get into the whole election fraud. And my view is this. Look, I have my biased opinion of who's the better president and who should have been president. But my problem is that the fraud that went on is blatantly obvious. And I think it's a giant risk to the future of United States democracy as viewed around the world and by its own citizens, that an election will ever be fair again. What is that doing to this U.S. patriotism business?
Well, I think any election is a fraud. I don't think it really should exist in the way it is right now.
But it went 100x during this particular election versus every other election fraud that has ever taken place, right? So there's definitely a degree. Like there's definitely a 10x to 100x jump on this particular election.
So I definitely expected a new wave of clients that did not win, like their candidate did not win election and they just want to get out of country. As of now, I have not seen it just yet, I guess because people are still not sure what's going to happen. But I did see a huge wave since the COVID. Like a lot of people started to be like, fuck, this whole thing, like that. I am not free in this country. I do need a plan B. I need a second passport just in case shit hits the fan and I need a way to exit. So
yeah, and I talked about it on the last time we were on here, but on an island here in the Isle of Man, the economy has just gone absolutely berserk. Like, you can't get a cleaner right now. You can't get you know, an electrician. Like you can't get the whole economy is just absolutely booming.
Why is that? People are moving
it's
there?
just, well, just people. So two reasons. One, there's only 85,000 of us on the island. The first is people looking for somewhere where it feels safe. And so you've got a lot of people coming over. The second thing is because we're all on lockdown, the island used to spend all its money on holidays, and now instead they're just spending it on the island. And everybody's decided rather than going on a holiday to get their home done up or something like that. So by keeping the money in the island, we've retained, like it's retained a lot of money, and the economy is just booming from that. But yeah, I think you know, the main thing is people wanting to come over somewhere that doesn't have so many cases and fleeing for safety. And they've got a great, you know, in Isle of Man, you just pay a fixed fee each year and you can have as many gains as you want. And you just have this tax cap once you hit a certain stage. So it works really well for the Bitcoiner.
Well, the original topic that Tone asked Katie was what he felt about, what she felt about the election and about the fraud. And I think both Tone and Katie have a unique perspective from the country that they come from, you know, from having, you know, previous exposure to either existing socialist countries in the Soviet Union, and then subsequently with Russia. And I'm just curious about, you know, that international perspective of outside looking in on the United States. You know, for the last 4 years, the talk of, you know, collusion with Russia and election interference, and I just kind of laughed the entire time, thinking, you know, the United States has done more to interfere with other countries' elections, I think, than any other country combined on the United States, trying to influence or nation build. But you know, and I want to bring this back into Bitcoin. What is there, if at all, any kind of a blockchain-based system that may provide any kind of, you know, voter confidence that their vote is secure and is not being manipulated?
There's no blockchain solution for that.
To start with your first question, I actually met Nicole Brolt, who is a world champion in March race in San Francisco a month ago. And she was like, Katie, how come I only meet you a couple of weeks before election? Like every time, 4 years ago, now. So she was making this joke about me, you know, interfering, like breaking American democracy, hacking American democracy, I guess. But pretty much, I just don't think there should be a technology that can save the current system. Like the system is not okay. 51% attack, when 51% of people overruling other 49 is not cool. And even if the system is fair, that is like no fraud in terms of like who voted for whom. Like it's still not a good system because 49% of people are unhappy with the current president. So like, why would we try to save it with blockchain technology or whatever?
I want to jump in on both questions actually, because like you're right, Jason. Katie and I do have similar backgrounds, and in my family, I've been having a lot more family dinners, probably because it's COVID, and none of us believe in this stupid COVID restrictions of masks or social distancing, and no one can do anything else. But you know, it depends on your family member. I'm actually the youngest of my generation, like, you know, siblings, cousins. So my parents are in their 70s, and it depends on the parent. You know, others like my parents' siblings, they're also in their 70s. And it depends on them. Like my dad is seeing what's going on here, and he's really appalled by it. And my mom doesn't really care. Like my mom still thinks the US is the greatest country in the world, and it's not even close. And my dad is seeing where US is going. And on the one hand, when my parents did come, well, my fellow family came to America and came to New York, and it was in the 90s when Dixon was president, and it was a disaster. Like the city was dangerous as hell. but even though it was dangerous as hell, it was still a lot more capitalist in the 90s than it is now. It's way more socialist now. Sure, it's a little bit safer, but that's not why people come here. That's not why people are dying to come to America. They're not dying to come to America, because it's safer. They're dying to come to America because of the opportunities that it can have. And the opportunities that it has are lower now than they were 20, 30 years ago, even though it is, socialism is way higher and it is a lot safer to live here. So it depends on what you are looking for. So I am a lot more open to getting the hell out. And some members of my family are more on board with that. And some think it would be like the worst thing I can possibly do with the rest of my life. Like I might as well go to Venezuela from what they're concerned by getting out of the US. So it really depends on the person. As for the other question, Jimmy answered real quick. There is no blockchain solution for the election. I'm going to answer that slightly differently because I do agree with Jimmy. There is no blockchain solution for the election, but my entire view on the election has changed. And this is where it's so frustrating with me, even on my own YouTube channel. And I'm glad that Juan has joined because Juan, you are from Venezuela originally. And
I'm Colombian, but
Colombia, shit. I got that off.
Close enough though.
You're right there, next country over. Yeah. But you can still comment on that situation. And it's so frustrating for me because people think that I'm like all this upset and I'm a sore loser that Trump lost. And that is just a dumb view of it. I want a fair election. If Trump loses, then Trump loses. Like I'm all about a fair election. And to me, I don't believe the election was fair. And I'm going to say it right now, and I'm going to quote someone else that emailed me and also said something similar. The reason why I want a fair election is because I really need to know how many communists are living around me. And I can make a better assessment of where I should be living. And that is very important for me to know whether this election was fair or not. If Trump lost fair and square, that's fine. Then Biden is the president. It probably gets me out of the US faster by knowing that Biden was fairly elected. Because if Biden wasn't fairly elected, it's a completely different decision process. Okay, so now what's going to happen? Is this going to be Venezuela and the re-election of Chavez all over again? Do the elites just decide who the president is? And I know a lot of people have this conspiracy theory that your vote doesn't matter. Well, your vote clearly does matter, because if your vote didn't matter, Trump would never have been elected in the first place. So anyone that says your vote doesn't matter, the argument for that is simple. Trump got elected, so your vote matters. But this time around, I don't believe your vote mattered. And if your vote didn't matter this time, will your vote ever matter again? And that's a completely different risk assessment of living in America if the elections are ever going to be fair. And all those people that refuse to acknowledge the fraud of the election because they hate the orange man, those people are even worse than those that believe in socialism. These people are open to outright cheating. And this is where I have a fundamental problem with the US. Not because Biden won, it's because of how he won is my biggest problem. And most people that hear me say this will think that I'm lying and I'm only mad because Trump didn't win.
If I may.
Yeah, Juan, please go for it.
Well, I have an odd opportunity to choose out of at least 4 countries that I can settle down in, right? And I'm looking at the situation and I'm thinking, okay, I could go to Colombia, and Colombia is great for many reasons, but Colombia is actually kind of a fascistic nation to some degree. And part of that has to do with the war that's been going on with the Venezuela-related drug dealing and all the guerrillas. And I mean, Colombia is also involved in the drug trade and all that. The economy is very locked down. The banking system is very locked down. It's very difficult to move money in Colombia. And their response to COVID was straight up fascistic. Like you could only go shopping once a week, depending on the numbers in your ID card. And every time you go to buy something, you got to give them your social security number. And so that scared me. I'm really glad I wasn't in Colombia during that. I spent a lot of time in Mexico this year. Mexico's fantastic because it's a failed state. So there's no really, like, the government is very inefficient here. That's nice. But crime's also been going up. And one of the problems that you have in a failed state is that you don't have one master. You have maybe 2 or 3 masters to potentially worry about. If you're doing retail business in Mexico, there's a non-trivial risk that you're going to have to pay off some gang or some mafia for protection money, right? And so that's something that you got to consider. In Latin America and in many of these countries, at least in Latin America, you can get guns in the black market, you can get guns in the gray market. But what happens if you have to use it to defend yourself is a legal question that's complicated. Looking at it like that, and same goes for Canada. I don't know how Canada would stress test under a high crime, sort of collapsing economy situation. It was because of the way that their constitutional rights and their defense. I'm really curious how Canada is going to play out, because I think they're going to see much more inflation than probably they're going to lead in inflation in the West. They're literally just giving people money, right? So I'm more interested as somebody that doesn't live in the United States right now. I'm much more interested in living in Texas than most other places in the world, because Texas probably has the best self-defense rights, or some of the best sort of ground rule self-defense. Yeah, okay, they're cheating in the United States for the election, probably, but they cheat. They cheat in many places in Latin America. They definitely cheated in Venezuela. I'd much rather have the sort of the gun distribution of the United States around me during a scenario where things are going really wrong than be in a country where people don't even have that culture, right? So that's kind of how I'm thinking about it. Also, this COVID thing and whatever's going on in the United States is one element of a geopolitical modern warfare sort of thing that's going on, in my opinion. I think it kind of looks like it benefits China, but it kind of looks like it benefits other sort of groups, right?
Juan, hold on just 1 second. Before you get too far away from it,
sure.
I just want to let you know, as you're considering various places within the United States for gun rights, Wyoming is actually the most heavily armed state in the United States. They have more gun ownership per capita than else. And they have
they also
fairly
have
decent Bitcoin laws there.
Jason, they also have more cows than people in Wyoming.
But
antelope,
also,
antelope.
but in Texas, you might have a friend with a boat who will be able to sail you out of states when shit hits the fan. Can you do it in Wyoming, huh?
Not in Wyoming, no.
New Hampshire has better gun laws than Wyoming or Texas, just a FYI. But
and Texas borders an ocean and Mexico, another country. So so it could be a benefit. That's why the New Hampshire was chosen, right, motorists, for free state projects.
Because borders Canada and has an ocean border. Yeah.
Yeah, so those are all very good reasons. So I mean, I would say be cautious to sort of, if you as an American, be cautious to feel like you're surrounded and under siege. You are to some degree, but America is still one of the greatest nations in the world as far as like just the geography of it alone is fantastic, and the foundations, the political foundations are still there, and this is just a massive stress test of the system that you're in. And the legal system is getting stress tested heavily right now, and we'll see what happens next, right? And so, I mean, I'm genuinely tempted to move to Texas during the situation, just because if it hits the fan, then I would actually feel safer there. Crime is definitely going to go up, and I'd rather be surrounded in a culture that's sort of much more conservative in that sense right now.
Well, Jimmy, when there were the initial riots in the spring that were going on in Seattle and in Portland, there was a small skirmish in Austin, wasn't there, where the one guy was carrying around an AK-47 and tried to draw down on a guy that was in a car and ended up getting himself shot over it. Didn't that happen in Austin? Jimmy's not paying attention. Jimmy.
Like he's frozen.
No, he's not frozen. He's just reading. I guess the point I was trying to make there is that from the lawlessness and the rioting that was happening earlier on, when Seattle lost control of a couple of blocks and Portland lost control of a couple of things, speaking of Texas, you know, the one night where there was a dust up, they kind of self-regulated themselves very quickly into not having that kind of violence. And so I don't know. I don't know if you necessarily always need the state to regulate, you know, activity when people can self-govern and self-regulate themselves.
Yeah, it's like you really keep yourself in check when everybody around get a gun. So that's pretty much what happens in Texas.
In 2015, when I was still living in LA, I went to an Acapulco, and that's where I first met Juan and Tone. And back then, I was actually considering moving to Mexico, to Acapulco. And while I was there, I talked with some Free Staters in New Hampshire, and I think I was kind of convinced that, kind of like what Juan was saying, I don't really need to leave America, at least not yet. You know, I may retire to Mexico or someplace like that, but right now, I think staying in America is the better option for me. That's why that was when I decided to move to New Hampshire, and 1 year later, I did move to New Hampshire. And it's interesting because Katie, you're in Mexico, and Juan's in Mexico, and I was just in Mexico. My impression while I was there was that this is actually a pretty good place to live. I know there's crime. I know Mexico has issues. But Juan, when you and I were going all the way down Baja California, there was checkpoints. We had to stop. We had to get out of the van we were traveling in, and had it to be inspected. And we didn't mind. It was the military that was doing these checkpoints. And when I saw that, I was thinking, well, these guys are just making sure the cartel isn't able to go everywhere. They're not as easily bribable as say the federales or the municipal police. So this is what I mean.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I think so. There's a really funny sign in that checkpoint, which basically said, "Hey, please don't bribe the military. It's first of all, it's illegal, and second of all, we just would really appreciate it if you don't bribe the military."
Because
right?
bribing is part of the culture there, and these guys,
it is.
For the most part, I believe they're immune to bribing. They're all really young. And they're not, you know, they're
no,
not.
But
like,
so what Ugly was saying was that the Mexican military is they are civilians that need to do, I think, 2 years of service minimum, and they get sort of moved around the country, and so and they will get moved around the country constantly in order to limit their ability to build relationships with the locals. And that's good because those relationships can lead to bribery and corruption and gang sort of situations, right? And so they're not professional sort of they're not like SEAL team type of people, right? They're trained, but they're civilians, right? And they're kind of forced into it. They're not wannabe cops, right? And so it's a very different mentality. My experiences with the federal military in Mexico is they're all super nice and they play it, you know, very well. Whereas the local cops tend to be a little bit more like, hey, you seem to have pushed the stop line there. Wouldn't be, you know. And so you kind of have to play a much more a different game with the local cops. I mean, Mexico's a beautiful place. There's a ton of freedom here. There's things you can do that you can't do anywhere else in the world, that are such as just driving ATVs or races down a mountain and nobody cares, right? I love Mexico, but you know, we gotta. I think we gotta think about where things might be going, right? And with this COVID lockdown, the economies around the world are taking a hit. Mexico's a great economy anyway, for the most part, so they'll probably be okay. But crime is definitely rising, and you know, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I've been in Mexico for 1.5 years now. I actually see bribery as a peer-to-peer taxation. It's like, instead of me paying taxes in Mexico and them distributing it to whatever they want, I'm just going to pay the cops once in a while. Not that I've ever done it, obviously, because it's illegal. But yeah, I've been here for 1.5 years, but I'm still not sure that if I'm going to settle here. Like, I don't think that's where I'm going to be because the situation is so unstable right now. I'm just going to play it by ears. And because I have flag theory and I know my way around the world, like, I'm sure I'm just going to go where it's suitable for me right now. And then I might have to move again. And I guess because I don't have a family just yet, it's much easier for me, but it kind of gives me a lot of freedom to just go whatever I feel like right now, wherever it's safe, wherever it's suitable, etc.
When I was in Panama a few years ago, I drove up and down the Pan American Highway, and you basically had the same type of checkpoints that Mon was talking about, except the further out you went away from Panama City, the less formal the checkpoints were. So I think at a few checkpoints there was the federal police officer standing there, and then there was another federal police officer standing there with a donation jar with like a picture of somebody who was missing on it. And maybe somebody was missing, maybe they weren't, but it didn't matter. I put $20 in that thing and I got to go through the checkpoint and on my way without being stopped or hassled. So you just get different flavors of it, I think, in different places of what's generally accepted within whatever country you're in, how to manage or negotiate, local custom or law enforcement or peer-to-peer tax, as Katie calls it.
Yeah. So speaking of, so Katie brought it up, but that was going to be my answer to you, Jason, earlier when you said, "Is there a blockchain solution for voting?" And my answer was going to be like a quasi side answer because there is no direct blockchain solution for the voting, but the bigger picture answer is yes, there is a solution. The solution is if all government, not only tax revenue, but all government revenue and spending was to go through the Bitcoin blockchain without any privacy tools. So all of the citizens can actually see how government is getting revenue and how they're using it for their expenses. It will not actually matter who the president is or the elected officials are if there is full transparency on how the money is being spent. In fact, 99% of the guys that are currently in office will have absolutely no interest in being in office if all of their, and by the way, the revenue and spending of the actual politicians would also be publicly available because they are public servants working for the people. So if you shine a light, government spends their money and how the politicians responsible for spending that money are spending their money, then 99% of corruption goes away. And at that point, it doesn't matter who your elected officials are.
Sorry, guys. Have to say bye. Got a call. Good to be here. Good to see everybody. Happy all-time high day.
Yeah,
Awesome.
I'm going to jump off too. Katie. Thanks, everybody.
Check out Katie on Twitter. You see her name right there. Find her on Twitter by that name.
Yep. See you all.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye-bye. I'm going to jump off too as well. I'm going to grab some dinner. Congratulations,
I just have a
everybody.
little food show up, so I'm like taking bites when others are talking. Damn, I can't believe the stream has gone on for 6 hours. That was not actually the plan when the day started, but hey.
I'm about to take on a guest into my car here in just a second who is in the crypto space. He does dabble in shit coinery, but I'll introduce him in a bit here, maybe if you're interested. I'm at the Mall of America now, where I'll be getting free charge with my Tesla here. So free charge.
Is it Trace Mayer? Is Trace Mayer going to be your guest?
Wouldn't that be cool? Whatever happened to Trace, man?
Dude, that's
you're not getting free charge. You're sucking the hind tit of the taxpayer who's paying for that electricity for your car. Okay.
No, this is a private hotel that offers.
Thank me for charging your car.
No, this is a free hotel. It's a hotel that offers destination charging for the Mall of America, and from what I can tell, it's paid for by the local businesses who want to attract Tesla owners.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know for sure.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Jason.
Now, Tone, I thought you would like this. Jimmy might like this as well. I've converted this year a friend of mine who I race sailboats with to start looking at Bitcoin and cryptocurrency as an investment class for the speculative portfolio, speculative portion of his portfolio. He used traditional pharmaceuticals and manufacturing and technology, and I started to give him some indices and things to look for within the cryptocurrency space as triggers of when to maybe try to time the market. And he actually called the big jump in Bitcoin a few weeks ago, and he moved some of his assets from more traditional stuff into his speculative portion of his portfolio, and he's done very well. 2 days ago, he called me and asked me, and I kid you not, what I thought of Ripple.
Yep, I was about to say Ripple.
And my response was, stay the hell away from Ripple. You don't know anything about it. You don't want to get into it. You'll get wrecked. You'll get pumped and dumped. You're never going to be able to time that. What are your thoughts on Ripple, Ton?
I try not to waste my brain cells thinking about Ripple.
So we're on the same page.
Look, they printed billions of dollars, and they're using those billions of dollars to pump Ripple through, regulatory capture, promotion, engaging actual smart people like Adam Back on Twitter all day yesterday. Ripple token's a scam. And the people that created the Ripple token can't admit they're a scam because they will be in a lot of legal trouble if they do. And if they do nothing and say nothing, they can still be in a lot of legal trouble if, the regulators and others, will start finding out that it's a scam. So they have to spend all this money and all this effort in order to legitimize the Ripple scam token. And they're doing a pretty good job, but hopefully smart people see through it.
Yeah, Ripple's a scam. I don't think we need to talk about Ripple too much.
I wish there was, when there's a pro Ripple tweet and then there's 13 likes on it or whatever. I wish there was a way to just automatically block everyone who liked that tweet. I wish there was a script or something. I'm sure there's a way to do it, but I manually go block every single person who likes the pro Ripple tweet.
So the reason I bring it up is that, when I first popped into the conversation, I believe, Jimmy, you and others were talking about how to get more of an adoption within the Square world of Bitcoin or cryptocurrency. And, the problem I see from a traditional regulatory rubric is that the cryptocurrency markets are not well-developed markets. And so adoption in well-developed markets is a legal term of art. And so when you have these guys, like my friend who's a traditional investor that strikes some success, and then they want to branch out from Bitcoin thinking that, well, I did well in this cryptocurrency, that must be, another cryptocurrency must be the same as another one. Clearly it comes from an ignorant standpoint. But what can the community do, if anything, to not only foster adoption of cryptocurrency as, whether it's a store of value or as an investment vehicle or as a currency, to try to create a well-developed market so that the information that's out there, the public can rely on when making those consumer decisions?
I wouldn't say that it's a lack of information that causes people to invest in Ripple. It's a lack of understanding on their part. There's a tendency for people to think that education is the solution to everything. That if you just educated people on this or warned them off of it, you were warning them off of it. That doesn't prevent anything. There's lots of people that will invest in stuff because they don't really understand the investment, period. That's just how people are. And you can give them all of the arguments that you can think of. That won't prevent them from investing in crap, because that's what people do. They have they see success and they don't want to regret not having invested or something like that. There's some psychological thing,
right? There's some FOMO there.
Yeah, you can't save people from themselves, and
it doesn't mean
honestly, and they just sort of have to learn on their own that this is a piece of crap investment. That's just how it is.
Right. Well, what bothers me the most is people that I feel should know better, and those are people like Brian Armstrong, Eric Voorhees. People that I've given a lot of shit to over the years, mostly because I think that these people should know better. And while some random person could get in, and I'm like, well, that's unfortunate. You've listened to some people, and a lot of those people should really know better. Like even Roger should have known better than to go and start a shitcoin.
There are two.
Yeah.
There are two main benefits to educating people. I know what Jimmy's saying, and he's right, because I've told my friends not to buy Ripple, and they still went and bought it. But there's two main benefits. One of it is some of the people will listen. The second main benefit, and a lot of people don't even think about this, is that it gets you on the record early. You know, before everyone else knew Ripple was a scam, as you saying, shouting from the top of the hill, Ripple is a scam, 5 or 6 years or 7 years before everyone else realizes it. So when Ripple goes under, you can go back and say, well, look, here I was 7 years ago tweeting saying that Ripple was a scam and nobody was listening to me. So there is a benefit to yourself to educating that. And I have something to add on education real quickly. I don't know if Tone wants me to say this, but there's a pretty popular libertarian podcast run by Dave Smith, who's a libertarian comedian. He's pretty popular, and he yesterday, I think, or day before yesterday, tweeted that, you know, okay, I'm going to finally talk about Bitcoin on my podcast. He was asking Twitter, who should I have on? And, you know, a lot of people tweeted, you know, pretty good answers, Saifedean, Robert Breedlove, Max Kaiser, people like that. But there was a few people who were recommending shitcoiners like Vin Armani. And, you know, God help us if Vin Armani ends up on on Dave Smith's podcast to try to explain. Vin Armani doesn't understand Bitcoin. If he's the one that Dave Smith goes to explain to his audience what Bitcoin is, you know, we're going to be in a world of hurt. So if anybody is watching this, if you can, try to tweet at Dave Smith to have somebody out like Saifedean, somebody like Robert Breedlove, somebody like Max Kaiser, or possibly even someone like Tone. Tone is a great educator. I would love to see Tone on Dave Smith's show.
No, I mean, thanks for that, motorist. But again, like I take this to a higher scale. Like it's so frustrating watching Paul Snow and Amber Baldette in front of Congress, educating them about something they know shit about.
I remember that. Are you talking about back in 2014, the congressional hearings?
Well, the Paul Snow was like 2015 or 16 or something like that. And
I think it was 2015.
Amber was more recently. She was like a year ago or something.
Yeah, I mean, that's how it is. I mean, I would love to be on Dave's show. I'm a fan of his and all that, but he's probably not going to have me on, so that's okay. The thing is, like, you get on the record, in the long run, people will recognize the truth. And the thing is, like a lot of people kind of look at it as like some sort of like horse race. The race is already won. Bitcoin's already won, and it's just a matter of time. And if you're patient, you know, we'll all get there without having to go through these influencers or whatever. Now, it would be great if we could get on Joe Rogan and actually talk about Bitcoin's value prop versus, you know, all these shitcoins or whatever. But you know, we also don't need them, so that's okay. And you know, it's really they and their audience that suffer when they don't make the right choices, but that's their prerogative. So I'm okay with that.
Oh yeah, no.
If I may,
if Joe Rogan ever reaches out, it doesn't matter where I am in the world. Like I'm on the next flight to Texas now, which is
Austin. He's in Austin, so yeah.
I'm gonna take off, guys.
You gotta stalk him. You gotta run into him somewhere.
I'm going to say goodbye here. I'm at the Mall of America with my friend Angelo, who is one of the few guys who has, cheers, one of the few people who's been to the crypto cabin up in central northern Minnesota on the lake up there. Couple times? Yeah, more than once, actually. Will Pangman's been there. Danny Sessam's been there, but very few people have. So everyone's invited to come sometime next summer when it's warm. We can go skiing and stuff. But Tone, thanks for having me on. I'll see you soon, guys. Jason, we'll talk.
Cool.
Cheers, Juan, nice to see you again.
Right.
I miss you,
yeah,
Juan.
you too, dog, man.
Hanging out, Doug.
Hey,
Yeah,
there
looking
could
forward
be
to
an
it.
intentional community being formed down in Texas that I'm going to investigate and check into, by the way. Another, you know, we'll see.
Cool. I'm gonna have to talk to you about it.
Yeah.
All right.
Bye, guys.
As well.
We gotta say goodbye to Marcel as well. Someone I've met several times around the world. Thanks for hanging out with us, man.
Thanks.
Cheers.
Yeah.
So on this topic of of whether Bitcoin's won already or not, and all these altcoins and the marketing out there. Okay, I got into Bitcoin because I realized at some point that you're right, Jamie. We can't convince everybody, we can't educate everybody into, let's say, understanding the world or whatever we think the world should be, or what actually is, right? It helps, but it's not, education alone is not the solution. And Bitcoin kind of moves on its own. It has a sort of force of its own, right? Economics is much more powerful than reason in many ways, and so Bitcoin is great for that. But by the same token, there's a social layer to this. There's a social aspect to all of this, and if the altcoiners and the shitcoiners and the Ripple guys are doing better marketing and outreach and doing more to get Bitcoin, to get their coins to win than we are, I don't know what the consequences of that are. And I think they're going to be bad. And I would definitely hate to see the political system turn against Bitcoin because the shitcoiners win or whatever, right? Because the Ripple guys, are paying, are giving Biden money to come to their conference or whatever, like they did a few years ago. And so I think we need to start thinking about politics as Bitcoiners. The KYC, the regulations, all this stuff is surrounding Bitcoin liquidity, and that's a political system. And if we don't engage that political system, it's going to engage us, and we're going to be out of step. So I'm starting to fight back on this attitude, which I've promoted as well, which is like, well, Bitcoin doesn't need us. Bitcoin will win without us, right? It's like, no, we gotta be on it. And I mean, you guys are on it. You guys are on the sphere of media in this industry. But I think the general community, needs to consider how we are seen by outsiders to some degree, and engage in this sort of opportunities for marketing and educating sort of the bigger influencers.
I mean, I get what you're saying, and we do want some political influence and so on. And I think Cynthia Lummis from Wyoming is a very good example of influence that we're starting to get, because she's into Bitcoin and she wants to do right by Bitcoiners and so on, and she sees it as a store of value. I did a podcast with her that I released last week that you can go and look and listen. Like she gets it. She gets it. And there are going to be more people like that. And I think that's a much more powerful way of influencing people if they genuinely believe in it rather than lobbying for it, which is an unfortunate reality, but it's not nearly as strong as real conviction or belief. And that's the thing that Bitcoin has going for it, is that real conviction wins every time against, lobby money or like obviously unfair things that people are trying to promote on their behalf. I mean, like you could keep an advantage for only so long doing that because the money runs out eventually. So I see this as like Bitcoin is going to win because there are going to be enough people that are going to be into it, and that's already happening. So as much as Ripple like pays Bill Clinton to come and speak at their conference or whatever, Bill Clinton doesn't believe in Ripple, and neither does any congressman that's taking money from the Litecoin Foundation or whoever. They don't believe in it. They're only doing it because they think it's going to help them. Cynthia Lummis, she really believes in it. She's not being paid by anybody. She got into it on her own. She understands its value prop, and she's doing it because it's actually good. And she believes it'll help the worker, which it definitely will. So that I think that's a better way to go about it. I don't know if we need to promote it as such, but yeah, I mean, if there are candidates like that around where you are, help them out, right? Like, and not just like go vote for them, which I guess would be helpful, but much more importantly, donate to their cause and help them get elected and so on.
Jimmy, before you were talking about, and for maybe people that are just tuning in, you were talking about using Bitcoin within, day-to-day merchant commerce and with businesses. And one of the things that, I do in my law practice is I absolutely accept cryptocurrency. And for me, so long as that crypto is exchangeable on Coinbase, where I can do valid, AML KYC off-ramp through my business, I'll take whatever that is. But on the topic of, that risk of, devaluation as it comes in, I generally, if I'm going to take an Ethereum or some other altcoin, I'll cash it out to fiat the day that I get it in order to lock it in. Because I, as a business person, I can't bear the risk of loss because I'm paying people, right? I have rent, I have bills, or what have you. What I found, though, is that when I receive Bitcoin for my services, I don't cash it out. I mark it off in my ledger as I've received X value, and the client knows that that's the value that's received. And I save that. I put that aside. So I don't know. I think sorry, the dogs are happy because apparently they just heard that Bitcoin's at a new all-time high. So I'm gonna go on mute.
All right. Well, so I think Jason was making the case that we should promote paying with altcoins so that people keep going and dumping on the market.
Speaking of all-time high, we did have many requests to look at the charts, and after a little bit of a rough few hours, we've been on air all of these candles since this one. We're going on hour number 7 now at this point, I think. And we're approaching another point of potential breakout. This has been the highest hourly top that we had so far. Our hourly close was at 19.5, and the current hour with 22 minutes to go has a high probability of breaking that high. And if it does, we can still get to 20,000. Well, maybe not today, but by morning is a very high probability here. I like this latest push up. All we need to do is get above this blue line and close above it 20 minutes from now. If we go to the 4-hour chart, we did hit an MRI top last candle, and the high came in the candle before. I am looking for a 1 to 4 candle correction. We've already had some of that, and now it's time to go back up a little bit. I like the daily chart. I think that's my favorite one of them all. The daily chart is the one that's most bullish because the weekly chart is a bit of no man's land and is telling you to be careful and not enter any bullish trades right now and just stay patient. And the monthly chart is telling you to consider exiting between right now and the end of the year, because in about 4 hours, this candle will solidify. And the higher this candle closes in the next 4 hours, the more momentum you have to the upside into next candle. I'm curious how gold did today. I think gold was still going down. Gold is making a new daily close with a new daily swing high. Gold is still bearish, but I think gold is ready to bottom sometime this week. Quick peek at the S&P today. Market is almost closed. Just consolidation dropped a little bit in the morning. Nothing really much. We are consolidating. It's all going to be about, who's going to be sworn in as president. It will probably be Biden, but, it's not official yet, so we wait. That's pretty much my look on everything. The Black Friday sales, this is the affiliate page you're welcome to use. My Black Friday sales are still on. I am still holding on to those. The MRI has been popular and the general videos. I mean, I don't think there's a point to raise the price back up. Maybe I will, but I may lower it for Christmas. But I'm going to keep the low prices for a little while. So the Black Friday deals are still available. That's it for me on the price note. How do I stop screen share? Floor is yours, guys. I think we're going to be ending this soon, but the floor is open.
We're really close to 19.5, dude. We're really close.
Wow.
All right, if not, we can wrap this up because I'm kind of tired and I've been drinking a lot of tequila and it's still early.
Why are you drinking tequila?
Well, all-time high. I started drinking go on the stream because well, I use like a French press for coffee, so my hot water boiler broke, and this was delivered by Amazon a few hours ago. So I haven't had any ability to make tea or coffee until now.
Okay.
So I have to drink something today.
So you don't have any water, I guess. All right. No, it feels like we're about to break out, Tone. You sure you want to because we might really hit
talking.
20.
If you want to take a break, Tone, Jimmy could keep talking. I could keep talking. I know.
No, fine. We'll keep streaming. I mean, 1,000 people still have the link. Novogratz might come. No, we can keep going. I can go back to screen share. You're right. It is going back up. So like I said, we are dealing with a new high close. And this is the 4-hour chart. Go back to the 1 hour.
Well, go to the 10-minute. I bet you'll see something there. There's some momentum coming in here.
So on a 10-minute, I'm going to raise this line up. So right there. So the break of this line should really send it upwards.
Yeah, that looks like the resistance level. Wait, what happened? Is it really 19,426 now? Oh, it is. Okay, it's because it was around 19 or 1949 right before, and then it dumped a little bit, I guess.
Well, no. Yeah, it's 19,440 now. I mean, it's right there. I mean, this is the new high of the last few hours.
But yeah, we want to get over that big hump up there. Yeah. 20K. There's probably a big wall there too.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No, I think if anything, that wall's been taken out. That's why I think we're going to break out once we go above the blue line.
Well, that's at 19.5 though. I'm thinking the wall at 20.
Oh, at 20,000?
Yeah. There's probably a big wall there.
Maybe, but it'll likely get pulled because people will think that it's going higher.
Oh gosh, I can't believe you got me out of bed.
Oh man, I'm out of shit to say, guys. I mean, if someone is watching the live chat and there's good questions, but our viewership is slowly going down as well. We broke 20. We hit 2,400 at one point. It's been a steady decline since 10:30 in the morning, and we're now down to 900 live viewers, which is still pretty damn good. Thank you guys for watching, and thank you for the super chats.
You got a political question I sent you, and it's in the Zoom chat. But yeah.
What's in a Zoom chat?
Yeah.
So go ahead, read it.
It says Biden confirmed Yellen as senior member of economics team. Would you mind asking Tone's opinion on that?
I mean, she's into quantitative easing. I don't know what that means. Senior member of economics team. It sounds like Biden is just, returning favors of people he owes money to. Jimmy, your thoughts?
I mean, she's part of the old order. I'm sure she's going to print tons and tons of money. So in a way, it's good.
But she's not going to be in a position to print the money. She's just a member. She's just a senior economic
Treasury secretary. She's going to be nominated for Treasury secretary.
Oh, she'd be the Treasury secretary. Well, that's going to matter, I think.
Yeah, that's going to matter. Yeah, that's unfortunate. They're the ones that actually print money.
Well, so if they spend lots of money, then it'll be good for Bitcoin.
Yeah, it's amazing how people keep saying, why do you like Trump? He's bad for Bitcoin. Or I can't believe this one. During the debate, Biden actually gave Trump shit for printing $3 trillion. Like Biden was going to print less than that. Like, what the hell?
Well, I mean, they're probably going to print another few trillion regardless of who's in office. So It's gonna happen. It's just a matter of resolving this thing first.
All right, we got a new guest. Hey man, you want to turn your camera sideways so we can have like the full background? There you go. Awesome. You can stick with the nickname, but give us a little intro. First time on the channel, moderator of my YouTube channel. Give us some background, man.
Yeah, what's up, guys? I'm Crackbagged. I think I started following you, Tone, around 2015 or 2016, and there were a lot of shitcoiners back then. And when I found your channel, it was like you were different. Like this guy has some principles or something, right? And yeah, since then I've just been following you, dabbling in some trading. I made a video once on Roger Veer's birdsbitcoin.com stuff where he was paying people to retweet.
Oh, that was you,
UASF
man?
propaganda.
Yeah, I remember that video.
Yeah, that was me. And yeah, I think, I mean, it's cool that we're here now, but I think if we would have lost the UASF, we wouldn't be here today. That was such a big win for everyone. And the dream would have died if we would have lost the UASF.
Agreed. That was a scary time, 2017. It was a real war.
Yeah, that was important. US stuff was important.
And good to see you, Crackbag, after seeing you trolling in the chat. Good to see you.
Yeah, thanks, man. It's good to be here.
Where are you based, man? Where are you dialing in from?
I'm in the Netherlands. I'm a pure-blooded Dutchman.
Nice. Well, hopefully I'll be back there. I keep saying, like, I would love to travel again, but if they mandate vaccines, I'm in trouble.
Find a doctor that'll give you a vaccine certificate.
Yeah, I may have to. But now that I just mentioned it, that won't fly. If anyone watches the show,
or we'll let you self-administer. I don't know, something like that.
Yeah, like I don't know how they're gonna pull it off. I got some. I mean, the Supreme Court actually. I mean, I was like reading a little bit of a history about mandatory vaccines. So back in the early 1900s, the Supreme Court did rule that mandatory vaccines are constitutional. It was, I think, smallpox or something like that. It was one of those. So there have been rulings that may not be very favorable to the vaccine Nazis. Well, us from the vaccine Nazis.
So, Tone, there was one thing I wanted to talk about. This may be a little bit too esoteric, but one thing, one of the reasons why I was so gung-ho to get into Bitcoin back in 2013 was because a few years earlier, I had read a book called Outliers. I don't know if Jimmy or if anybody else has read that book, Outliers by Malcolm Gladwell, but one of the things they talk about in that book is that just happening to be born at the right time can be a huge benefit to you. Like one of the things he cites is all these people who became multimillionaires in the PC market, people like Bill Gates and Steve Jobs. They happened to be born in like 1955. If they had been born earlier or later, it wouldn't have worked out. And I feel like for Bitcoin to be born at the right time, not too young so you don't have any money to invest, or not too old so that you're already like set in your ways and you can't see, like Peter Schiff, you can't see Bitcoin's value. Like to be born at exactly the right time where you can get Bitcoin. You're young enough to understand Bitcoin, but yet you're old enough to be able to afford to stock up on some, to buy some.
Totally.
We just happen to be in that exactly fortuitous situation.
No, that's a great point. I think, I mean, being born in the 1980s puts you in that perfect sweet spot,
right,
for Bitcoin.
I'm a 90s kid, and by now I think we're getting priced out. There's we're a dying breed. If you didn't get in early enough, a lot of my friends are like, oh yeah, I missed the boat, blah blah blah. And around 6K, I thought like, oh, you still have enough time. But now 20K, when you're a millennial, it's a lot of money.
1990 is pushing it because getting into Bitcoin in pre-2017, being born in 1990 puts you in that mid to late 20s, and you're just starting your career and you're still in your 20s, and looking into Bitcoin is not really high on your priority list.
Absolutely.
And if you were over 40, that's also tricky because now you're a little too sad because it was that you needed to be in your 30s when Bitcoin came to you on average. I mean, guys like Charlie Shrem were very young. And then, people like Adam Back were older, but they were, they understood the tech. But I think like the majority of the people that got into Bitcoin were in their 30s, going into that 2013 to 2017 zone. And that was the sweet spot. And the other day, I replied to one of Dan Held's tweets when people still say to people like us, to me, to Jimmy, oh, you just got lucky with Bitcoin, which is bullshit. And I replied to Dan Held's tweet saying there is a very simple metric to knowing whether someone got lucky in Bitcoin or not. If they got into Bitcoin, but eventually became a shitcoiner, then they got lucky in Bitcoin because that means they never actually understood why they were getting into Bitcoin. But if they got into Bitcoin and they stayed in Bitcoin only, they did not get lucky. They actually knew what they were doing.
That's right. And that's the sad reality is that a lot of people don't get in. But I mean, more important than your age is sort of your mentality. It's the people that are liberty minded that actually bought Bitcoin. I have friends that are the same age. They couldn't care less about Bitcoin. They don't want to know about it. Older, younger, same age, doesn't matter. The thing is, if you understand what's going on in the world and understand what this actually represents and have open eyes and aren't just being spoon-fed news and aren't being brainwashed, then you kind of understand what Bitcoin is all about. But if you are being spoon-fed and I would say a lot of those types of people are Karens, right? Like I bet you the overlap between Karens and Bitcoiners is very, very tiny, right? Like they're just like, you're not going to be interested in Bitcoin if you're, interested in like enforcing rules that really have no bearing on anything. So that I think is the bigger thing, not necessarily about like the time you were born. There are older people that understand that this is actually really important, and I hope those people continue to come in because it's those people that really get it, and there are a bunch of those, thankfully.
We got some good questions from the audience. I'm gonna go with a tech question instead of a price question. Jimmy could answer it first, but I'm gonna answer it as well. Realistically speaking, how much do you think the technology has advanced in Bitcoin since the last bull run? Does Lightning Network really change things at all?
I would say that the bigger advancements have been in the area of adopting SegWit. So a lot of exchanges especially are batching using SegWit. So they're not like hogging up all of the block space. And that's an important thing. We also have a lot more multi-sig out on the market. And for security purposes, that's enormous. Lightning is more of a method of payment innovation, and I think security is way more important when you're thinking about holding, which is what most people are doing with the coins. And self-custody, especially in a multi-sig environment, is great because you don't have a single point of failure. You can lose one of them, and you can still get access to your Bitcoin, which is really, really good. And I think that's what we basically have right now is a lot of people that are able to self-custody their coins. We saw charts earlier with Willie that, people are self-custodying a lot more. So from a technological standpoint, we've come a long way since 2017. I know for myself, I'm holding my Bitcoins differently. I know for a lot of people, is it like going all the way down to the consumer level? Not yet. But I expect that by the end of this bull run, we'll see a very large number of people that are holding their coins in some sort of multi-sig way, as a way to secure their coins against theft or loss and things like that. And that'll be very good. As far as Lightning and stuff like that, those are things that do need development. I think they're important for a whole host of reasons. But they're still under development. I mean, like, we need Schnorr before a lot of this stuff can get solidified. For example, there's a lot of different kinds of contracts and things that benefit from Schnorr that will get implemented once it goes on the network, and that's not there yet. So essentially there has been a lot of progress. It's much more in the store value, some in the method of payment, but that's coming too.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I wanted to say that and food just arrived, so I'm gonna leave this in a few minutes. But my thinking in security is that we need to be prepared for like a 10, 20, 30x grade of security, especially now that it's pretty clear I think that we're in a bull market, right? If your security if your security is not up to par with where we might be in 2 years, then maybe it's a good time to start looking to the upgrade. And to all the new people that are coming in, this is a good topic for you to learn about in general, because we're entering the digital era. Everything is going digital. And so learning how to protect your digital assets is going to be a very valuable skill to have in the future. So just PSA, public service announcement, And also, as somebody that got into Bitcoin, I'm a 90s child as well. I got into Bitcoin in my mid-20s. Yeah. And I mean, I should be rich. Like, I should be loaded because I got in early. But I just had no money back then, right? And I didn't really have a stable career. I didn't have a steady income. So I just made it my career. And so, I mean, what I can say is that it's the most fascinating topic, one of the most fascinating topics I've ever gotten into. And it's Bitcoin, it's a rabbit hole without an end. Like, there's always further you can go. So it's a very interesting business to be in, very interesting industry. It's challenging. It's not easy to be an entrepreneur in this industry. But if you have that kind of curiosity about it, it's a very cool place to take some risks and play the game. And even still today, right? Like, Bitcoin is still a tiny fraction of the world economy. Even at 20K, we're gonna have to swap into Satoshis at some point, and then or bits or something like that, so we can account for small items, and that's just gonna reset that mentality. It's like, it's not gonna be 20,000 for a Bitcoin. It's gonna be 1,000 Satoshis for $1, right? Right now we're close to 5,000 Satoshis for $1, right? So I don't think it's too late.
And that's the problem.
Thanks,
like, if you're a 90 scale one, you're out.
Later one.
Yeah, thanks guys. See you guys around.
Thanks for joining. Yeah, and that's the problem. If you were born in the 90s, you're not crypto rich right now, or probably not. Mostly because you didn't have that much money to get in. Even when Bitcoin was a few $100s a coin, didn't have that much money to get in. I mean, Johnny Dilly, if he was still on the stream, Julia's husband, like, he knew how valuable Bitcoin was, and he wanted to buy a bunch, but he just couldn't. Didn't have the financial resources. If you're in the 90s, you missed it. And if you were born in the 2000s, you may have a shot. Something may come along in 10 years when you're in your 30s and you have some savings and the right mentality, and you just got to take the opportunity. Most of the time, there's no such thing as luck. It's taking advantage of the opportunity in front of you is the definition of luck.
Right.
Yeah, I was able to sell real estate, and although I had that money, there was a lot to learn and trust. So it was a gradual thing, and then you lose opportunity in what you know, but you just settle with what you want and go from there.
Yeah, the trust statement is interesting because you have to trust the fact that Bitcoin is trustless, and that's the catch-22. The trust in Bitcoin is the fact that there is no trust.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And I think the point that Malcolm Gladwell makes isn't necessarily that being born in 1955 means you automatically will be rich with computers. He just meant that the people who did get rich with computers, they were all born around the same time. If they were born in the 70s, it would have been too late. If they were born in the 40s, it would have been too early. The ones who were born in the 50s, like they were like right in that. So that's the point I'm making. It's not that everyone who was born at, from 76 to 91 is gonna get rich, but that's where the majority of the Bitcoin glitterati is going to be from.
Yeah, and that doesn't mean that you're going to actually end up being a good person. We can look at Bill Gates as an example, who now is trying to stick everyone with his vaccine. So.
Yeah, I mean, I read that book and I get it, and I get why like being born around a certain time might be beneficial because the industry came into its own at that time. I'm just not sure I buy it, especially for Bitcoin. But yeah, who knows? We'll see.
I think Bitcoin kind of was a once in a generation opportunity. Like when it was just starting out, yeah, like I got my first one for like $80 or something. And I sent it to Mt. Gox to trade with it. And it went up to 85 and I was like, wow, this is cool. So I sold it and I was like, well, what do I do now? I don't have any Bitcoin. So I bought it back. And then later, when Mt. Gox was collapsing, I got out my single Bitcoin just in time. Like they actually sent me back my single Bitcoin. And a couple months later, I started getting mail from Japan about some court case or something.
Yeah.
My definition of a Bitcoin OG is someone who's lost more than $1 million in today's price worth of Bitcoin. And I might just barely qualify as a Bitcoin OG now that Bitcoin's price.
That's an interesting definition.
Yeah.
Wait, do you have Mt. Gox claims?
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, I lost like 50 Bitcoins trying to buy mining equipment that never arrived. I paid for the mining equipment, but it never arrived. So.
Oh, BFL. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Hey man, I'm fine with it.
That's an interesting definition. Mine is you had to have been a known Bitcoin personality for more than half its life.
Yeah, well, I guess I would qualify under that. Well, I don't know about known. I don't think I was known in 2013. I didn't really become known until I started showing up on your channel.
Right. So you got a few years to go. So it's like a half-life, right?
Although I did speak at 2015's in Acapulco.
That's where I met you, but the majority of the people didn't. So like once you become a recognized person, though then again, like I guess you could be an OG silently, but you had to have been involved in Bitcoin more than half of its life. So in about 10 years, it's going to be very hard to become a Bitcoin OG. So the definition kind of expands. All right, guys, we got a couple other questions, but they're all price related. I don't know if I really want to deal with that. People asking about new developments. It's all about Taproot and Schnorr. And I'm a little more, dictatorial on getting that shit in there than Jimmy. But yeah, Taproot and Schnorr need to be in. All right, dead air. Everyone's muted.
Does anyone know about how long it takes to download a Bitcoin node? I started yesterday, and maybe because my computer's older.
How fast is your download speed?
Yeah, it's not that good. So
also RAM. If you have a lot of RAM, it's better. If you have a solid state drive, it's better than if you're using like a USB drive.
I mean, look, I've downloaded the whole Bitcoin blockchain a couple of times, and it always takes me longer than people think it does. Usually it takes me about 4 to 5 days.
It's taken me a long time. I downloaded, took me like at least 2 weeks, maybe longer. But maybe it was because I was using a USB drive, like one of those big, several gigabyte drives.
Like on 100 meg connection, which is standard for a house in a metropolitan area, and you're somewhat close to the router where you leave your computer so you can pick up 80 plus, you should be able to get it done within 5 days. Jimmy?
By the way, I had to download the Bitcoin Cash.
I've gotten it done in like 5 hours. So, I mean, it really depends. I have a gigabit connection too, though.
Right. So multiply that by, multiply that by 10. So if Jimmy got it done in 5 hours, 50 hours, that's about 3 to 4 days.
I downloaded the Bitcoin Cash blockchain to split my coins after the Bcash split in 2017. So I downloaded. There were several ways you could do it. The way I did it, I downloaded the whole blockchain. It took a long ass time, so I had to wait a long time before I could cash in on my Bitcoin Cash crypto dividends.
Yeah, those were the days, weren't they? I still remember.
All right, guys, we're not pumping. Oh, here we go. Nope, maybe we are.
It's 19,460, 450. I mean, we started a new hour. We didn't quite get that close. So,
did we start a new hour?
Yeah.
Yeah, we did just start a new hour. You know, but that was the second highest closing hour possibly ever. I'm still trying to get to. The all-time high was in December, so maybe we can do. I want to actually get there. I think it was December 17th, so let's go to 15. Maybe TradingView will take me there on the hourly chart. I am curious what the highest closing hour was. Here we go.
That's 2018. I don't think it goes past 2000.
Yeah, on the 1 hour charts. Now, maybe I can use the 2 hour chart.
Yeah.
Maybe the 2 hour chart will let me go there. If the 1 hour got me close, there it is. There's a 2 hour. That's it. There's our 2 hour high. So that's a good proxy for the 1 hour high. So the 2 hour high was 19,546 and 19,530. So we had two 2 hour closes above 19.5 and not much more than 19.5. So all we need is a 2 hour close above 19.550, and we have a brand new short-term closing high. So
$70. We're so close. What the hell?
I know. We got about $50 to go on the price of Bitcoin, which is nothing at these prices.
Come on, who's going to do the market buy? Who's going to take one for the team?
I know we should call Crypto Face. He thinks he moves the market.
So close. I don't know. This reminds me of January of 2017. It went right up to 1100 and then dropped back down to like 7 something before it went back up in February. So there was like a whole month where we technically reached all-time high, but then came back down. So we might have a month to go.
Yeah, but I'm not seeing that right now. I thought that's what we were seeing, and that's why I expected a bigger drop down to the 14 area, but it never did. And right now, I think once we break this 20K, I think it's going higher. But Willie is also going to be right. I mean, Willie thinks we're more overextended. By the way, so while we were doing the show and Willie was on the show, Willie was writing his newsletter, which came in the mail, and that's what I'm going to try and do and read it right after we get off the stream. Wow, he put a lot of charts in this one. I'm literally looking at Willie's newsletter, but I can't show it to you guys. It won't be fair.
And we're like $50 away. Man, so many things.
I have someone in the live chat asking me what I think about the Bitcoin time traveler. And I was going to make fun of that like 6 months ago, but I never gotten around to it. I mean, he was obviously wrong, right? But I got to double check with what they wrote. It's just, silly stuff that people believe in.
Yeah, North Korea.
Yeah.
Time travel disproven once again.
People are asking about crypto companies that may go public, like Coinbase, like Kraken. I mean, sure. I mean, I don't like shit coins. Like, I don't like Binance having the, their security. So a company like Kraken going public, good for them. I mean, their early employees get to make a lot of money if they have their shares. So I don't know,
more than their early employees, it's more the VCs get to cash out.
Well, VCs get to cash out, other investors get to cash out. It's not a bad thing going public, and you get to invest in Kraken. If you think Kraken is a good company, once they go public, may want to wait for a little bit of a correction. It depends how they price their IPO, and you can take advantage of that and invest.
Wow, we're close to 19.5, but yeah, that's the weird thing about these is that they do have a significant premium right now because the stock market's in such a crazy state because of all the money printing. So a lot of these companies are probably going public in order to take advantage of the asset inflation that's happening. I'm not sure how that affects Bitcoin, but I don't know. It feels like people are that desperate for good stores of value. Kind of a sad situation.
People are asking me why you trade GBTC. That's because it's tax-free for me in my retirement funds on traditional exchanges. I trade in my IRA and
19.5.
I trade in my IRA and I trade in my Roth IRA, and all of that is, well, one is tax deferred, one is tax free, and that's how I like to trade. I trade options there as well. I just can't short, but I can buy puts. So I do all my trading in my retirement funds. It's dangerous. If I get wrecked, that's a problem. But I trade in my retirement funds for tax reasons.
19.5. So close.
All right.
It does feel like could get above that line pretty soon. Yeah, I guess there's no wall at 19.5. It just went past it without any problem.
Well, it's still on the border there, but yeah, I'm still pretty bullish here short term.
20 just doesn't look that far away. It's
because it's not.
Yeah. And then that's a real all-time high for me. I think emotionally, that's where everyone's like last time it was 1,000 was the emotional all-time high. This time it's 20K.
Yeah, I was not ready for a 6-hour stream because I not a lot of sleep last night. I don't know. I just went to bed late, went to the gym, came home, took a shower, and the moment after the shower, I started doing the stream. That hasn't ended yet, so it's been a rough day.
Yeah, I haven't gone and worked out or anything.
I probably shouldn't have been drinking. I almost feel like I have to finish the bottle.
Don't do that. Don't drink alone.
No, I know, but I didn't. This was totally unplanned.
Yeah, just take a nap, get hydrated, take a nap, and save that for like when you actually have people over.
Yeah, I got a few hours before.
Yeah, I mean, nothing good comes of finishing a bottle of alcohol. That's not how things are.
So we got another good question, Tone. So you trust the U.S. retirement system with your money, and it's a slightly harder question to answer after the election fraud. But if you asked me this question, a decade ago, I would have said absolutely not. I was subscribing to the conspiracy theory of, the government is coming for your retirement funds. Thank God I purged that bullshit. The government is not coming for your retirement funds. But due to the election fraud, I'm now concerned about the stability of the US dollar over the next decade. But no, the U.S. government is not coming for the retirement fund. That's not happening.
How many viewers we got?
Good question. Let me see.
So we're right there. We're right there.
By the way, Tone, Ugly Old Goat had some strong opinions on that. I wish he was here to give them. But Ugly Old Goat was saying the Roth IRA, from the moment that it started, people were talking about way back then, and I think it was in the 70s when the Roth IRA started. They were talking about the government wants you to put money in the Roth IRA so they could take it at some point. And there have been actually people talking about it. No big senators or anything, but there have been policy people who have wrote about possibly going into that Roth IRA or the IRA money as a way to try to, meet the budget deficit.
It's not gonna happen. It's like I said, I've read the. It's great to sell gloom and doom newsletters, but I'm not.
These aren't gloom and doomers. These are like Democrats, leftists saying, "Let's go take that money because it's all there," and it hasn't been.
Well, again, like leftists are, and this is where I have a fundamental problem of most of it. Apparently, what feels like many people that watch my channel, hardcore leftists are borderline communists, and I'm not surprised that hardcore leftists want your Roth IRA, your IRA, everything. Like they want what's yours. That's their job. That's their brain. The hardcore leftist brain is, you have something that I don't, so it's mine. And I'm not surprised that they want that, but it's not happening. It's not going to happen. Like, if you want to see the fall of the U.S. economic system, like basically going after people's retirement funds, Roth IRAs, is going to be worse than Zimbabwe going after people's property. Shit ain't happening.
They're going to pitch it as, we're helping them. We want to make sure they don't lose their funds in the stock market. So we're going to turn this into like a social security. We're going to give the money back to them as a fixed, fixed payout. So they're going to pitch it like we're doing it for the benefit of the retirement.
I don't think that's going to happen. They'll do the $1 trillion coin way before that. And that's going to net them a lot more revenue anyway.
I thought maybe Trump already did. I wasn't sure. Maybe he already did do the $1 trillion coin.
Nope.
After we were talking crap about Obama possibly doing it back during the Obama presidency, Trump was also considering doing it.
It's a stupid accounting trick, but yeah, whatever.
At this point, anything goes. Let's see who's sitting in the Oval Office, or let's see who's sitting and who's being wheelchaired around the Oval Office, and then we go from there. I don't want to make any assessments on policy until who's sitting behind the desk. It's probably going to be Biden, but trust, don't verify. What do you call it?
Verify, don't trust.
Yeah, no, but what's the official saying? Don't trust, verify. There you go. So let's get verification on who's getting sworn in, and then we start analyzing which rights are going to get taken away. People are saying, Tone, did you miss the election? No, I saw the election, but the media doesn't get to choose the president. And as far as I know, the Electoral College has not yet announced the president. So I will wait.
This is frustrating. I want the price to go up so we can end the stream, but
I know, but we had one of these things last time too. We did like one of these streams for some kind of an event and it wasn't happening and we called it. We can do this again tomorrow.
The thing is, don't
all right,
trust.
so we're on a 7 or we're nearing an MRI top on the 15-minute. Let's just wait for that to top and see where we go.
Someone in the chat was saying that the saying is, don't trust Roger Ver. That's the saying.
Yeah, see, like we're not gonna pop higher than this in like the next hour. I don't see it. We can go up, but it's not gonna. I don't think it's going up $500 in the next hour. Like these were some massive candles this morning around 10 a.m. Oh, what a surprise! 10 a.m. reversal. Anybody ever heard me say that before? I didn't even notice it till just now. 10 a.m. candles, 10 a.m. reversal right there.
1953. I think we got a couple more candles left before we top. And you need a really big push to get to where we need.
Oh wait, you guys aren't even seeing my screen.
No, we didn't.
I think we're calling it.
All right, let's call it.
I think we're calling it, guys.
Oh gosh.
Well, we did hit an all-time high on some of the exchanges, so it's good.
I actually am gonna take a nap. I'm done. Hey, I'm waiting for one more of these backgrounds, and I'm gonna tweet them all out. We have Singapore, Dubai, and Hong Kong's coming, and the moon. So this will be the next set of backgrounds, and then maybe we'll do some nature ones. And yeah, they'll be cool, and those are free for you guys to use. All right. Thank you very much. Check out tonevays.com. MRI educational video still on sale. Bitcoin Motorist hung around with us from the West Coast. We have Crackbagged, who's a moderator of the YouTube channel as well, coming to us from the Netherlands, probably getting late there. And of course, the one and only Jimmy Song.
I hope so.
All right. That was fun. Although I'm a little disappointed. Fiat Linda S, this song is done.
Bye, guys.